ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the ESL SC2 Masters. I'm Wardy, joined by Steadfast today. How are you doing, mate? How are we feeling? How's life treating you?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, life's treating me pretty well, you know. Happy to be a part of the team and joining for this new format.
Yeah.
The Swiss brackets, what are your thoughts so far on the Swiss? It has really cut down on like the
filler.
Yeah.
No, it's I've been enjoying the Swiss quite a lot. I feel like it's been very cool, very interesting. I feel like we've had some really good matches out of it, and yeah, it does just feel as though, especially as the days go on, it's not like, oh, it's day like 13 or something. We've got like Cyril versus someone he's always going to be 2-0. And not that Cyril got defeated, right? But just that kind of idea that, you know, it was a little bit, you know, competitive all the way through, and obviously still is. You know, this is the start of round 4. It keeps on being competitive. Today, everyone that is 2-1 or 1-2 plays, which is very exciting because it means that every match is either sending someone to playoffs or sending someone out of the tournament. So today, every match really matters every day, but today every match really has like a meaningful result. That means we're either not going to see someone again until playoffs or not see them again until the next season of the ESL SC2 Masters. So yeah, very excited for today. I think it's going to be a fun one. And yeah, first of all, of course, I gotta say thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and the ESL Shop. Thank you so much for helping to make this season of the ESL SC2 Masters happen. And without further ado, Steadfast, have a quick look at the standings in Asia heading into this round 4 of Swiss. Oliveira and Coffee are through, Gogo, Jory, and Teeple are out, and a lot of potential players to make playoffs today, right?
Yeah, a ton of potential players. I mean, just our first 2 matches, I look at the players we've got, and I think all 4 of these players should make the playoffs. Nice is going up against Cyan, and then Haas is going up against Firefly. Looking at the list itself, you look at the top 6 players remaining that haven't qualified yet, and I would be a little bit surprised to not see any of them there. Mm-hmm. But on the bottom side, I was surprised to see Maxed at 1 and 2. Rex is going to have his work cut out for him. And then XY. Those are my 3 picks to maybe pop up from that bottom side and rise like a phoenix from the ashes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like those guys, absolutely a lot of the matches they have against each other are very winnable for anybody. And then obviously going into that final day, it's very doable for, like you say, like Maxed, XY. Definitely have those guys on my radar to potentially make it through and to get a little bit of a turnaround on their performance so far in this regional, in the new and improved Asia region. The first match, you mentioned it, is going to be this Nice versus Cyan series, so a little bit of PvP to start off our day. We actually have double PvP back-to-back, and we're not even in Europe yet, so yeah, Asia's actually been pretty big with the PvPs this season. There's been quite a few of them, so yeah, cool to see. Nice Cyan. I mean, to me, this is such a coin flip. I do not want to pick a favorite because they're both freaking good, and I'd say they're both pretty darn good at PvP as well.
Yeah, and to put that in perspective, I think a literal coin flip would be in order for this one because in terms of series, they are 18 and 18 against one another historically. Now, the one thing you have to say about that is they have not played a lot in recent history. Like, they've played 2 series since the end of 2021, so not a lot of data to go on. Now, the 2 series, you know, were both won by Cyan, but it's important to note that at the same time, they were, you know, they went down to the wire.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a close one between these two, as we are able to kick off and get into our first match of the day. First best of 3, still, of course, best of 3s all the way through this week as we continue through the group stages. In the top left corner, our red Protoss is Cyan.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is for Starlight Twinkle. Nice.
Yeah, very fun series, and we're going to see low ground gateways to begin with here, which is not too surprising on this narrow ramp into the natural to set up into potentially a nice quick expand. At least the option to suggest that is generally going to be a good thing, so that looks pretty decent as our probes are going to pass each other by in the middle of the map, and obviously so far they're showing us just why they're so even, because they're even super even in this opening build. Very minor difference. A little bit of a faster gas from Cyan on gas number 2. And that is the big difference right now, as Nice continues not to build that extra gas. This is obviously becoming quite a choice to stay on 1 gas and that will affect what he can afford a few moments down the line from here.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Gate Nexus. He has cut a probe, and I think he snuck the probe. I think he hit it in the natural. That's actually a really big play right there. I wasn't watching, but that's the only way he would have got that down. So he uses the extra minerals for not building 2 probes, and then also not building that assimilator, and he's able to sneak the Nexus. Now, this is obviously really good in terms of being able to, you know, have extra chrono boost, have that extra probe production, but it does come at a cost. He also cut an additional probe in order to get that cybernetics core down right away. So this is something where Cyan doesn't really have to panic per se. Ooh, but this could turn into a shield battery rush. What do you think about that?
Yeah, because he already has a Zealot of his own building, and there was no Zealot building from Nice, which obviously now he starts a Zealot, but the Cyber Core is about to be done. So if the Zealot continues, it eats into time where, you know, the Cyber Core units could be building instead. So the kind of down is Cyan does Mineral Walk his probe in there, and he does get his first batteries down. So the Zealot coming out from Nice is going to be able to get the cancel on one of these at least. Cyan's second battery still taking some hits, and it looks as though the Zealot is going to be the savior for the moment. We're going to keep on building batteries, and meanwhile the Zealot shows up from Cyan too. I like the idea. I mean, you saw that your opponent was cutting things to get this Nexus down quickly. It makes a lot of sense, and it has very well dealt with. The immediate then Chrono Boost on the Zealot really has saved him, because that has allowed him to stop these batteries from really coming online here.
Yeah, this is not a good situation right now for Cyan unless he can follow this up with additional damage. He did not cancel one of the shield batteries, so that's a lot of lost resources right there. Adept will get into the main base though. Oh, Nice tries to micro the 1 probe away, but it does go down. And this is what Cyan was looking for right here, is to be able to get some actual real probe damage. And with another probe, it looks like going down to the natural. He gets 3 in total. And if we look at the overall game state, yes, there's a Nexus up for Nice, and yes, this pylon on the other side of the map is going to delay things a lot, but it is a 5-worker lead for Cyan, and he's going to take this Nexus at the pocket 3rd location, because he has just lost so much time here on the other side of the map. It's going to be time for Cyan to try and get something done on the other side of the map, but he's got to be careful about this attack coming out. Stalker should be fine, though. Should be enough to push this back. Well, actually, hang on.
Yeah, second Stalker shows up. And obviously, it's going to be a little bit awkward, too, because you can work on this pylon. And that's your Warp Gate that's going to get halted. Cyan does have a Stargate. Cyan is building a Void Ray, which seems absolutely necessary, given what's going on. Stalker taking a lot of shots. I would honestly turn around and make sure you get rid of this pylon. The Adept might just get rid of the Zealot in time. Okay, it didn't quite, but I do think it's important, honestly, just to keep this gate unpowered. Really goes a long way for you. Even if it is just, you know, denying Warp Gate for this long, is going to delay your opponent's production in the future. This pylon doesn't reach the Warp Gates, and this is really disastrous for Cyan. Everything is going quite heavily wrong for him at the moment. He's got the Void Ray out, so that will be something of a factor in these next few moments. These Stalkers continue to fight. I mean, the numbers just keep showing up. The Void Ray activates already, which means we have some time now to kite away, and then maybe we can get back into this still.
That was a pretty big mistake right there, going for the very quick prismatic alignment right away, because it let the Stalkers get away without taking any damage. As it stands, this Nexus is in huge trouble. There is going to be a second Void Ray on the map. On the other side of the map, a couple of probes did get picked off. This is utter chaos in game number 1 of this series, but so far, Nice has been constantly producing off the 2 gateways, so he's able to get quite a few Stalkers out. This has been a wild game, but I'm really enjoying Nice's position, unless Cyan can somehow scramble together a defense right here and now.
Even if he scrambles together a defense, we really feel as though Cyan ends up in a horrible spot, because he's been building Void Rays. Like, they do not transition well into the later game. Like, yeah, they're a good kind of hefty unit to have up in the sky, but the longer this game goes, the worse or the less useful they really turn out to be. The more useful that Blink is going to be from Nice, and that's going to be very, very scary for Cyan.
Stasis Ward in the main base. Okay, it does get a couple of probes, but obviously you don't get the whole mineral line. It's not a disaster. We are going to see a big commitment into the natural here from Nice. Won't really get punished too hard for it. I think that was 1 for 1 on the Stalker trade, and he was able to bait out the prismatic alignment. Meanwhile, looks like it was all a fake, as we've got this double Adept getting in to this very exposed base, and 5 probes do go down. Nice job from Nice.
He's back
never
into
gonna
the
get
main.
old. Oh wow, what?
Yeah, this is a very bold move. The thing is, like, if there was no battery on the natural and you could just instantly start fighting the Void Rays, I'd be down for it, but I mean, I guess it's working because the probes are still dealing damage, right? We've killed 10 workers, so Just giving up a little bit of our army supply, and just a shame because Blink is so close to being done. If you had all those Stalkers a little while from now, you would be able to do so much with them. Now with less Stalkers, you'll be a little bit less powerful. I still think that Nice is going to have a very solid time with Blink finishing, go across the map and put some pressure on. I think he can do a lot still, and he's even going to add a Dark Shrine while his opponent's going Robo Facility, so that might not be the biggest of factors, but it is one of those scenarios where he's just a bit ahead, so you can afford to get the Dark Shrine down, and even if it doesn't do much straight away, it's a great structure and option to have throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, it certainly is. I gotta say, this has been the weirdest start to a game. Very intense strategies coming out from both players. They're really throwing the kitchen sink at each other, so to speak. Nice job right here utilizing the blink. He knows he can get out of here. He does, of course, have to be careful because you got to assume your opponent's blink is going to be coming down eventually. But he's able to pick off another 2 probes, and he just kind of stretches his economic lead out a little bit more. Oh, if he gets that Oracle, that'd be really nice, and he will. Very nice find in the middle of the map, utilizing the mobility of those Stalkers, and gets a very crucial pickoff.
Yep, removing vision, removing a threat, and still just kind of moving around with just a lower Stalker count. I really felt as though, again, he had so much option earlier, but then losing a lot of those Stalkers. Just taking that away, Cyan actually has the army supply lead, still down in workers, and it is just nice investing into a lot of the things with the future as well, right? He's investing into Immortal and DTs and Charge, and these are all things that will do a lot without adding immediately to that army supply. He's also got the Prism coming up the left side, so that's where that difference has been standing. Let's see, our Observer's actually moving out with the army, so this DT shows up at a really good time. Then there's going to be a DT in the main as well. And Nice just getting 3 workers and getting out with the DT is a really cute move.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to split these DTs up and already get so much value with them is such a nice little play. We will see eventually this 1 DT. Oh no, it actually slips out and is going to cause even more chaos. Another DT warping in the main base. This one won't achieve too much, but it's just stretching the attention all over the place. And is there a 3rd DT? Yes, there is. It's back in the 3rd base. Does get cleaned up, but now Cyan has to go. He should not be building probes. He should not be doing anything other than building attacking units. He's taken far too much damage at this point in the game. Now, he doesn't necessarily know what we know, which is that he actually enjoys quite a significant army supply advantage. And those 2 Void Rays could be a huge difference maker in an attack. But if he tries to just probe up, he will lose this game in the long term. This is not the correct call.
Yeah, he's playing from 20 workers down. Trying to play catch up on that is extreme, and you're just giving Nice away right back in the game. And you know, in this moment, you're saying he has really everything that Nice has, just with larger army. He has the blink of his own and everything too, so it's not like he's, you know, under tech to really be able to go across the map. He has the tech, he has absolutely the supply. In fact, it's Nice who's coming in aggressively now and might be, you know, a little bit wrong to do this because obviously reinforcements from Cyan can come up quickly. These Void Rays are going to be big, and Cyan is going to be able to maintain an army lead. And I think it's just been one of those very confusing games where it's difficult to judge where your opponent is at. It's difficult to judge what the numbers are. And if Cyan obviously knew what we knew, you're right, he would have been across the map. And maybe now he will go because he realizes, hey, look, I'm killing this army very easily. If this is all you've got to throw at me, maybe I do have a chance on the other side. And this is after he's been playing probe catch-up as well. So he will continue to chase, gets a couple more Stalkers here, and it does feel like Nice is doing nothing but losing units at the moment.
And he is losing a lot of units right now. He is trying to take a 4th base during all this. We are going to see a little bit of positioning around this Nexus. Nice. There we go. Some good blink micro on the left side. Good use of force field here to kind of break up the concave. Charge is done, so these Zealots warping in are going to be beneficial, as well as the +1 attack. But the Void Rays, they are contributing so much to this fight. And Cyan, he is starting to break through. Nice fought over this Nexus, when in reality, he probably should have given it up and tried to fight somewhere that he had a shield battery and battery overcharge. But instead, now it is Cyan kind of catching up in that economic position a little bit. The upgrade is going to come back online for him. Nice hold position on the Zealot. Unfortunately, the shield battery does not cover it, so he's not able to heal that up. Where is the Observer? Okay, there we go. It gets back in position. And Cyan, I was saying he couldn't really play it out from an economic position, but Nice attacked into him and let Cyan, even though Cyan didn't make the correct decision without, and to be fair, like you said, it's a super chaotic game. He didn't make the correct decision of attacking. Nice made that decision for him by attacking into Cyan. This is the weirdest game I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, they both. It wasn't just Cyan that misjudged it. It was Nice that misjudged it too. Nice believed he had enough to go across and end the game after all the damage he dealt, but Cyan had really held just a good army supply lead for a while, and it really came off with then a few Stalkers heading into the main and just dying to the Void. Since then, it felt like Nice had always had, a little bit of a deficit in army, and he clearly didn't notice that. So you're right. That attack into Cyan is really what changed it and really what affected him in such a negative way. And yeah, this is really not exactly the prettiest situation right now if your name is either of them, because I feel like if you're Nice, you're feeling like, man, I really had this game, and now I'm kind of struggling along. And if you're Cyan, you're like, man, I feel like you've been behind the entire time. But then sometimes somehow it went good, but my army's still in a bit of a weird place too. I feel like neither of them are going to be really comfortable in this current setup.
No, they're certainly not, and it could come down to a simple matter of if one player catches the other out of position. And we did see Nice kind of trying to go for something like that, but Cyan, I mean, he had his army well positioned. He's between the two bases. I do want to say these two Void Rays have been they've kind of been the MVPs of this game for Cyan. They've done just such a surprising amount of additional damage, and Nice has never target fired them down. And he's never really found the opportunity. He's going to try and move through the middle of the map. He does have well, actually, the Stalker count is even, but it's the upgrade advantage that's going to be beneficial for him. And he's able to pick off a little bit of static defense. He's able to trade. What's the Stalker losses? We'll take a look at the battle report in a second. I wasn't sure exactly how many went down on each side. Looks like Nice got a small advantage, yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
As you do have, just by the way, Zealots on the left side having to be deflected. Nice coming around the right side, maintaining a bit of an army supply lead in general, so doing fine. +2 finally finishes up for Cyan, which should help as well. And it is Nice with all of this map control also just starting up a 5th base and just able to kind of relocate and come in from different directions to try and make these fights as, difficult as possible, basically, for Cyan, make them as costly as possible. Especially those couple of Void Rays flying around. They don't quite keep up with Stalkers just blinking off over to positions, so a couple things to keep on looking at.
Yeah, and Nice. Oh, wow. He's going to blink in on top of the Nexus. This Nexus that was weak from the beginning of the game, and he instantly gets it down. Very nice job from Nice. Just says, okay, you know what? I'm going for it. You have to respond to me. And Cyan has been, even though it's been a weird, chaotic game, Nice has been the one who's been making moves all game long. And we finally, 13 and a half minutes into the game, see it truly pay off in a big way. In a way that is now going to force a response from Cyan. But at this point, Cyan is, he's pretty far behind. It's 3-1 upgrades versus 2-0. We've got the +2 armor started up and the +1 shield, so it was double forged from Nice. Nice just has so much more mobile of an army. Great concave for Nice here. And Cyan, oh, interesting blink forward.
Nah, I think it's good, man.
I think it's going to work out for him, yeah.
There's no super battery available because the Nexus is dead on the left side too, so you're not kind of like running into that at some point. The Void Rays are still alive, and they honestly are doing probably a lot more than they ever should have done if you just target those down, because they do a lot if they're just left there firing, and that's exactly what's happened with them. So that's been a little bit awkward, but the numbers are just here from Nice, and he is finally going to close out this game that we felt he was leading for pretty much the entire time. Obviously, it was, a couple of weird moves, a couple of weird decisions, and he might have died if Cyan had attacked him just straight up across the map at 1.2, but it was always him that was in control, and, without Cyan making that move, hard to say that Cyan ever really did have much of an opportunity.
Yeah, certainly not. We do see some nice blink micro over here. By the way, 90 probes out of Nice. He is absolutely roaring in that economy. Some good blink micro on both sides, but it's just a numbers game. And you cannot overwhelm an opponent who has so much more than you do. Nice will take game number 1.
Yes, he will. So Nice is going to end up with a 1-0 lead. Eventually, honestly, again, it was quite the drag, quite the effort for him to get there. I mean, look at the graphs, and Cyan was ahead in army supply for the first 11 minutes of the game. And like we say, we never really saw him utilizing that. And, definitely in part because Nice also got a little bit too aggressive. But Nice also had the worker lead for minute 6. So economically, and if everything had kind of played out as expected, it really should have been Nice's game so much more easily. Just, it didn't always go, it doesn't always go like that in StarCraft, right? That's kind of, part of the beauty of it. So, yeah, as GGs get called, Nice does pick up game 1. And a very close back and forth game, which is kind of exactly what we expect when we've been looking at the previous scores for these two. Previous scores, and also just, history of these two in general. So, very close series expected, and game 1 absolutely displayed kind of that, it wasn't perfect on either side, but it was just enough mistakes from either side as well to kind of keep it kind of competitive the entire way through.
Yeah, and when those games get weird, which it started extremely weird with the very quick gate nexus off the probe cut into a shield battery rush that failed but got a little bit of damage in the main. Like, it's one of those games where most players, usually in a professional game of StarCraft 2, they have a pretty good roadmap of where the game has gone based on how it started. This is a game that you've maybe only played a dozen times from this exact startup, and then it just got weirder from there. It just got weirder. Nice kept being aggressive. Yeah, just really difficult to get a handle on it. So I don't blame either player for not exactly knowing their position in that game.
No, I'm with you. Like, it was weird enough, like, to kind of say, like, hey, look, like, you don't seem to know what's going on, guys. It's like, well, yeah, it's kind of a weird game. Like, the DT showed up, and there's just so much to think about, because the DT is obviously part of why Nice had so little army, because they're a very expensive unit that, you know, takes up what could have been a couple of rounds of Stalker warp-ins, and, you know, if you don't quite take note of that mentally as Cyan, you're like, well, he's just had such a good start, right? Like, how could I possibly not be further behind? Because obviously the very start was also just really weird with the rush, and then the Adepts came in, the Stalkers dove the main base, and that entire sequence of events itself, like you say, just doesn't really happen ever. So being able to kind of be in a position to tell where you're at and to know what's going on and to be able to make the right calls is extremely difficult to do, honestly. So, yeah, GG's, and we'll head into Royal Blood for map number 2. So already we're going to be talking differences. No ramp on the natural is always a big one in PvP. And you saw Nice going super quickly into that expand last time. Maybe that will already be something, well, absolutely should be something that we see go very differently from him right from the beginning of this second match.
Yeah, I'd be extremely surprised to see either player go one gate. You know, if either of them was Max Packs, we'd be talking about, Max Packs one gate. He's already won the series simply by existing. But neither of these players has that level of confidence. I don't think there's like anyone in the world who has that level of confidence to just be like, yeah, I'll make every perfect decision for 8.5 minutes and micro everything perfectly and not lose somehow. Very few players have that level of confidence, but there is still potential that we could see something like that. I highly doubt it, but time will tell. Time will tell.
Well, let's get ourselves into Royal Blood and talk some StarCrafts, as we have in the bottom left, down a game from the SSLT squad. It is Cyan.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice.
Yeah, just already high ground pylons. Super expected. The pylon part of the very forward part of the wall here, whereas Cyan's just going to get the wall to 2 gates, can sometimes be a bit of a factor on kind of like a low ground battery, but in the position it's at, it doesn't really reach anywhere, so just a kind of a choice, a decision to kind of put that there. It's kind of weird because I guess in certain attacks as well, you can kind of protect the second gateway more easily with this because it's further away from the ramp. So you might lose the pylon, but then you can pylon up the gateway from behind, so if you do get contained on one base, maybe that is something that actually is beneficial to you. You know, it's basically choosing to lose a pylon instead of a gateway, which is typically a good thing. So, yeah, just a very minor note because it's the only difference we have in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting little decision. One thing that in theory it also helps against, but we pretty much never see this at the pro level anymore, is cannon rushes. You also get that vision of any low ground pylons that might be trying to sneak in. But once again, yeah, that's not really a thing we see too much. So both players, they're just gonna chill. Now, what is really notable actually is that neither player scouted at a normal timing. We do see Nice, he is sending his probe across the map eventually, but not right at the gateway completion timing. And normally the probes pass each other they just pass through each other, which has got to be a weird feeling for both of them because, you know, you literally phase through something else. But this is, we've got a proxy pylon out from Cyan and a late scout from Nice. This is going to be funky. What do you think the proxy is going to be? Well, never mind.
Yeah, it's going to be a Stargate down there. I think anything on the edges is generally more Stargate related. maybe sometimes Twilight.
Mhm.
Robo is usually a bit more central because they want to have the distance walking to the base a bit closer. So yeah, just going to be a Stargate, and you do see the probe of Nice. Didn't even, by the way, pop up into the main. Is just very happy to just wander around the low ground and just look for proxies in general. And the current rally pattern for him, it should just about pick up on this base, or this Stargate, sorry. So it should be fine, but yeah, he needs to get an eye on that because that would just help him to prepare. Cyan with another probe over on the left-hand side. Nice is also scouting around the top with a probe as well, so he's very serious about figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, and that's extremely important. So valuable. Now, it is going to be the longest time. Like, this really took the scenic route to get here, but he will get the information, and that is extremely good information. Now, if Cyan was planning to go double Oracle, his plan might be ruined. We'll see in a little bit anyways, but regardless, Nice was already crossing his T's, dotting his I's, was getting that shield battery up in the main base, and now he's going to be able to have the Stalkers in position. He'll know the exact route this is coming from, and he's going to be ready. Yeah, there we go. There's that shield battery completing. You can still gun down a probe through this, but he's going to go for the Stasis Ward instead.
Yeah, you do usually get this kind of either or choice, right? So he gets a couple of probes on the Stasis. I think that's fine. And especially because when you start to attack the probes, you don't know how long it's going to be until the Stalkers show up, and maybe then you get pushed away before you get the kill. The Stasis is much more likely to at least do some amount of damage, and in this case, it gets, like we say, a couple of those probes poured up. Second Oracle does pop out before, well, I mean, this probe isn't exactly killing the pylon quickly, but there's also Stalkers across the map from Nice, so he is putting on some pressure, looking for an initial pylon kill. He's about to be met 4 versus 4, though, and that should mean time to disengage and just back on out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since he took a fair bit of hull damage on one of those Stalkers. Oh, he's going to recall. Interesting. Okay, so he's anticipating the second Oracle, which is to say he knows that it's coming because he had that probe on the Stargate. So a little bit of nice heads-up play. But he does need to get in position here. Wasn't exactly prepared, despite being prepared. And 2 probes go down. That's damage that probably shouldn't have really happened.
Yeah, I guess just his Stalker's a bit awkwardly spotted off the recall and then just didn't put the effort into repositioning them better. I mean, it's basically what it says. We do have the Adepts, by the way, getting in. They're going to get 3 workers before the Oracles get rid of them, and had to go on quite the journey to target a 4th, but he will get it. So 4 probes going down, and again, it is Nice that's already edging up a bit of a worker lead at the start of this game.
Yeah, that's actually so great to get those probes in there. Does get him a full scout as well. Did he see the positioning of the Twilight Council? If he did, oh, he didn't get the scout. Okay, so he doesn't know the timing of that Twilight Council. Specifically, since it was still in production, it would have been really nice to know, like, oh, okay, I have a blink timing that, 30, 40, 50 seconds, however long, however much of a lead you get yourself. That's how long I have to play with Blink where I know you won't have it. So it's a little bit unfortunate that he didn't get that information, but he should still know that he's got at least a little bit of something. Oracles do kind of skirt their way into the main base. We'll be able to get another couple of probes. Cyan with some generally nice Oracle movement here.
Yep, just making the most of them, right? He wants to try and, get a couple of workers here and there to make up for the fact his Blink is lazy. He wants to create some sort of offset in this game. And the Oracle's the one thing he has to really do that with, so exactly what he will continue with. And when do you see the Stalkers able to get rid of that hallucination? Still seeing Blink just coming up on either side. It's about to finish up here from Nice. So getting that completed. Another gateway going to come down in the main base as well. And yeah, I mean, Dark Shrine just coming through. The kind of thing that could just be very annoying. Last time we saw Nice playing with that DT Shrine throughout the game. This time it's going to be Cyan. This hallucination coming through the natural toward the main base. It's kind of a bit of a check to see what's going on.
Yeah, doesn't catch the Dark Shrine, I don't think. Yeah, it was on the left side of the main, so a little bit kind of not lazy per se, but kind of just like not doing the diligence. Did these Adepts find the pylon? No, they did not. So this will be a pylon and a gateway on the top side. Now, the gateway's not going to be done in time for the Dark Shrine because the Dark Shrine's already done, but we could see a forward warp in that could be a little bit of a nuisance, and just being able to warp in from there in general it's always nice.
Yep, being able to have a forward warping spot definitely goes a long way to helping out, as we do have the faster next from Cyan, and he's going to catch these Adepts immediately too, so Also nice that they didn't, considering they were going to get killed, they didn't get caught in the stasis from Cyan's point of view, because now that stasis is A, still active, and B, you didn't have to wait around for the stasis to expire on the Adepts before killing them. And just in general, man, Cyan is up 53 to 41 workers. The worker count is pretty seriously in his favor. And Nice has a tiny bit of army supply advantage, but not a lot. He does have a +1 lead. He's building an Immortal, which is nice too. Force fields try and help take this fight, as we will get a good shot across those force fields from Cyan.
Yeah, nice revelation there. Grabs the observer. That's actually a big deal because there is only going to be one observer on the field right now. We got Cyan utilizing this blink micro as best as possible, able to pick off the Guardian Shield Sentry. Meanwhile, the DT did slip into the main base, is being quite a nuisance here. We've got these patrolling stalkers having a time.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was not. Oh what? Oh man, and because they're on patrol, they're not like running away. So he just loses 2 of them. That's actually kind of big.
Yeah, very difficult to actually kill stalkers with the DTs, but that was actually kind of nice. Getting a couple kills. Finally, we're gonna get this dealt with, and yeah, I mean, took hold a while, and Cyan just extends its lead.
Yeah, so I think initially, Nice does this sometimes where he will just cut workers and just go for an attack, and he'll have like kind of a fake third nexus. That's what he is doing in this game, but I really don't feel like it's got much possibility to get anything done in this game. A lot of times Nice's timings just feel sharper than others, and he will have +1 weapons, he will have an Immortal, but Cyan has already enjoyed the economic lead that he has. He's already getting the payoffs from that. He's got more gateways. He's going to have charge very shortly, and his +1 will be completing very soon as well. I don't know that this can get much done, but it's like, it is so all in right now. Oh, stasis.
Yeah,
oh, that's huge. That's a backbreaker right there.
Yep, absolutely. Like I say, he's all in right now. He's got to go. He had a few moments on a +1 upgrade timing. That's going to expire during this time, so we have another DT approaching as well, just to absolutely confirm that Nice is going to take more damage and be even more committed here, if it was even possible, because he really is just fully set up already. A Revelation going down, just keep an eye on this army, and, well, Nice, again, must break through ASAP, and is not exactly doing anything quick about it, really, right? Cyan is buying time, drawing back, there's more stasis wards here, the super battery will buy some time as well. And Nice isn't even getting to fight with everything, the big issue being those stasis wards a little bit. It's difficult to move forward and fight with everything he can. And Cyan does have double Immortal of his own, so that's going to absolutely chunk through this army. Now it comes into play, and Nice just doesn't have anything. And Cyan's going to even this series up 1-1. We expected it to be close, we expected it to be even, and that's exactly the route we're going here in game number 2, and hence now into game number 3.
Yeah, game 2, even though, mistakes were still made and things were still it was kind of, an imperfect game, as we always expect StarCraft to be. There are very few, we use the term perfect game, but it's not a true statement. Even if you don't lose any units, you'll never play a perfect game. But that one was a lot more by the book, so to speak. That one, both players had an actual good understanding of what the game state was. Players attacked when they were supposed to attack. They defended when they were supposed to defend. We had a little bit of mustard on it with, that hidden DT shrine, all that jazz. But it was more by the book, and it was more understandable. So I think it's notable that was a game where Cyan looked a lot more comfortable. So maybe it's up to Nice to maybe throw another couple curveballs and try and mix things up in game number 3.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I could kind of be down for that. Just see what we do as we ready ourselves up into what is going to be altitude for this third map. I mean, it's a big one, altitude, when it comes to just the size of the map, distance to get across it. So things to note, things that aren't necessarily always applicable to PvP, because pros players have those warp pins and all the rest. So we'll see what's going to happen. Altitude, as I say, is going to be our battlefield, and we'll get this one started up in just a handful of moments, just waiting for our players to join our lobby. We'll be able to kick this off and get this underway. Steadfast. Our first match of the day,
yes,
going to game 3. We, yesterday, Cats, we had, basically an entire day. Yesterday was, the first match was, 2-1, and then it was, 9 best-of-3s in a row, a 2-0, and then it was, finally another 2-1 at the end of the day. So, I'm excited this one's going to a 2-1 already. I'm like, please, don't give us 2 0s after this forevermore. Just a couple more 2-1s would be cool,
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, like, it's so interesting too, because there's sometimes you see it less in like best of threes, but sometimes best of fives where you'll have like a weirdly close like 3-0 and then like a really one-sided 3-1, and it doesn't make sense. But like one game, a player just catches an opponent off guard with the build order and then gets slaughtered in the other 3 games. But hopefully, even if we do have those 2-0s, we'll have like lots of really close ones. This has already been, like I said, such an interesting series. It's been difficult to track already, and I'm really interested to see what happens in game number 3 on a map that we don't always see get played that often. Altitude is a little bit more out there as far as this map pool is concerned.
Absolutely. No, Altitude is not the most common of go-tos, right? It's one of these maps which is very... It gets viewed a lot. We sometimes see it a lot in the mirror matchups because players are like, well, you know, it's big for both of us and everything, so it's kind of a little bit more cool. But even then, it's definitely not the most popular go-to. And we can get ourselves into this game 3. I keep forgetting that in Asia, we have to tell them we're ready every game. Otherwise, the referee never starts the game, so I'm just... You know, it takes me a while to remember this, because I remember at like the start every day, and then for the next like few hours in Europe and Americas, they just go without us saying. And then I'm like, we get back to Asia the next day, I'm like, man, why is the game not starting? I'm like, oh, it's my fault, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I do that all the time. The best is when you're like when I'm casting something like solo, like an open cup or something, and one of the players will just ask me if I'm ready. And I like have no idea what to do about it, because I'll just be tabbed out because I'm expecting them to start, and then it'll be like, man, it's been like a long minute and a half since they got in this lobby. Then I tab back in and they're like, hey, you ready? And I'm like, no, that's so wholesome.
That's great, but like also like, oh, why didn't you just go? I was not waiting for this. Yeah, no, it's definitely a funny one. It's because I know exactly what you mean, because I have the exact same thing where like they ask me if I'm ready, and I'm just like talking to my chat, and I'm like not looking the right way or anything.
Yeah.
And then I look back and like, oh my, I'm like even probably complaining, like, man, they're not starting this game, and I'm like, oh, it's me, I see.
I'm the problem.
Yeah, I am the issue in this scenario. As in bottom left, we do have our blue Protoss, and the Starlight Twinkle. It is nice.
And in the top right for the Starving Camels, it's Cyan. This is interesting. I was not expecting this, by the way. We've got a low ground gateway versus a high ground gateway. All right. This is gonna be this could be. So this is funny. This could be super funky, or this could be like a nothing thing.
Yeah, that is very possible. Just go 2 gateways and then put a little bit of pressure on, but just expand yourself and just go from there. So you're right. It could be a whole bunch of something fun, or it could be a whole lot of like, well, whatever. It doesn't really matter that much, you know. So yeah, gonna be an interesting one as we do get our cyber core down. Obviously, that is expected. Get that cyber core down, get this going, and see what we can do as our Nexus comes down from Nice on the other side of the map as well. So he will expand, and it's Cyan's decision as to what he wants to do, and he does proxy bottom right corner. So he's gonna do something aggressive here, Steadfast. He wants to punish the expansion. He doesn't want Nice to get away with it. Very similar, very akin to that game number 1, where he was very quick to try and punish that fast expand of Nice as well.
Yeah, this feels like it might be prox. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, not? Yeah, cool.
It's a Stargate in the main and a fake proxy pylon, but wow, this is some like heavy mind game stuff right here. Now, Nice, it is worth noting that for his opener, he did go Gate Nexus, so getting away with this at all is already such a good economic position. But Cyan is gonna have some tools that could let him punish. This is just a weird game already. Now, the Zealot was chrono boosted out from Nice in an effort to find a potential proxy in an aggressive play, and we see that Nice is really on the hunt right here. He's Sherlock Holmesing this one to try and crack the case of the missing pylon.
He has looked all around the map apart from pretty much this right side and bottom right corner, and even then it's only like the very far edges of the map, which of course is where the missing pylon is. And so yeah, Nice obviously was very late to find the proxy last time. Can't see into the base here either, so doesn't know that the Stargate is just there. It's just over the gateway. I'll do a little jumps out, look over the gateway, you'll see it. As the pylon finishes here, Cyan finishes the pylon to ensure that he will remain walled in against the Zealots, so that's an investment made to hide the Stargate as long as possible.
And in a game of information, I mean, I generally like the move. The double adept. Oh, I don't think there's a probe in the wall. Oh, no, there is a probe in the wall. Okay. He passes the very simple skill check of build a shield battery when you see the adept shade from 15 miles away. And, oh, there he is, Sherlock Holmes probe.
And he's like, wait, there's nothing on it.
Indubitably.
There's nothing on this pylon, though. And he's like, man, I scouted this entire massive map for this? Well, he starts to nibble at it, and we do have 2 oracles coming across the map. Well, obviously, we've already had the batteries and mineral lines. They don't matter too much against double oracle. I don't think Nice is really realizing here that, hey, I am actually, potentially in trouble against oracles. So double oracle, I mean, he's building a battery forward. That means he thinks it's like some kind of blink or something, protect a jump up into the main base. But that's not the case at all. It is going to be double oracle, and it flies in. And yeah, the units from the low ground have to move up. That's going to be 7 workers killed, and Cyan gets off to a fantastic opening here. Yes, he's very delayed on the Nexus, but he isn't done yet either. As he looks to extend his worker lead for just a little bit longer, he will turn around now. Actually, good control from Nice, pulling those probes in, away in a good enough direction to stay safe, and we will recall out of here. I think we would have been safe anyway, though, just to sit for a while if we wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. The recall at the very... So he showed that recall. He could have gotten to the bottom left corner and hidden it. I'm really curious as to why he did that, but we do see the masterclass in deception finally paying off there for Cyan. So he's able to, really blank his opponent, really throw him off his groove, and he is able to get that equalizing damage. Now, if Nice hadn't pulled the probe so quickly, that could have been a lot worse, and I honestly feel like Cyan probably could have gotten like 10 or maybe 11 probes with some really, really crisp Oracle control, but you can't be unhappy with 7 probes. That is still enough damage to equalize things. He is in fact ahead now with that blink timing, and he's going to get into the natural. He just has so much potential with this. Ooh, we'll find another couple probes with a couple of depths, but can't get anything with the oracles, and that's... Oh, hang on, hello? Nice.
Finds 2 in the corner.
Yeah, those probes were on sabbatical.
Yeah, they were just out there chilling, man. They were having a great time. They're like, oh yeah, it's nice weather over here, huh? Yeah, nice chilly atmosphere of altitude. Just gonna hang in the corner. Yeah, a little bit of a weird moment there, as Cyan is now gonna have a much faster blink as well, by the way. So yeah, just everything really lined up nicely from Cyan. I mean, we had the robo up from Nice. That was part of his initial tech, but all he's really done off of that is right now building an observer. So I wouldn't say you're really getting much from that. So love this for Cyan. 3rd base coming up, and he's absolutely right to do so because he fully has map control in this situation. As that hallucination will just get by. He'll blink on it to get rid of it. I was wondering if he was going to want to do that instead of just going forward and just trying to fight already.
Yeah, it's always a question mark of like, do you want to show blink? And like your opponent has to know it's coming. Ooh, can he find this observer? That would be so big. No, it looks like he doesn't. Well, revelation on that would have been top shelf, and you can sometimes see the shimmer, but not something he's gonna find. Now he's got to be a little bit careful here because he is a 3-base Protoss, or soon to be a 3-base Protoss, messing around with a Protoss on 2 bases. That's a very nice force field. Battery overcharge, gonna try and save this Stalker. He could have clicked that down, but it looks like the warping of Stalkers on the top left is gonna be enough to kind of bluff him away, and saving Private Stalker will be successful here.
Yep, good little save as we have a Cybercore still taking some hits though, and obviously if nothing else, we're just draining battery energy round 2. Well, need to be careful. No super battery this time. No healing. It's gone.
Save him. No. Jimmy, no. Really great usage of these force fields, by the way. Able to capture another couple of Stalkers. That's actually, like, Cyan is playing with fire, but so far he is doing very well here. Now blink is done for Nice. And Cyan, okay, now he knows there's an observer for sure. Oh, really great force field there, actually, to kind of break this up. But I really feel like Cyan is super overstaying his welcome.
Yep. I don't really disagree as Stalker's coming through and Oracle gets picked off. Just going to see Nice continue to chase down to the upper right-hand side. Stalkers continue to trade, and, well, we do have Cyan just in general getting a few more Stalkers ready. And obviously Nice finally able to drop the 3rd base, but so far behind on that. Cyan hasn't been super fully saturated compared to what he could have been, so maybe missing a bit of potential economy lead in this game, but Yeah, I mean, he's still getting a lot more Stalkers, catching up on the +1, and an Immortal even to help really just round out this army.
Yeah, exactly. It's it feels like Nice has to do something, but I don't know what he can do. He has gone for this Dark Shrine once again, and where are these 3 DTs? Okay, they're coming in from different angles here. He's going to try and hit the third base and the natural at the same time. What does the observer count look like? There is 1. It is with the army, and that means he will let these DTs into the main and the natural. This is going to be huge damage potentially.
Yeah, let's see what the response can be here from Nice. Let's see how quickly he can deal with all of this. Because obviously he's got a cannon coming up at the main, but already 15 probes down, so hurting a lot, honestly, as we go for our DT cleanup over here. We already killed off 1 DT. Actually going to recall a DT out alive, and 18 probes, and so far... Okay, I mean, 18 probes, but 2 DTs going down. You save the third. I'd say that's an extremely good run from Nice. That's going to put him ahead on the work account, and now it's Cyan who has the army supply lead. Man, this is so akin to Game 1, where maybe Cyan's not in don't probe up territory, just go, but, like, he absolutely should try and go. Again, the DTs have been dealt with. You've, had units invested into that. He has got a bit of an army lead, but he's just not going to make the move, so he's going to sit back at home, and I can say because of that, just very reminiscent to that first game we saw.
Yeah, and unlike Game 1, where it was kind of a forgivable move to not go and try and get something done, Game 3, he knows that he had a better economy for a long time. So it should have been long enough to pay off. And the concept of not... but at the same time, that means like, oh, like, maybe I just don't have to attack. This is a very important match for these two players. Like, if they can get out and advance right here, right now, they are really going to want to do so. So I don't blame them playing extremely carefully. But at the same time, you do have to recognize when you have opportunities. And it looks like Cyan is going to try and move across the map. He does have a 15 army supply lead. Unfortunately, +2 weapons has now completed for Nice. And that means that will make things a little bit more complicated. But if he can just cancel this Nexus, I think it's worth it.
It's kind of ridiculous just how far ahead Cyan was with the third base time and just how undone everything's been in regards to that now. You do try and push in, obviously, like you say, get rid of this Nexus, and at least you're keeping yourself in a bit of a better spot economically again. But he's not getting it just yet. He's being forced to fight the army. Nice is skirmishing with this, and there's the 2 Immortals, and there's a few charge lots as well, and they will go a long way, especially soaking up some Immortal damage. Now the Immortal of Nice goes down, and Cyan's army might start to look a whole lot better here. Continuing to fight, those 2 Immortals getting some shots off, maybe beginning to be exposed a little. I kind of like the extra Zealots, just again, tanky units in the front. We do get the base during all of this too, and this extended fight is going to continue going Cyan's way. The longer it goes, the better it is for him. I feel like those 2 Immortals, every shot they get, finding more and more value in this fight.
Yeah, that was a really nice fight for Cyan. Initially, the Nexus was kind of blocking him a little bit, but he was able to kind of push Nice back, and Nice kind of got caught with a shorter concave with the pylon and shield battery that weren't really able to help him out at all. That shield battery just in production, and Cyan gets an amazing fight despite having the upgrade disadvantage. Those 2 Immortals for him were absolutely the MVPs of that fight. This is one of those situations where I wish I could have like an individual unit damage counter, because I swear those Immortals must have done like combined maybe 1,200 damage in that fight. Like, they must have done a lot of damage. And now Cyan is in complete and total control of this game. What can Nice do to come back here? I just don't know.
Yeah, he's just trailing that bit of army supply. Obviously, the 4th base not up versus the 4th base. I mean, he was kind of in a very similar position not long ago, and DTs obviously did a lot. But the preparation now for Cyan against something like that is much more improved, much better than it used to be. Cyan makes his way into the center, and again, ready to perhaps go down to the bottom left-hand side. Has a little, I mean, honestly, the army supply lead is there, but it's not huge. What is important is the 3 Immortals. They are going to be able to chunk, and I do like the fact that we're getting Zealots in the front line again. I think we're going to see the fight go so very similar to what we saw happen in the bottom right not long ago, and that's obviously not good for Nice, as he needs to find a way to defend, maybe stop this army ever getting up a ramp. He's tracking it pretty well so far. So we are going to get up here, and it looks as though we're just going to maybe even go for this base again. Would not be a bad choice. So yeah, just positioning, figuring out where this fight's going to happen. At some point soon, it might break out. We actually see the longer this goes, Cyan is just getting more and more army supply ahead. So he's also not far from +3, and maybe that is going to be the trigger point for him to be like, oh yeah, this is where I go. This is where I, commit.
Yeah, he keeps trying to outposition Nice, but Nice is doing an excellent job of ghosting the army movement. He does have this observer on the bottom right side that is helping him out a lot. It's out of range of a normal observer unless you like step right into it. And I think, oh man, how is it not being revealed yet for Cyan? This is actually the MVP observer right now for Nice. Cyan, okay, he finally does clean that observer up, and he knows the jig is kind of up. And so he will miss out on this +3 timing thanks to that very nicely placed observer, but it's still an army that's just higher quality. And now Cyan might outposition him anyways. Nope, not quite. The jockeying, this is like really intense jockeying right now, where that's the weirdest statement to make, but this is for the series and a potential spot in the playoffs. So I don't blame either player for playing so bloody careful.
No, absolutely. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and I actually see Cyan splitting his army a bit, which is going to force a bit of a different response from Nice. And right now, immediately, Cyan does have more numbers on this bottom right-hand side. Isn't going to commit too heavily, though, playing extremely cautiously. Shadow Stride about halfway done, so he's getting his own DTs to get very improved here and potential to just harass all over the place. So that's definitely one thing we're going to keep an eye out for. As, man, I mean, Production tab tells you a lot. There's a bit of everything on the way from Cyan upgrades and, you know, further tech, getting the Robo Bay ready. You know, another Nexus as well. Yeah, stack defense just in case. These are all the things that Cyan can do, and that's all the ways in which Nice is going to be trailing. So Cyan just doing everything he can to buffer the lead at this point.
Yeah, this is a game where both players understand their position very well. We've got Cyan on a 5th base now. He has held map control, a higher quality army for a very long time. But Nice recognizes he just needs to focus on one army. We do see a big attack on the left side, breaking on out. Cyan is going to get jumped here a little bit by Nice. Good force fields will keep a lot of these stalkers out of the fight, so Cyan is going to take trades in a situation where Nice was trying to crush the army and win the game straight up. Cyan is able to break it up and take an even trade and use that economic advantage. Very well done from Cyan. Nice is still trying to poke away at his opponent's army. He's on 41 stalkers right now. He did pick up a couple of immortals, but the big deal is that Cyan didn't let Nice get the extremely strong army crush that Nice needed to get. And now Cyan, he will fully realize that lead he's had for the last little bit, and as long as he doesn't get completely caught out basically right now, he should be able to close this game out. We actually even see those DTs coming in with the blink. Nice snipe on the observer by Cyan to break that fight out and give these DTs a big opportunity to really find some value. There are 2 observers on the field, but I don't know. This is looking like Cyan might just run away with this game in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, splitting his army up as well, using the DTs to move units around. He forces a recall bottom right. Now he realizes the chance to move up this ramp. He's been trying to get up here for a long time, and now he will. He blinks straight on top of the opposing Stalkers, knowing and realizing just the lead that he has there. More units wrapping around, and this is what Cyan wanted, to be able to start taking a position where he's being able to take this fight and to really get into a better spot instead of having to fight up the choke point the entire time. He's winning heavily in the upper left, and he's going to do decently on the bottom right. There is a battery play, which is obviously helping Nice to stabilize for a little while at least, but it looks good for Cyan. A few more cells showing up. This Immortal's still alive, by the way. 15 kills. Hasn't gone down yet, even though it's low HP. Not finding any target fire on that is a bit of a shame, because that really would just be nice to get rid of, but I'm not sure it would really be the game changer or anything at this point from Nice, as, yeah, Cyan just more zealots coming up this ramp, and eventually this bottom base is going to get taken down. The top base is likely just going to get denied by the DTs that shows up, and maybe even have Disruptors coming in, just in case everything else here wasn't good enough for Cyan. Disruptors to round it out.
Oh, well, that shot is... It's not that consequential in the overall impact of the game, but that is still a really nice Disruptor shot. Gets 5 kills right there, and another one to close it on out. Cyan plays on a brilliant game 3 and takes the series. That was very well done from Cyan, because Nice really made an ugly game for him, gave himself the best opportunity to win. That was really well done by Cyan. Yeah,
absolutely awesome stuff, and that is going to be our first match of the day wrapped up. Cyan, cool PvP, Nice not enough, and Nice, who's been winning the Taiwanese region, you know, season after season, is now going to have to play in that 5th round of Swiss to try and make playoffs here in Asia. Cyan showing the power of China, and going to be another Chinese player. That's 3 for 3 so far from China into the Asian playoffs. So Oliveira, Coffee, and now Cyan as well. So congrats to Cyan. He moves on through. Coming up, we have plenty of games still to come today, as we are just getting started. Today is the first day of the tournament with 12 best of 3s in total. So up next, we've got Haas versus Firefly, then Rex versus SCV to round out Asia. Then we're going to go diving 6 best of 3s deep into Europe, and then some North America and Latin America combined for the Americas to round out the day as well. And there's just great games across the board in all of these, so we'll be enjoying all of that. We'll go to a quick break right now. When we come back, it is going to be that Haas Firefly series, our second match of the day, coming at you.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for our next matchup here. It is going to be some more PvP. It is Haas taking on Firefly, another Protoss player to join the Asian playoffs, as the winner of this will be straight through to that. And another series, Steadfast, where it's again down the middle in terms of their histories and how, you know, they're very close. And maybe we expect a very close series, even if we haven't seen them play each other recently.
Yeah, this is kind of a funky situation. We were talking about this a little bit in the break. We've got, they haven't played each other very much, but they have played, you know, a couple of times, 4 series, all of them during I guess you would say like an 18-month span.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, so they were 2-2 in series, 5-5 in maps. Since then, they have not played a single match in basically 3.5 years. So they took a little pandemic break, you know, and they're back into it now. So we're gonna see what happens here. And this is really interesting because I feel like Firefly is one of the most exciting up and coming players from this region versus Haas, who is probably the longest standing player of dominance from the Taiwanese region and from the, I guess, non-Korean Asian region, as you would call it. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's the easiest way to call it. Really interesting to see how this will happen because, of course, Haas is everyone knows he is one of the cheesiest players to ever touch the game, one of the most difficult to prepare for, whereas Firefly is very by the book, very proper, air quotes, player. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they match up.
Yeah, no, I'm very fun to see what kind of game we get. Haas has been more normal. The couple of games I did see of him so far this event, and I'm like, well, I guess, like the players I saw him play against, he was kind of a favorite against anyways, and wasn't so surprising to see him not have to pull out the craziest of things. I'm pretty sure I saw him play just a very quick series actually against somebody, but that must have been last week or something, because it really hasn't stuck in my mind at all. It was very convincing, right? And obviously here at 2-1, Haas coming through, and to get to this 2-1 point, he has done well for himself. 2-0 Maxed and 2-0 Oriana. I think it was Oriana I saw him play against, and he went 1-2 against Mio Micah, who is another player who's currently at 2-1, hasn't made it into the playoffs yet, so very fun. Meanwhile, Firefly has been perfect in PvP in this tournament so far. 2-0 Cyan, who we just saw taking out Nice, and Nice, who usually takes out, you know, as well, Haas when it comes to the Taiwanese regionals in years gone by. So through the, you know, logic of a knock-on effect, I would say maybe Firefly's a bit favored here, just because his PvP has looked pretty sharp, but then honestly, I mean, you can't really fault what Haas has done either. Taking out Maxed in the PvP ain't so bad either. So, yeah, across the board, I think just a very fun one. As we're very stuck on the loading screen right now, so once this gets figured out, we'll actually be in-game. But until then, let's take a quick peek at our schedule, maybe, just to pass a few moments. Because we got a lot of great games coming up, Steadfast. Hit me with a couple that you might be looking forward to today.
Oh, well, I mean, you got to look at Rex versus SCV and wonder who the hell SCV is.
Yeah, I like
because, honestly, you and I, we both cover a lot of StarCraft 2, so we've heard of pretty much every player. Even the player Nanami. I have actually had the opportunity to cast a couple of their games, and I was like, oh, man, they actually went pretty close versus Zaun. This is very impressive. SCV is a player I've literally never heard of in my life. And that is really cool to see that not only did they show up here, but he was able to take a series versus Maxed 2-1. And, you know, Rex is definitely going to be favored there, but it's neat to see. But in all seriousness, looking at things, Clem versus Gung Fu Banda is a match where Gung Fu Banda has fought, punched up his weight class a lot. Max Pax versus Lambo is going to be amazing. That is like an awesome match in general. Wayne versus Harstom. Wayne, who got the Oliveira effect with the name change, is going to be amazing. It's going to be neat to see Special versus Masa. I don't know. I'm looking at this, and this feels like one of the best days in terms of quality of matches.
Yeah, you know, we're missing maybe a couple of the big names because they've already made it through, but in terms of quality of like how close they're going to be and how fun, I think we're in for an absolute banger of a day. I think it's going to be a long one, not just the fact we've got 12 best of threes instead of 10 or 11 the previous days, but just, I think, each series. I mean, even our first series of the day has gone, you know, a full hour, compared to the usual, expected 45 minutes, which is usually something we don't actually hit. So, yeah, I think we're just in for an absolute treat. We're re-hosting here, guys. This is just a slight delay. One of our casters, our Taiwanese caster, I believe, has disconnected. So, the game did start, but then Firefly was tabbed out or AFK, so he didn't actually do anything. And then we had to obviously regame from that, because otherwise it wouldn't have been very fair. So we'll take a couple moments, we'll hop on into Dragon Skills, and we'll get ourselves into this first game of this best of 3. But yeah, Haas versus Firefly is coming up. We're just a few moments out from it as we get everyone in game and ready to go.
Indeed. Speaking of, favorite matches, though, which one for the day are you the most excited for? Because I kind of turned yours into like, you were like, all right, short answer, less than 50 words. And I was like, hang on, let me get my thesis ready.
Well, we needed the time, to be fair, because, we've had a regame. Honestly, I think Spirit Geralt might be very fun. Geralt's been playing well. I'm excited to see if Spirit really shows up. Clem Gung Fu Band, I think, is kind of fun because Gung Fu kind of counters Clem's style, and he has beaten Clem in a regional before. So that'll be fun to see because that's definitely just something that for me kind of lurks in my memory watching Gung Fu Band beat Clem a little while ago. So yeah, in that regard, I kind of feel like maybe a couple of those matches in Europe, but then I feel like America's match is also quite fun. I think especially with Massa went full throttle, like aggressive TVT the other day and won out there, and then Special's always fun to watch in TVT. So yeah, it's just fun in general.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. We are going to be getting into this game now, starting things off on Dragon Scales. And kind of interesting that this is the starting match in both PvPs that we've had. Not too surprising. I mean, a lot of the maps are very similar in terms of how they're played out stylistically. But interesting that this is the first map in both, because there are still some significant differences, and it's neat to see.
Yep, no, absolutely. As we jump in, I'm just pressing the buttons and all that good stuff. Let's do some intros. In the bottom right, our Red Protoss player from Storm Gaming. It is Haas.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for the Starving Camels with a grape in its mouth. It is Firefly.
Yeah, do camels eat grapes?
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, I feel like that camel might be a bit of an idiot if it's starving. And it's got a whole thing of grapes right there. Eat the grapes, idiot. But yeah, if they can't eat grapes, then I just look like a jerk.
Yeah, but then who gave the camel grapes in the first place? Maybe they're the jerk.
Yeah, right? Oh, man. So, quick, we need a camel expert on this. Do camels eat grapes?
That's a great question. Question I never thought I'd find myself asking on broadcast, but...
Yep.
Was it always grapes on the SSLT logo? I feel like it was something else in the past.
I think so. Also, that camel's eyes are like very lazy. Like they are like maybe 25% open.
Yeah.
Like maybe it can't even see that it has grapes in its mouth, Like
okay,
I don't know.
It used to be a cactus.
Used to be a cactus?
Yeah,
okay, well that makes sense why it wasn't eating it then.
It was kind of like a cactus drumstick. If that makes sense. Like, you imagine like what chicken drumstick looks like, but like a cactus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like that. I wonder why they made it. I wonder why they changed it, like from a cactus to grapes.
That's a really good question. Because like, yeah, it really doesn't work stylistically. Like, is the camel now choosing like from a discipline standpoint? Like, is it like I'm a starving camel and that's a source of pride? Because that's a really weird direction to take.
Yeah. Yeah, the name Starving Camel, like, the SSLT is like an acronym, I believe, of a phrase that means a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. So
yes,
that's why we call them. I call them hungry camels. You call them starving camels. All the same. Yeah, that's where this conversation comes from, because there's probably a lot of very confused people right now. But yes, that's the history of the team name, if you can call it a history. Stargate opening, by the way, from Haas, as he will be delayed on taking his Nexus. It is a much faster Nexus from Firefly, but then he will have later tech, and in fact, he drops a second gateway down Steadfast.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Electing not to go for the Stargate himself, and does want to try and put on a little bit of pressure with the Zealot Adept. In theory, you know, you can get a lot of value with this. MaxPax prefers the Adept over the Stalker as the first unit, and here we go. He does get in, will be able to grab this probe, and should be able to get a little bit of damage done. I don't know why Haas put the Zealot in the main. Was he chasing down the probe? I'm not sure, but this is going to be a lot of damage from the Adept, I think.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to get a few probes. He definitely missed a shot there, and he missed targeted too, so... Only 2 workers, could have been a whole lot worse. Obviously, we're already talking about that slightly later expand from Haas, not in a major way, but just a little tiny bit, so something that's adding up. And on top of that, the 2 probes just puts Firefly a bit of an edge here early. Cancels the Nexus, drops 3 gateways. Haas time, baby.
It's a fake Stargate. It's a fake Stargate. It is a 4-gate. What? Okay, Haas. You know, he comes in with some weirdness, and I'm like, Haas, what are you doing? And then he makes me fall in love with him all over again. It's just beautiful. He gets the Phoenix here, and that's going to be such a misdirect. He's building a 5th gateway. Because he's on so much money from that Nexus cancel and his gateways are so delayed, he's actually going to be able to sustain this for probably 2 warp-in rounds of warping in 5 units at a time. This is so interesting. And Firefly, he's just assuming that his opponent is playing normal, so he's getting Blink. That is not going to help him out very much, but being on 2 gateways will help him out a lot.
Yeah, specifically, I feel like we really need to just keep on warping in here from Firefly. Make sure we get as many units as possible. An extra battery would go a long way. The Robo and eventually an Immortal will help, but that's obviously a long way down the line compared to how soon Haas is readying up an attack. And yeah, Hallucinated Oracle is going across the map. That information is going to be coming way too late, as the units of Haas are pretty much ready to at least start this attempted bust.
Yes. Now, the funny thing about this is because this takes so long to actually come online, Blink will be eventually done, but will it be even remotely relevant here? That is the big question. No force field available because he did go for that hallucination. Nice target fire onto the shield battery right away, and we are going to see the 2 gateways getting depowered. This is huge. Now, the probe count is going to be very beneficial in terms of, like, he can actually pull probes and be effective in combat, but this is really scary right now. Now, the Concave and High Ground are helping out a lot for Firefly, and he is going to be able to repower this. He's got an Immortal already on the way. Yeah, I mean, even with this attack being as weird as it is, yeah, Haas feels like he can't do anything, and he's going to get pushed back. It was such a brilliant idea, but, like, Firefly is just like, okay. And he just he just stands there as Haas like punches him in the chest, and he just shrugs it off. He like pushes him over. Like,
this build was too creative to actually be good, unfortunately. Like,
yeah,
and sometimes Haas builds are kind of like that, and this was absolutely one of those situations, one of those cases. So that is going to be a game 1 going the way of Firefly, picking up the first map of the day, and we've got ourselves a map number 2. Obviously coming up in just a few moments' time as well. Let's get this second map up and running. And it's going to be Ancient Cistern as we get ourselves into this next one.
Man, I wanted to believe so hard that that was a genius level maneuver. But the more I think about it, the more impossible it is that it can work. Because the whole point of what makes it a good idea is that it's a guaranteed 1-gate expand. Why do you 1-gate expand? Because there's a ramp at the natural. Why do you 1-gate expand? Because there's a ramp at the natural. Because it makes it easy to defend your expansion. Why does Haas do this? Because your opponent has to go for the 1-gate expand because there's a ramp at the natural. So it's like Haas like did like a bunch of like really weird jujitsu to like maneuver himself under his opponent, and then Firefly was just like, okay, and then he just held him there.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, I guess I win. Oh man, sometimes madness and genius are 2 sides of the same coin, and in this case it was literally the same side of the same coin. It wasn't even you didn't even have to turn the coin over to find the madness.
I was watching the fight back, and I'm like, he just didn't have any. Maybe if like Firefly's being a bit more greedy on unit production, maybe you could argue that it's going to work, but yeah, I feel like this was honestly not that bad of a setup for it to work, and it just absolutely flopped anyways, which obviously has to make you wonder, was it really worthwhile? Was it really a good idea? No, probably not. So with that said, we are heading into Ancient Cistern. We are just waiting for Firefly, I think, is relogging quickly, and once he's relogged, we can get back on track with this this series.
So I think now that I think about it a little bit more and rewatch the fight, I think Haas was hoping that Firefly would open up one gate tech as well as the one gate expand, so he wouldn't have two gateways warping in. But he did do that. Now I have to like rewatch the replay and see like when the gateways came down and what Haas saw, because yeah, if it's like one gate Stargate, then there's like nothing on the field. The Phoenix can actually help you against a potential Void Ray or an Oracle or whatever. Yeah, there's definitely something to that, because Haas is like, he is a thinker in terms of StarCraft 2. He's got that Bly effect, you know? Yeah, there's that build would have worked in certain situations. There has to be a situation where it works really well, and I think we just didn't see the conditions for it.
Yeah, no, I think obviously the second gate so quickly from Firefly is a pretty big stopper to the build, right? Just again, anything that gives him more units quickly, and that was unfortunately part of what happened from Firefly's point of view. As we go into game number 2, it is up 1. The man that just sort of held his opponent off after he almost killed himself, from what we saw. It is our Blue Protoss player, Firefly.
And his opponent, with a build so complicated, no one could understand it. For Storm Gaming, it is Haas. His genius, it frightens even him sometimes. And in this case, it did not frighten Firefly.
No. It did not frighten Firefly at all.
Fighting Firefly.
Yeah, Fry. He wasn't very Firefly at all. He was just Firefly.
Yeah, he's very frightened. He was not frightened. He was frightened. Yeah.
Yeah. Something along those lines, as Probe comes scouting very early from Firefly compared to Haas. So he will get that info. And this is, of course, high ground gateways, expected to be 2 gates versus 2 gateways. And we do see 2 gates on both sides. So we're getting to see our expectations pan out here for the moment without too many surprises.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Ancient Cistern. Personally, for me, one of my favorite maps in the pool. I love green, you know, and this map has green. It is the most green map maybe ever made. You know, I was a big fan of, was it Belshire Vestige or Belshire Beach? That was like super.
Belshire Vestige was this kind of color.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've always loved the greenery. I've never been a big fan of like the Grimdank that we had, glittering ashes. Got to be careful that I don't accidentally call it the name that
Reno name.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
my favorite thing was Roddy and Reno on a pylon show for that map, and they were just like in absolute like laughter about it, and they're like, "How did nobody see this? It's the most obvious thing ever." And I'm like, this was not obvious to me, and no one in the entire TLMC mentioned this at all. I think it might just be you, Roddy. But Roddy was loving it, so didn't want to break us out at the time.
Oh, it's fun. Raynor's got such a great personality. He's such a fun lad. By the way, speaking of this game, because I guess we're casters, we're supposed to cast the game. We got a fake hidden pylon from Haas. Firefly was looking around for it. He hasn't found it yet. Haas, he is using his reputation to his advantage here and saying, hey, like, you have to assume I'm doing something weird because I'm Haas. So if I just lead you in the direction that I might be doing something weird, then you're going to assume I'm doing something weird. It is going to be a pretty similar opening from both players. It's a 2-stalker opening into Twilight from both. Haas does cut his third and 4th stalkers initially to take the quicker Nexus, but he'll have them on the field pretty shortly. So overall, I do prefer this build order just a decent bit more for Haas. He's going to get a small worker lead, but Firefly, he's a player who I'm really confident in his mechanics, so I don't think a small lead is going to be something he's too worried about.
Yeah, no, this is one of those scenarios where I don't think Firefly will do too much. He turned away. In general, it's even enough that I think it's going to be pretty minimal differences, and obviously with it being a mirror matchup, you know, a probe here and a probe there doesn't usually change things too heavily. It's, you know, when you lose like 6 or 7 workers where you really start distinguishing two players being in two very different places. One more Stalker warps in here from Firefly. Just going to see another pylon still coming up. A couple other Stalkers coming around. And, yeah, extra gateway just finished as well. So that's going to be 3 gates versus the 2. So maybe Haas can get a bit aggressive with the numbers. And maybe that will be where he can find an advantage coming across the map to try and make use of exactly that as we speak.
Ooh, and there is that slow warp in pylon. Firefly does spot it. He doesn't see the warp in of Stalkers. Okay, now he does. Sees one of the Stalkers warping on in. Blink is going to complete at pretty much the exact same moment, but it will be one of these Stalkers getting caught. Good positioning from Haas. He kind of outmaneuvered those Stalkers, and now Firefly is super out of position. Haas is going to have a really big advantage in terms of just army movement and positioning, and Firefly, he's in a little bit of trouble right here. His army is kind of disjointed and not where he wants it to be. Good blink micro, though, from both sides. Now the probes are going to get pulled. Haas might be stuck here a little bit. No, he's going to be able to blink out, and he does have the Stalker advantage, already getting quite a few workers of his opponent. That is very successful attack so far from Haas.
Yeah, again, the workers pulled, a lot of lost mine time, and then killed. It's obviously a worker lead now. And that was just Firefly out of position. Haas had a couple more units in general, right? We talked about this. And then just on top of that, Firefly's out of position, and that's just a knock-on effect of, oh god, now I really am in a bad place. And now Firefly's going to have to try and find his way back into this, but Haas being very safe. I love that robo, because that just says to me, hey, I just took a really good position. Let's not lose to anything. Let's not lose to DTs or anything along those lines. He just sets that up. And yeah, I think obviously Firefly has work to do to play catch-up here. Is building some more probes, is trying to rebuild, but yeah, Haas should hold an advantage for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and Firefly also built 2 shield batteries on the top of his ramp, which is that's a lot of investment from a good position. From a position where you've already taken a bunch of damage, that is kind of disastrous. And speaking to the point of building that quick robotics facility, Firefly, he knows he's behind. He goes for that Dark Shrine. And I think, to be honest, I think he's going to go for a pretty... Actually, no, he's supply blocked. Never mind, he is trying to build probes, but he is actually just brutally blocked at 54. Oh, this is so bad. And now Firefly will be compelled to put some pressure on. He needs to get something done on the other side of the map. Haas, oh, there he is. There's the Haas we know and love. He's going to drop a proxy Dark Shrine in a very kind of random position. Usually we see these proxies like in the corner, but this is a position that could either easily be scouted and it looks really dumb, which is actually exactly what we're going to see. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's just unlucky. If the prism goes more around the edges of the map, then brilliant, it gets hidden. But yeah, I mean, that's just a gamble, I guess. It is found, and Firefly was thinking about moving out to do something about it, but I just don't think he can justify really going. He adds 2 more gateways, by the way. His pro production has completely halted at this stage, so as he gets a couple of DTs on the way, he actually just lost his prism to those Stalkers as well. I mean, we're going to have a couple of Adepts from Haas already counter-attacking and looking to take full advantage here. Haas cancelled his own Dark Shrine, so it's just going to be the pylon for picks, but like I say, I mean, all these Stalkers moving out, it just means these Adepts get free play on the natural.
Yeah, this was a double bait, I think, from Haas, because that pylon on the left did not get scouted, and that's what he warped the Adepts in from. Oh my god, Haas, he actually used the Dark Shrine as bait. He actually used the Dark Shrine as bait. That's so sick. Yeah, now, like, I guess it was an audible call, but like still, like that's a really nice little move. Now on the other side of the map, we do see the DTs getting on in, but it's only 2 probes, and I think that was 2 DTs for 2 probes, and he lost that War Prism earlier. Haas is completely run away with this game in terms of economy right now. Firefly needs to kill him in the next, like, now.
Yeah, ASAP basically. This push has to go and never stop. 2 more cannons from Haas, just some mineral lines to help against DTs. He just needs to survive this attack, which should be doable. There's a battery quite far back in this natural, but it exists, and that's the most important thing to note. I mean, Haas has a few things that won't finish yet, +1 in charge, for example, but if they do finish, then even better position for him. 2 Immortals versus the 1 is a big deal. We blink on top of the Immortal of Haas, so that goes down pretty quickly. I will say, I think Firefly had the better start to this fight in terms of how it was executed, and if the numbers were any closer, I would be a lot more worried about Haas. But now, yeah, it is, again, just a numbers game, and the numbers are absolutely there for Haas, and Firefly just cannot break through. Super Battery in the back is obviously now going to come into play as well, keeping these Stalkers alive even longer, and that's pretty much all it takes for Haas to pretty much solidify Game 2 and look to take us to a Game 3.
Yeah, and speaking of those cannons from earlier, that ends up being a great insurance policy because Haas actually lost his observer, and 2 DTs just warped in. If those cannons aren't in the bases, we could have actually seen massive damage from these DTs. Instead, well, I mean, we'll see a little bit of damage on this third base, but that is not going to be enough to equalize unless Haas, well, there we go, there's the observer. So it is not enough to equalize, but if there's no cannon in the main and natural, and the, Firefly is applying pressure at the front, all of a sudden we could see 20 workers go down and the game completely evens. Instead, it is going to be a blink forward. War Prism is sniped. Firefly was able to snipe his opponent's observer, but once again, it's a numbers game. Like, the supplies, the soup does not fly, as they say.
Zolt's charge in as well. That's one of the other upgrades that Haas had coming along that charge, and that is going to help him just get a little bit of tankiness towards these Stalkers, and again, he's been ahead this entire time. GG from Firefly, and Haas will tie us up and take us to a Game 3 of our second series today.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice job. Nice job from Haas. And I really... Those cannons were actually, like, such a great decision. And, yeah, without those, I really feel like the game could have actually spiraled right out of control for Haas. And good job from Firefly to recognize, like, his condition back into the game is those DTs and is, finding an opportunity with them. Just good job. But Haas, I mean, we think of him as a cheesy player, but what he really is a creative and, like, devilish player, I guess would be a good way of putting it. He's cheeky and he's tough to get a handle on, and he understands the game at a really high level. And he used that to perfection in game number 2.
Yep. No, absolutely. It was just very well done, very well handled, put himself into some good positions, gave himself some good opportunities, and obviously Firefly just being out of position for those first Stalkers coming in really was just an absolute killer, right? So, with all that said, we look to Royal Blood to decide this series. We saw Royal Blood in the previous PvP as well, right? So, I think it was map 2 on that previous one. Obviously, we had altitude as game 3, so we are seeing some map differences across the course of a mirrored matchup here from one mirror to the next. But yeah, we are going to go to Royal Blood and see which of these two will find themselves a spot in the playoffs, and which of them will have to go to that dreaded round 5, because round 5 is going to be, winning in. You win, you're in. You lose, and you're out. This is the chance. This is the time. Make the most of it.
Yeah, even if you're extremely experienced and you feel that you're the player that is expected to win, you are the player who is favored on paper, you never want to be in a do or die situation. Not once. So, for example, the match that we'll have coming up, Rex versus SCV, where we have to be honest, Rex is going to be the heavy favorite there on paper. That's still not a comfy position for him. He still doesn't want to be in a position where, you have one bad best of 3 and you're out. So, having to go into the next round, being in a do or die situation, that is not a comfy situation. And there's a couple of players that are going to be really scary to go up against. Mio Micah, Jieshi, Max said, XY, any of those players, even Rex, yeah. Those are not the kind of players you want to have to face in a do or die situation.
100% with you, man. You got to be very careful when players like that are potentially on the board. As we're going to go diving into Royal Blood here. The game number 3 then. Let's decide the series. In the bottom left-hand corner, now Red Protoss, pass.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for the Starving Camels. It is Firefly. And we have got to talk about what Haas is doing right here. He has gone for an instant probe across the map. I think he might be going to Gate Forge. I think that this is going to be a super aggressive play. Yeah, he's building this pylon on the other side of the map. He's banking Chrono Boost. This looks to me like it is going to be a 2-Gate Forge play. This is the cheesiest of cheesy builds that you can do in this matchup. And I said, we almost never see cannon rushes. Who's the one player that is going to do it? It is going to be Haas, most likely.
There's the 2 gateways coming down already. The probe is waiting. There is the Forge. That's exactly as you said, Steadfast. 2-Gate Forge. And Firefly is currently none the wiser about it. Probe Going to come down to the low ground. Don't tell me he's going to do something crazy like drop an expansion before Cybercore. Oh, no. This is
that
the worst case scenario.
Oh, that is so bad for Firefly right here. Oh my goodness. This is best case scenario for Haas right here. Oh, okay. At this point, do you even show the pylon right away? Because you almost want to keep this hidden. Yeah, no, okay, I actually hate that Haas built the pylon here.
Well, Firefly found it moments later with the probe, so maybe then it ain't so bad.
Yeah. I think the only reason he looked, though, was because that pylon got shown. But at the same time,
I guess he had the cannons up, though.
Is this even holdable?
Yeah.
Does this even matter? Because Haas has the pylon. He can let himself back into the main. Oh.
Yeah.
But he canceled the...
Yeah, he cancels the pylon, but I honestly don't hate it at all. I think these Zelds are going to be absolutely fine to protect these cannons, and they get online, and that's the issue, that these cannons were able to get started ASAP anyways, and there's just nothing to fight them. Makes a massive difference, and now he's just going to go straight after the first pylon. We pylon block just to buy a bit more time. He started Chrono Booster Stalker. We're going to need a new pylon here on this gateway ASAP. We're building a whole bunch of stuff quite deep in the base from Firefly, but... you know, batteries and all sorts, whatever. I don't know if that really saves you. You are on a timer right now. This probe would love to get a pylon down in the main so we can start advancing cannons a bit further forward. We obviously have 4 Zealots to the 1, and that's going to allow us to obviously push forward here as well and just start taking some fights, shut down some of these batteries. And yeah, as long as you put some shots on that Zealot, you should be absolutely fine here. We're going to go after the Robo, which is the only production structure that Firefly has on the way up, and that's not going to last very long at all.
No, it is not. This is... I mean, I think this is about as close as you come to a build order loss here in a situation like this. Haas, he just needs to basically not take a horrible fight. And basically, like the cannons, as they get closer and closer and encroach in on his opponent, this just becomes impossible. And now the Cybernetics core is dead too. Okay, battery overcharge is going to get popped, but like probes have no DPS. This just isn't... This is impossible. It's like, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you're buying time for what, like a Stargate to finish and something to build. It's just way too long to buy, and Firefly taps out of GG, and that, my friends, is going to do it. Haas is going to take it down 2-1, and Haas is now in the playoffs of the Asia Regionals. And so congratulations to him. Very good moves, and yeah, gets himself into those playoffs. Firefly, man, just looked so good in the first game, didn't look so hot in the second, and obviously I think build order loss really is the phrase for Game 3. Game 3 is not what he wanted to have happen. It was not scheduled like that. He just went for the greediest build possible, which you don't even see that much in PvP on the one game that Haas chose to go full Haas mode with the cannons and the gates and the proxies, and yeah, GG's, man, GG's.
Yeah, that just really sucks for Firefly. I was thinking like, oh man, like Haas, you don't need to show the pylon, you don't need to show what you're doing, but it didn't matter like at all. Like there was never going to be enough that Firefly could do. Like I'm trying to think of if there's anything he can do when Haas gets the setup that he does. Like it really feels like when you go for the 1 gate Nexus, like it's just doomed from the start.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think there's anything you can do. It's a build order loss, so unless you somehow figure it out earlier and stop doing what you're doing, but then it wouldn't be the same build, right? It's already different. So yeah, unfortunate way for the series to end. That does mean that Haas gets a 2-1 over Firefly. And one last match to round up Asia today. So one last match for Asia. It is Rex taking on SCV. We're going to see a little bit of what SCV is all about in the PVZ matchup. That's coming up next in just a little bit. We'll run our quick ad break, come back, and we'll head on into that PVZ, so do not go anywhere. We'll be RB. Six and a bit minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We're back to wrap up Asia for the day. Rex takes on SCV. Rex 0-4 in maps this tournament in ZVP, but SCV an unknown steadfast to maybe mix everything up going into this matchup.
Yeah, this is a very strange scenario to say the very least. Jieshi and Cyan, obviously quite solid players. We just saw Cyan able to qualify into the actual playoffs. Jieshi is a very strong competitor as well, so not a huge, not like okay, he's got no chance in ZVP because these are very good players. But it will be really interesting to see if maybe SCV can pull a fast one on him.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited to see SCV as someone that we don't know anywhere near as much about as we would like to, right? And it's just because the Chinese scene isn't always super well broadcast, and if you're an unknown player in China, or like an under-the-radar player in China, it's even more difficult for us to know more about that, right? So, yeah, always find that interesting and see what he can do. In the bottom left, starting us off is Mystery Gaming's SCV.
And his opponent, always a bit of a wild card himself, even though we do know him pretty well. It is Rex in the top right. Think of Rex as a very aggressive player who, I don't want to say has been the punching bag of his region, because he certainly hasn't. He's certainly held his own, but he has constantly had to contend with the likes of Nice and Haas, and that is just difficult. That is just a difficult situation to find yourself in. They're both very different players, so it's not even like practicing a ton of Protoss or versus a ton of Protoss is like really beneficial for you. You just have to, like, both Nice and Haas are very non-standard players, but in very different ways. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, and it's kind of appropriate that SCV is a part of a team called Mystery Gaming. I just think that's quite funny that we know almost nothing about him, and he's got that Illuminati symbol on his thing. That's just very funny to me.
Yeah, it kind of has got that little bit of an amusing factor to it, right? It's Mystery. He really fits the bill for Mystery Gaming, TLDR. So I'm kind of with you, man. As he also liked playing in Mystery for a little bit here. His Probe Scout didn't come across the map super quickly to block a hatchery or anything, so I think that's always kind of intriguing too, as we get this underway.
Yeah, it's not like a necessity that you go hatch block every game, or even that you go hatch block some of the time, but I do think it is, at this level, almost always a value play. And I think even a player like Showtime, who was very stalwart in his I don't need to do this, even he started doing this. Okay. This is very interesting right here. Okay, we have to go deep into the archives, very far back, to see something like this. This is a very quick forge. And if this is what I think it is, Skillis actually played a style that revolved around this about a year and a half ago, where he would get an extremely quick +1, very quick Twilight Council off of not a whole lot, and then would have a +3 time that was just ludicrously fast. Yep. And it was really interesting. It was like varying levels of success, but it's a neat concept.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun, it's just different, right? And obviously it's like one of those things where if you really dig deep, even deeper than that, it's very akin to the old days of when you used to go Forge Fast Expand into like 3 base Blink Stalkers, and you have the upgrade for the Blink Stalkers, and that's a lot of what this essentially looks like, just obviously in a completely different meta, where we start off with 12 SCVs, because what I'm talking about was back in Heart of the Swarm. So you used to start off with 6 probes instead of 12, and obviously Forge Fast Expand itself was a thing then. But the idea is the same, that you just have a very quick +1, you get some very aggressive plays going, and there's a lot you can get out of this. It's gonna be charge, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay, so what this achieves for you is obviously charge used to have that +8 burst damage. You know that, I know that, anyone who's familiar with StarCraft 2's patching knows that. And then they removed that because it was very strong. There was an immortal charge all-in that you could do against Zerg that was so difficult to stop. It was really extremely strong. And that's the main reason why they removed that. So now Zealots on charge, they used to 2-shot Lings. Now they went back to 3-shotting them. But with +1 attack, you go back to 2-shotting Lings again, which means that dealing with this kind of attack is not going to be easy to do with Zealots. And in fact, this is starting to look actually more like a style that Haas played for a little while when he came, I think it was second at DreamHack Valencia in like 2019, 2018 maybe?
2018. Yep.
2018, yeah, the one where he got like beaten by Cyril, but he even took 2 games against Cyril in Cyril's like absolutely dominant form. That was a wild time.
Yes, the first game was a proxy hatch from Cyril. That one was very interesting. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Haas made the final had everyone like absolutely baffled, and then the fact that Haas has actually taken him, like, because he went 1-0 up against Cyril as well in the finals, right? I think he, no, I think he won game 2. It was actually a 4-1 for Cyril. And he won game 2 when Cyril,
okay.
Yeah, Cyril proxy hatch. But yeah, the idea was the same, where he was doing a lot of very aggressive kind of like charge builds and just hitting with a low amount of Zealots, then macroing out of it. I was also in the Oracle era as well, so there was just a lot going on back then. I remember Haas beat Nurture on his run to that finals too. So
yes, Nurture was baffled by this style, and it's neat to see it kind of getting a bit of a revival here. Now, this is not going to be the same thing. We are seeing Blink coming on out of this. Rex, by the way, oh boy, he just had 9 Overlords in production at once right there. That is not really what you want. That is a little overkill right there. And part of what makes this style so difficult to deal with is that it feels like you're being all in, and it's really tough to get a handle on. Now, we do have a Spore Crawler that was sniped down earlier. Where are the spores right now? Okay, there's one in the third, one in the natural. So this will get dealt with. And yeah, there's the first DT getting taken down. DT in the natural, it's able to get a little bit of damage. SCV is so far ahead in workers. I mean, he's going to have Blink in +2 to deal with any kind of counterattack. This feels like a really good situation for SCV if he can keep his opponent back for a little bit.
this is a great example of just doing something your opponent isn't familiar with, and their response not being, perfect, can really have like a massive effect. And of course, if you can counterattack and do very well here as Rex, then brilliant. But, like you say, Blink and +2 sets you up well for this defense against the counterattack, and if you can hold this off, you are in an amazing spot. The Zealots are still on the other side, by the way, so they get to bounce straight back in toward the natural expansion while those other units were coming across the map as well. Just a lot of fun stuff going on here as our Zealots continue to go running. Ling's trying to get a wrap around, and they are going to get a wrap around to clean this up. So that's nice, but it's obviously given SCV even more preparation time, as Rex is doing nothing but building units. So any moment you buy for yourself here as SCV is a brilliant one.
Yeah, and I think Rex has recognized that you don't need to necessarily out-macro your opponent if you just kill them, Like, yes, SCV has got himself into a great position economically, but will he have any chance against this kind of an attack? It feels pretty tough right now. Roach speed is going to complete. The Overseers will be important targets, because if SCV can snipe those down, which he does grab one of them right there, I mean, DTs are going to be extremely effective on the defense. And now there's just the one Overseer, no more being reproduced at this point. We do see a little run by coming into the natural, but it looks like SCV has the block. Cancel on the 4th base. Yeah, this is... Oh, there's the Overseer. Nice snipe right there. Okay, now the DTs instantly warp in. Another Overseer coming on in, but this is going to be out buying a lot of time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is also just a case where it's like, Rex still needs to do serious damage, right? He is very behind in workers, 20 behind still. He's starting to drone up a little bit at this point, but he's also losing some workers also across the map. And I would generally say that still we're in this position where SCV is looking good. Just keep on building up. You've got +3 attack on the way. This is maybe a little bit too far forward to be with these Stalkers, but that's okay. We're beginning to blink back. We're beginning to get out of trouble there. A few more Lings, Roaches, and Ravage continue to chase through, and the Stalkers still just trying to retreat on out.
Yeah, there is still just the one Overseer, and he's not like putting it in the safest position. You got to be so careful with this. I'd really like to have a second and maybe even third Overseer here, kind of just waiting in reserve, and there's one at the back. But as you say, he's droned back out of this. But now +3 weapons. It is 3-0 versus 0-0. The Evo Chamber is going to be finishing as +3 attack comes online. This is a silly, dummy thick upgrade lead.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. The upgrades are really astounding. And the thing is as well, like Rex's advantage is army supply. The one thing I'd love to see SCV do right now is just get some, well, he's added an Archon, but that's the general idea. Get some splash damage, because honestly, like, you are in such a good spot. Your upgrades are great, your work account is great, your opponent clearly can't kill you right now. Get a little bit of tech, and honestly, you can kill, end this game with a bigger fight with a little bit of tech involved, just a little bit down the line. So if SCV can identify that, then brilliant. You do see those Stalkers blinking back away from this Roach Ravager here, going to try and come back up the right-hand side. First Archon is going to go down pretty quickly, and that's why I would like to see more than just the one. Because again, if you get to like 2 or 3, say you get like 3 or 4 Archons and like a couple of Immortals or something, this army of Rex really just disappears. It cannot contest at that stage. So, yeah, definitely something I would like to see, but obviously so far we're just not seeing at all.
Yeah, no, and even just in terms of army value, despite the army supply advantage, army value is pretty much dead even, which, well, I mean, Rex, he can't add that much more supply to his army. He can add another 22 supply, but SCV still has 50 more supply to fill out in terms of army, and he is going double robo. Either Colossus or Disruptors would be a great decision in this situation. I don't think there's a wrong answer. Disruptors are probably going to be better overall, but the Colossi are easier to control. And I'm basing this off the fact that I know nothing about how good of a player SCV is. And I mean, there is an art to controlling Disruptors for sure at the absolute top level. Like, they're not the most complicated units, but Colossus are certainly a little bit easier to handle.
That's very true, as our Stalkers dodging away from some Biles once again. Rex, I mean, really is A, maxing out, and B, getting a lot of the other upgrades and tech online, but still only 65 workers. Like, his bank is never going to be huge, and a lot of the time you expect that Zerg economy to give you the chance to instantly rebuild. I don't know if Rex is ever going to get there, and the problem is your kind of army isn't meant to win in one big fight against the Protoss force, and that's the big issue, because if you're not winning in one big fight, even with the extra 15 army supply that would have been workers otherwise, then you're in trouble because you don't have the rebuild potential. So, still worried heavily for Rex, who is going to split a few units off. Look for the counterattack here. Stalker's warped in. I mean, the Banes don't even have speed yet, so this is going to be a very sad little counterattack that does nothing at all.
Yeah, and with the +3, the Stalkers are two-shotting the Banes, which is something you don't see every day at this stage. Low Banelings being two-shotted by Stalkers is a very weird thing to see as just a concept, It's just very strange. We are going to see the double Disruptor production really kicking in, and that means SCV supply is going to be quite good. We do see an attack in the natural, but once again, Stalkers, a little bit of static defense. This is a very cost-efficient defense from SCV. Funnily enough, Rex is actually ahead in resources lost, but in terms of the state of the game, it is absolutely SCV who completely has the opportunity. Now, Rex, he's put a lot of gas into this army. He's got a ton of Ravagers, a ton of Banelings. It will still come down to the fight, and if SCV's Disruptor shots aren't good, there is still a chance for Rex, but it is going to be a difficult situation, and that's a decent Disruptor shot to start off. Second one does get dodged, but this is looking so scary. And it's 3-2 upgrades now in about 10 seconds.
I feel this Disruptor shot should have been so much better, by the way. It just stopped as the units moved left, and it was just like, I'm happy with like a Ravager or so. It's like, no, you could have had so much more. This Disruptor shot straight down the middle as well, just clips a few of the Banelings. And over on the left side, the run-by attempt, or whatever this was from Rex, shut down as well. Also an Overseer. And again, SCV is maxed out with Disruptor. I mean, with just a much better army. At the end of the day, let's see how the fight goes, as these Banelings will be trying to find something to help out. I mean, this attack of SCV on the left side is going to drag some units out the way as well. It's going to get very intriguing over the next few moments. We'll see how this little counterattack does, as we do also still try and make things happen with the big push on the top.
Yeah, SCV right now, it's funny because it feels like this game should be over on paper, but because we know so little about SCV, we're not entirely sure. We do see an attack on the bottom side. Base does go down. Disruptor shots getting a lot of Banelings right here, and another Ravager will fall. Oh, well, once again, that was like almost a bit of a whiff, but that's a pretty good Disruptor shot. And even with the quote-unquote whiffs, there's still more than enough to get the job done.
Yeah.
These are 3-2 Blink Stalkers. They will not be beaten by 0-0 Roaches and Ravagers. It's not happening.
I honestly think SCV would be better just to stop controlling the Disruptor shots at some point, because, like, he keeps lining up the perfect shot, then he's like, to the left. It's like, no, there's nothing to the left. It's like maybe he's expecting Rex to split, and so he looks silly when it's actually maybe a good call. But like, it does look silly when Rex doesn't split, because then it does just look like you're sabotaging yourself. Either way, Group More, Roach Ravager going to get caught. We've kind of known that this is kind of where it goes to. Like, this army of the Zerg is not able to sustain against this Protoss force that looks like this. And, you know, we've taken the steps in the right direction as SCV. We added on Disruptors. We added on some splash damage. That's what we were looking for, to make sure SCV was going to be absolutely okay here. And that's absolutely where we've ended up as well. So it is looking absolutely stellar for SCV. Maxed out against 140, and SCV, somewhat unknown Chinese Protoss, is on the verge of winning game 1. And this elimination match, remember, the loser of this is out. Great Disruptor on the Banelings once again. Although now that the Disruptors might all die, honestly, I feel like we're not that far away from the Lings, from the Stalkers just turning around and winning the game anyway.
Oh, they certainly can. They absolutely will, in fact, if they just choose to fight. By the way, the accidental swarm host is going to get found and taken out, so a little bit of a favor right there. SCV doing for Rex, but it does not matter, because you can't overcome that kind of an advantage. And SCV, he's on the verge of knocking out Rex. That would be a very unexpected result. And you talked about it a little bit. With Rex not having the greatest showing against Protoss just yet, I mean, this would be a huge result if SCV were to knock out Rex.
That would actually be astounding. Just for the fact that SCV comes in and looks so good when we've known so little about them. So yeah, that would be really something quite spectacular, if you ask me. As we are going to get ourselves hopefully into this lobby in just a couple of moments and kickstart into our next game without too much of a delay. So, a couple moments, you get this on set up and ready to rumble.
Yeah, this is a weird game already. Now we do have to say that Rex, he fumbled that a fair bit. You know, he left those Overseers really exposed when he had like a 55 army supply lead. He was absolutely going for a move that could have been a kill move. And he let 2 Overseers get sniped. He didn't have any backups. Now, what you can do in a situation like this is when you know your opponent is going for something like that, like they're using DTs as kind of a linchpin of their defense. You have 1 Overseer. You keep it kind of with the army, and then you can have 1, 2. Honestly, having 3 Overseers just in reserve is not a bad decision. Not a bad decision at all. Because especially when your opponent shows that they're trying to snipe the Overseer specifically, like, you need to have something like that. Now, it was still going to be +2 Blink Stalkers, but at the very least, Rex has a fighting shot. And honestly, I mean, with like a 55 army supply lead of Roach Ravager, it's really difficult to make that defense happen, like, even with +2 and Blink.
Yep. No, absolutely. No, there's a lot that can be done here as we ready ourselves up into this next match. Let's have a look and see what will go down from our red Zerg in the bottom right. Time to turn it around, otherwise you're out of this season of the ESL SC2 Masters. It's Rex.
And his opponent looking to pull off a stunning upset and put himself into the qualifying match on, I think that would be on Sunday. It is Mystery Gaming's SCV.
I believe you're correct, because Swiss Round 4 plays over today and tomorrow, and then the entirety of Swiss Round 5 plays on Monday. Not Monday, Sunday. That's the one. Weekends. So.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be 3 qualifying matches. So the way that it works for anyone who is unfamiliar is you have your situation with basically every player has to win 3 matches and not lose 3 matches. If you win 3 matches, you are into the playoffs. If you lose 3 matches, you are out. Both of these players are currently at 1 and 2 in series, so they cannot afford to lose any matches or they're out. And if they win 1 more, then they put themselves in this position where they can qualify. So that is the situation they're in. They're in a do or die situation just to try and get back into it. By the way, this is going to be, this was gas hatch pool. This is a super fast gas timing.
That's fun.
I don't. Okay. Oh. I don't know what this.
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess we'll see what Rex does with it. It feels as though we're just gonna have link speed start up at exactly when the pool is done, but a little bit before that, right? Because gas hatch pool will have the gas earlier than usual. Because if you just go hatch gas pool, you have 100 gas right on time. But this is going to be a little bit extra, and then he just pulls out.
Yeah, but
no idea, actually.
And he doesn't start link speed. Okay, there we go. Okay, I guess he was waiting for the probe to move away. So this if he started that link speed right away, there is an opportunity to find something with a very quick link speed. Everyone's used to a 330 link speed timing. This would finish up about 15 seconds before that, and we are seeing a lot of links being produced. Okay, this is going to be an all-in. I think he's going to pull like 6 to 8 drones with this. Ooh, and SCV is going for a Twilight Council. That means he will not have a Stargate, will not have an Oracle. This could be tricky, but we're going to see. It also could just be you build like 12 to 16 lings, try and get into your opponent's base, and just use the link speed to harass and be an absolute jerk. And that's okay. That's what he's going to go for. It's going to be 10 lings. This is so weird. This is such a weird build.
Adept is going to show itself as well, by the way, so we'll see if it wants to shade. It will not. There's a few lings already going across the map, and there's obviously not a full wall off just yet, so potential for these lings to get in and cause some trouble. Probe pulls over, and the probe of SCV does get the full wall off, but lings get a decent surface area connection on the Stalker, and the Stalker's just like, come on in then! Well, link speed isn't done yet, so I guess that ain't so bad, but it's definitely going to be a worse decision sometime soon, and now even more lings get in. Huh. I really don't know where this is going.
Well, he didn't start the link speed right away, so it was like maybe 6 seconds that he missed out on. Oh, that wall, that crappy little wall that was a little bit too wide. We'll let these lings in. It's actually going to be a big deal. Nice surround right there on the Stalker. Imagine he'd kept 2 more lings alive right now. This becomes so much more of a hassle to deal with. But it is still going to be super annoying. And Rex, you know, if he can multitask really, really well, he could get a fair number of pickoffs. Also, SCV has not yet started his Twilight Council upgrade. This has discombobulated him very successfully.
Yeah, he is.
If nothing else.
Absolutely discombobulated, and all the rest of it at this point is, I mean, with all rights as well, though. I mean, it's just not really been a normal sort of setup or situation at all. See, there's a few Adepts coming over. Ling gonna get chased around. It's definitely thrown you pretty heavily because, yeah, this Twilight's done nothing at all. Finally, we're going to get Resonating Glaive started, but this is very late, and I mean, Rex is already building Ling Roach for an attack that is a minute plus away, so hard to imagine SCV is going to do anything. The only thing I could say is that maybe Rex is going too early on these units, and that he could have got another round of drones out and been in an even better position while still being very set to defend.
And he's getting a Spine Crawler. This is such a strange scenario to me. What this makes me wonder is if he is going to commit like a significant number of units to a counterattack and then also defend at home. Because he has seen that this wall at the natural is bad. But SCV has kind of fixed it with that pylon. That will mean that an Adept is going to be able to wall this here. That pylon on the right side has kind of fixed this wall, so to speak. And now Rex drones a little bit. It really feels like Rex does not have a good handle on this matchup right now, and this just doesn't feel comfy.
No, that's pretty pretty wild. We're gonna see the Prism and the Adepts moving out. Maybe chance for the Lings to counterattack through. The Adept doesn't look super well walled, but I guess we'll see in a moment as it's good enough. And the Lings will just hit the wall off.
Okay, yeah, he warped in afterwards, and now, I mean, he's just going to waste all these lings here. There is the attack on the main, or on the other side of the map, but Rex should have pulled back like a decent bit ago. He loses 9 lings when he could have just seen the Adept, seen that he isn't getting in, and just backed away, and it would have been absolutely the correct call. Rex definitely struggling a little bit here, and now SCV is going to be going into a robotics bay. Now, there is a big commitment to these Adepts, so they're not going to get the most value for sure. And Rex still has a lair. He still has a lot of drones, but he could have been in so much better of a position than he is.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Like, there's no doubt about it. It could be just a completely different scenario here for him as Fatal Nest does come down from Rex as well. If he just did everything the other way around, he would be on like the same amount of army and probably would have been back to droning back up to like 55 plus workers already, right? That's the difference. It's just the order of things that's been so off, and I think he's been thrown by kind of... I mean, he threw his opponent into like kind of his build kind of being a bit off, but in doing that, he's kind of, you know, then responded as though his opponent was playing perfectly, which is obviously not the case, and yeah, just being a bit of a messy one to start out this game number 2. Rex needs to sharpen up and get back on track because, you know, he's got no time to mess around, man. He is on do or die situations, so it's time to start doing.
Yeah, yes, very much so. And the transition out of this for SCV is going to be the double disruptor drop. This is something MaxPax loves playing quite a bit. We are going to see, oh, that's a very nice little bit of harassment coming in from SCV. Gets himself into a good position around the Spore Crawler, able to pick off 3 drones, and doesn't even lose an Adept. Now the War Prism is going to go back home, sub out those Adepts, and will go for the disruptor drop. Behind us, it's going to be a transition into Colossus. This is something I wouldn't expect, because in order for the Adepts to be effective, you do need pretty much constant disruptors being fired out and pushing the Zerg army back in order for the Adepts to concentrate their fire. But there is still a lot of potential. This is an army that can go... Like this fight that'll be coming up is a fight that can go super hard in either favor, depending on how the control goes, and it's likely going to be a feast or famine type of situation. Oh, okay, that's a pretty nice disruptor shot to start things off, that's for sure.
I was terrified those Adepts Shade was going to finish, then the disruptor was going to go off, and you're just going to blow up your own Adepts. I had that happen in a tournament at some point. I think it was it Katowice maybe, or season finals. There was a point where
that was classic, right?
Yeah, was it classic against Elazer in Katowice?
I think so, and that was the one where Elazer ended up reverse sweeping him. Ooh, double disruptor shot. Oh, he loses one. Does get 5 drones, but here, that's the thing. That's the thing about these disruptor drop plays. You need to be perfect with them in order to not lose those disruptors. Still, I mean, this is... I think I like SCV's position. However, I would like to see him try and get some value with these Adepts. Since he wasn't able to trade them out with a push with the help of those disruptors, I would really like to see him, you know, maybe spread them into like groups of 4 or 6 and try and sneak in. However, Rex has a lot of good Overlord positioning, so he's well prepared for that. But this is... I'm not even sure whose position I like more, because Rex doesn't have a great economy. He's only on 3 bases, just now getting his 4th. But at the same time, SCV has a lot of army supply that isn't that valuable in a straight-up fight.
Yep. That's very true, as our army of Rex settles on the right side, Prism hanging out overhead, and our Lingbane force of Rex also trying to figure out what we want to get up to here. And +2 attack, our charge, finally upgrade, all produced and into play in just a few more moments right now. So all of that coming up, we do have ourselves the extra Lings and the Banes all coming through too. So Rex is getting a lot of stuff ready and getting set to kind of rally upwards towards the top side of the map now.
Yeah, it's I do like this little Lingbane setup he's got on that side. And there we go. We do see some Adepts trying to find an opening, but like I said, Rex, excellent Overlord position, jumps on this immediately. Did the disruptor drop do anything there? No, actually it's just an empty War Prism. So you're just going to use it for Warp-ins. Okay. And it will be back into double disruptor play. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm liking generally what I'm seeing from SCV. Yeah, he looks very confident in this matchup right now. Even if the control leaves a little bit to be desired, the fundamentals are definitely there.
Absolutely. Temple Archives is the setup next as well, and obviously just as we get towards being maxed out from both players, I still don't love the fact that Rex has got such a low drone count. He's constantly playing off a lower drone count than anyone else would. And again, the issue with that is your army's just not designed to take one massive fight and win in one fell swoop. It's designed to win over multiple fights. That's how Zerg armies work.
Yeah.
See, that's why you play with bigger drone counts, and with bigger drone counts, you have the bank to rebuild instantly, and the army supply you're missing doesn't usually matter. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what he can do, because if you mess up, you can obviously still, you know, lose the game in one fight as SCV. But in theory, if SCV controls this decently enough, this should be extremely difficult for Rex to do properly. And oh my god, did we just get all the probes that transferred?
Yeah,
oh
and the other mineral line. I didn't even see the Baneling run by on that 3rd base, but he just killed 42 probes.
Yeah.
And you talk about messing up. I was going to say, oh man, I'm really liking how SCV is defending this, but he did not anticipate the other units coming on in. Rex just took a gigantic lead. He literally just halved his opponent's economy, but can he deal with the big attack here? Ooh, nice force fields. That's gonna wipe out this entire mineral line, and all of a sudden now SCV can just retreat. But can he retreat? Oh, disruptor shot, good split, and the target fire. Banelings.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is there enough here for Rex? He is gonna crash these Colossus. SCV getting absolutely crushed here. There was one clutch disruptor shot that got taken down just before it connected, and that really feels like it snowballed this fight super hard.
Yep, no, that was exactly what I was gonna say. There was like the disruptors were almost perfect, and if he knew it was about to happen, he could have done it a little bit sooner, but he just didn't. So unfortunately, he doesn't get much out of that. I'm just gonna show the Baneling flank from the other side, just to watch all those probes die before we hop into the next game. I was a moment too late. Let me go back a little further. Because yeah, basically all the probes ran from the right side, and they pull into the third base mineral line as the Banelings are showing up on that third base mineral line as well. And SCV just did not do anything correct about that. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, to say the least.
Very well done from Rex right there, because that's what forced SCV to move directly across the map and create that situation where Rex could swamp the army. Now, I do think that SCV had the army he needed to potentially win the game right then and there. Like, with those disruptors, with 3 Colossus, he has +2. I think he had a War Prism ready to go to warp in there. 41 probes is obviously not amazing, but you can still reinforce in a meaningful way. But he got the counter damage enough to actually let him play a macro game, and then he kind of got a little bit complacent with his army positioning and army movement, left the Colossus super exposed, didn't kind of track his opponent's army movement in general, and then Rex just kind of swarmed him from multiple angles, got in on top, denied the disruptor shot, and well, that was all she wrote from that point. SCV was one good fight away from eliminating Rex right there, though, I think.
Yeah, Rex was really good to be super quick moving up the left side, and I actually think that SCV's mistake was just not moving forward. Like, he killed the base and he's starting to back away, and I'm like, actually, A, I don't want you to back away, but B, if he keeps moving forward, Rex doesn't get the chance to, like, do the surprise wraparound, because SCV is much more aware of, like, I'm pushing, I'm fighting, I know where your army is as well. Whereas by trying to retreat, he put himself in the position where Rex could come in from the top, the side, and the bottom, and do it when SCV was maybe looking back at home, not immediately ready. So I think just kind of SCV double shot in the foot there. And yeah, unfortunately, it does go to game 3. Well, unfortunately for SCV, great for us. We are getting all of the games today. We're going to go for the 36 map day at this point, Steadfast. We're already 9 for 9. Just got to get the other 9 series after this to go to game 3 as well.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good. Top right side, our blue Protoss player, it's SCV.
And his opponent, with the surprise jump and the big Baneling run by, it is Rex. Yeah, that really feels like that was a little bit more experience coming through. And it's going to sound weird because, you know, it was not like a beautiful move from Rex, but it was like he was in a bad position. I think most people could agree that he was in an uncomfortable position for a lot of that game, but he never really panicked. He gave himself good opportunities there to set up for some big opportunity. Well, he gave himself opportunities to get opportunities. He gave himself the opportunity to win from a position of discomfort, and it just jumped as soon as SCV made that army movement positioning. And, you know, recognizing your win condition is absolutely an important thing to be able to do in StarCraft 2. Now, we are going to be seeing out of Rex. He started off with a weird build in the previous game. He's going to be going for a gas pool here. I believe that was 17 gas, 17 pool, or something like that. I wasn't paying attention to the exact numbers, but either way, it is a speedling expand. And SCV, I mean, he does scout, he does figure out what's going on, and he's going to go for the quick cybernetic score before the Nexus, which is the correct response. But the question does remain, what is the follow-up going to be from Rex? And he's continuing to mine full gas saturation. This could be a Baneling bust.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously showed a bit of aggression in the last game as well. So, yeah, I mean, may very well just go full out into that commitment. You don't keep mining gas like this unless something's going to happen. Either a Baneling Burst or just a Roach Run, you just go for a very fast Roach Lingle in. Maybe there's something about his opponent's build that he identified as being, very abusable, and he's just going to go Lair instead. So it had to be something, and here's just going to be that Lair coming up.
This could be a Ling Drop play. And with the second Overlord going across the map to the right side, I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Now, if it is going to be that, he probably should have stopped gas mining, because you only need 25 gas to build that Dropper Lord. But he is definitely going to be putting on a lot of pressure. There we go. He stops mining now. I think completely stops mining. Yeah, takes all 3 off gas. Oh, man, this could be very difficult to deal with. The Stargate from SCV was super late. He prioritized a gateway and a shield battery at the front. This means, like, there is a lot of potential for this to get a lot of damage done. I am a little bit worried for SCV as Rex busts out a very specific build in this game number 3.
Yep. Absolutely, as we just see this Overlord going to get into Dropper Lord mode, and, well, a chance to obviously dive up into this base, and yeah, the couple of Adepts don't really know where they want to be. There's a Void Ray on the way out, which is actually very nice because it can kill the Dropper Lord to stop future. And, we do have the Adepts kind of there! You should have just gone forward, no? Like, but you should have gone straight away because you could have killed 1 or 2 Lings as they pop out. Instead, now, it's like you let them all come out, and it's just much easier for Rex to get something done from this, although I'd say so far, obviously, not just say, but absolutely the case, he's just not doing anything. So this actually turns out very well. The Pro Pull there doesn't grab the Lings or anything, but yeah, they're all 1 hit from death, and yeah, with the Void Ray, you will just kill off the Overlord, so that's going to be the end of this harass, and this entire investment from Rex does zilch, 0, nada, nothing. Like, it was not good.
No, it is a glorified, ultra expensive scout, is what it ends up being. And, oh man, if he actually gets, no, don't please chase down the Dropper Lord. Hello?
Yeah,
SCV.
bro, it's got to be
Please?
somewhere. He doesn't know where it is though, right? And he's just lost the direction. He was actually so close to just running into vision of it as well. He does drop his 3rd base, and Rex going to follow this up with a Hydra Den, which I do not hate. We'll see what comes off of the. I was going to say what comes off the Twilight Council. It's going to be Glaives, and I actually kind of like that because Glaives against Lings and Hydras. Well, Adepts shred everything about that army, so this could still be very good for SCV.
Yeah, this is going to be a really weird situation. This feels like a Mio Micah type game right now. Oh, this is a weird shade. Very weird shade. He just, in terms of value, it's extremely low for what he spends to for what he gets. But he does get to get a scout on a Hydra Den. Now, that's not worth it for the Adepts' loss. In theory, but it lets him know that, like, okay, I need to prioritize unit production, and I need to figure out what is going on. He's going to need quite a few shield batteries, I think, at this 3rd base. Yep. Well, maybe not even quite a few. Just I think at least 2, though. I think at least 2, and you should be okay.
He just needs any amount. Let's face it, right? Like, right now, he's got absolutely nothing to help him defend against this. The Void Ray doesn't do anything to help defensively here either. And as Rex makes a whole bunch of Overlords, he's going to be good to produce units from here on out in this game. A few probes transfer over to the 3rd. We need some static defense, man. You saw the scout on the Hydra Den. There's only one thing that really means. No one is macroing with Hydras. Like, like, it's all, even if they want to.
Not from this commitment.
Yes, exactly. Even if they want to, it's at least somewhat aggressive first. Oh, man. We're in the middle of
please don't attack in.
Yeah, I think SCV's making all the wrong calls with the information he has.
Oh, God, this could... Oh, no. He is in such a good position on paper if he just doesn't commit. He's adding on the robotics bay. Oh, please don't shade. Please. No, shading forward. He is going to be able to snipe down some Hydras and, like, instantly gets a lot of them, but he is going to lose every single Adept.
Yeah, you kill 4 Hydras, 15 Lings, and you get yourself all of your Adepts gone. Robobay on the way up. I mean, just again, if you have batteries and Adepts at home, they can do so well here because the Lings will obviously take a lot of shots before the Hydras even get in range at first. And well, now you've actually got the Adepts out of position. They actually have to recall back over here. The Lings and Hydras all joined up. They're ready to go into this fight. The Adepts have some serious work to do. Super Battery will keep them alive. And again, it just makes you wonder. I mean, don't be wrong. He's got a lot of Adepts. And he might still be okay, man. Like, if he doesn't die right now, he does have a 20 worker lead. First Colossus on the way. it just felt like he's just made this a lot more difficult for himself than it needed to be. You can see Rex looking for different directions, and maybe the natural is an attacking point here. Force the Adepts away from the battery on the third base. That absolutely looks like it's going to be the plan. And of course, if you don't warp in immediately here to block the entry, that Stalker ain't going to last long with Hydra's hitting it.
No, and that is 2 gateways that could be depowered right here. Lings do get into the main base. They're going to not really have a good target. They will go off the robotics bay, but it's the main fight that is the big issue here. We're going to see the Adepts just getting gunned down by these Hydras. Colossus will join the fight, but it is going to be without extended thermal lance. Now, these are low-range Hydras, so they will struggle against this. Shield batteries are completely out of energy, though, and SCV, his army has been pretty much completely cleaned up before the Colossus joins up. This should have been such a not effortless hold, but it should have been such a good time.
Good,
oh, battery overcharge. Yeah, he's got to retreat.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I think
yeah,
you're right.
he is good at the moment. Just the Colossus showing up in general is amazing. Okay, I mean, sure, I get that you want to get on those Hydras, but this is super scary because your Colossus, if you lose these Adepts, the Colossus is very much so on its own. And again, we're playing a very dangerous game right now as SCV. My goodness, he's giving.
And he doesn't even have another Colossus on the way. He still moved forward with the Colossus for an extra 2 seconds there, just to be like, oh, maybe I can get a little more. That was one of his 4 army units.
Yeah. A, continue Colossus production ASAP. B, I think he still might be in trouble when Lurkers hit the field. C, his economy is so freaking good that if he just spend all of his money and gets it all mined and keeps that going, he should just be fine no matter what kind of units he makes. So it's kind of a ridiculous state that we're in. Rex just finds himself behind every game with having to kind of pull off miracles to get back in it. And obviously it worked out in game number 2. We'll see if it works out in this game 3. I do think the Lurker Den is the absolutely correct call. It's the one thing that just is SCV is not well set up against. Blink Stalkers aren't going to help against Lurkers, neither are Adepts. You kind of want to have charge lots, disrupt, something that can soak some Lurker shots while the rest of the army comes through, I guess. But yeah, Colossi are okay against Lurkers as well to an extent. Extended Thermal Lens especially should help to do a little better here.
The one thing that can be a really big issue with this army for SCV is if he doesn't get detection, and if he doesn't have detection. As it stands right now, he has not built an observer at all, and he is not getting one built. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes straight up to a War Prism and tries to push, not anticipating Lurkers. Okay, now he sees the Lurker Den. He has to build it. There we go. Observer starts up. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if he pumps out 3 observers right now, because I feel like the only win condition for Rex with 3 Colossus on the field and just the bulk that SCV has is sniping detection. That's what it feels like, because his economy has just been so bad for so much of this game.
Yeah, obviously still no 4th base or anything from Rex here. As we do have Hydra Lurker moving around the right side, not getting too aggressive yet. And we even see an Infestation Pit. Well, worth mentioning, obviously, the Lurkers do not get their upgrades until Hive is done. So these Lurkers are not even as good as you might expect Lurkers to be.
Yeah.
CV is pushing, man. I'm just terrified every time he moves out, because it feels like he's not had a good move out this game. And I'm like, oh, here we go again. It's like, how can I lose this game? If I move into all the Lurkers, will that be enough? It's like, oh, cool, let's maybe try that. And now just a counterattack could be very effective, because he's just sat on the left side waiting for an observer to clean out creep. And okay, Rex got to decide what he wants to do, and he does start making that move up to the right, and there's nothing defensively.
No, there isn't. Now, the static defenses will buy enough time for a recall if he decides to go for it, but recalling into a bunch of sieged Lurkers is a frightening prospect. And it looks like he is going to go for the attack, but there are a couple of Lurkers set up here. Oh, Observer does get sniped. That's a huge deal. No detection now. No detection on these Lurkers. And SCV, he still holds the supply lead, but this is now a very frightening situation that he's found himself in, and he's going to recall out. He is getting drones in the natural. The 4 Adepts did shade into the natural and eventually the main, but this... Well, I mean, this is still
good. I think
this
for
is
SCV.
still fine for SCV.
Yeah. It's amazing because
even with everything. Yeah, no, exactly. It feels like there's been 5 situations that should have been awful for SCV, and they've all been just fine because of how bad of a setup this is for Rex.
It's a very frustrating game to cast, because I feel like everything I want to say and expect goes the other way because he's, SCV especially is kind of making life as difficult as possible for himself.
Yeah.
Because, you know what, the left side as well, I was like, man, maybe if we can just push forward, but the thing is, in army splits like this, lurkers are so good defensively, so you don't want to invite that to happen. You don't want to make that an option for Rex, because for him, that's a great option. Defend with lurkers and then attack with, an army and get a base kill. Rex absolutely benefited from this, and again, that's just going to show how much of a hole Rex has been in, that even though everything went right for him in this game, it's still extremely, I would say, SCV favored still. The only thing I would say is it really SCV favored? Because if he keeps playing how he's playing, Rex is going to win the game. Because SCV just hasn't done anything right for a little while, and that might seem extremely harsh, but it really has been him making his own life more and more difficult this entire time.
Yes, and I think that's a good way of putting it. And so the best way to describe how this game has gone is to look at the supplies and simultaneously look at the resources lost. Because SCV is decently ahead in supply and is like 2,500 resources lost behind. Like that's just because the setup for Rex has been like, he's been in an all-in state for like 7 minutes. But the only reason that he hasn't died is because SCV's maneuvers have been they have not been game-winning maneuvers. They have been game-losing maneuvers, but he's been in such a good position on the entirety of the game that it hasn't lost him the game. It's just continued to throw away the opportunities he's had.
The army he has and has had should be trading efficiently as well. So, even if it was resources lost were even, it'd be like, man, SCV, what were we doing in these fights? To be 2.5k down is, what the heck were we doing in these fights? And now, you know what, we're getting into all of this tech from Rex, Vipers, the Lurkers, and the Lurker upgrades especially. SCV's army's improving. He's got Disruptors galore. He's got more than ever before, but he still has to respect the fact that now these Vipers are up, and with the way these engagements and fights have been going, I think I start to favor Rex, because he has been a bit more prominent when it comes to overall engagements in this series. He has been getting more out of them, and with all the tools in play, he might have the best time he's had in this game at the very least in terms of trying to take a better fight too. These elves do get back to static defense, which is nice. They keep themselves alive. They promptly run back out of static defense. Just gotta be careful, guys.
More importantly, he does spot the army movement here. But like you said, the tools are all becoming available for Rex in an army that can really wipe out a Protoss army quickly if the Protoss doesn't approach the engagement correctly. Now, it's still on paper. We look at the armies and we still say this is probably better for SCV. But like you said, the engagements have been all more... Rex has taken every engagement as well as he could, and SCV has been lacking in a lot of these engagements. So with the tools equal, I gotta agree with you. I think I like this situation better for Rex as time goes on. But if SCV can find the engagements that he needs, things can switch very quickly. Now, we are going to see these Zealots on the left side. They're going to get pretty much cleaned up for, well, one drone. That is not going to help the case of cost efficiency. Now it's a 3,500 resources lost advantage. And I will say, the transition to carriers is a good one.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that just absolutely guarantees you a win against the current army composition. We actually had a bunch of lurkers. The abducts off the Vipers were A bit slow, and B, the disruptor they abducted initially was not the one that was still firing. So we actually lost a lot of lurkers there. That was a better fight for sure for SCV, and you got some good value out of this one. Again, I agree with what you're saying. The tech up into the carriers, amazing, because there's nothing on the map currently from Rex that deals with carriers. So it's the exact right direction to take this game. And it might even make some of these fights a bit easier for SCV in general, which might just help him out, because again, it's definitely the part of the game he's been the weakest at. So a few reasons to be excited about that. From Balins, we'll try and go this right side. Zealots will do some form of attempted survival. 9 SCVs, 9 probes do go down. And, well, we have the changelings keep on trying to move forward. We do kind of control this, well, we're kind of fighting over this watchtower, I suppose. Yeah. As the Zealot will take the vision away on the other side. Disruptor shots will just get rid of lurkers, and I feel like we're being quite aggressive as Rex. Going to lose 2 and all 3 Vipers. Massive catch from SCV.
That is a huge find for SCV and a massive mistake from Rex. This is This is what SCV needs, but the Banelings getting it on top of the middle line, they actually were
whiffed.
targeted about as poorly as they could, and they still grabbed 9 probes. That could have easily been, you know, like 16, 17,
yeah.
18 probes. We are going to see the Vipers being rebuilt, but this is now a big opportunity with those Vipers dead. A lot of creep going to get cleared out on the left side. Rex has been steadily fighting back in this game, but this is going to hurt him a lot. Now, I will say, look at SCV's probe count and look at his mineral bank. He's only on 53 probes and has no minerals to speak of. This is the absolute opposite of what we almost always see in this matchup as it gets into the carrier stage and to the super late game. It's never an issue of not having enough minerals.
Yeah.
This is so weird, though. Rex is like now massively outmining SCV. I want to take a look at the resources. Yeah, the income advantage is the weirdest graph I've ever seen, where there hasn't been like a staggering like bunch of bases going down for the Protoss.
Yeah, especially because it has just been stagnant for the Protoss, right? We've been just sort of sitting somewhat AFK on the map for a while, so you would have expected them to be way better off. Losing a bunch more probes now again, and we are going to be seeing still, I mean, a good fight from SCV. Army-wise, he's fine. It is going to be the economy that eventually kills him. Oh my god, the Vipers get donated again.
Not again! Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I mean,
what is happening?
It's just a messy game, right? It is. It's messy, and obviously, you know, nerves on the line. They're both fighting for their survival in the tournament, right? The loser of this is out. You know, they're done for. It's over. So, nerves on the line. No one's playing perfectly. That's obviously very apparent at this point, and you know, that's sometimes when the best StarCraft comes out, because it wouldn't be fun if it was just one player making all the mistakes, right? The fact that both both players are making all the mistakes makes it that much more entertaining to watch, because, well, of course, it feels like a much more even game in that regard. Okay, Lings get pushed back out the right side again. Army pulling back into the center here from SCV, and a lot more Lings of Rex back up the left side again.
And we've got the accidental doofy swarm host coming in once more. SCV has been knocked back down to 4 bases again. Rex is on 5 bases. He is outmining significantly, but SCV has morphed in a ton of Archons. He's got a good number of carriers. He's got a good number of disruptors, a few Colossus. He is probably going to one punch and just hope for the best. How many Corruptors are there on the field? There's only 6 right now, 2 more in production. Oh, here comes the big blink forward. I don't know about that. That was right into Lurkers. Disruptor shots. They get a couple of connections, but is that enough to break through? The answer is going to be no initially. The lack of Vipers, though, is so brutal for Rex.
Yeah.
And he is just now rebuilding them. This is a problem.
So much efficiency that's being missed out on, right, with some abducts that could have gone off. Then you start to regenerate these Vipers during this time. The Protoss is repositioning. And yeah, obviously at this stage, the Protoss player is looking good. 160 to 110 army supply. You know, you're not meant to win an army fight all out in one, you know, all in one as a Zerg. We've said that throughout this series because it's been an issue for Rex when it comes to having the economy. Vipers are being found before they're even able to cast, so this one goes down again. The next couple don't have energy yet. The Lurkers just walk forward. I don't know if Rex is actually trying to take a fight here or not, because it almost looked as though he was just like hands off the keyboard for a couple moments, but actually has got his Lurkers burrowed up. 24 drones dead, but SCV just backing away for safety before he should re-engage in to win this game.
He should, which means that, of course, he's going to go home, and we've got another 15 minutes on our hands. No, this is the time to go. This is the time to go. You absolutely just caught your opponent completely out of position. Ling run by on the top side will, well, might get a cancel on this base, which would be kind of nice. I don't know about attacking down this ramp from just one angle into Lurkers, but he just probably has too much army supply that it doesn't even matter. Yeah, he absolutely does. The Archon's going to shoo the Corruptors away, and SCV is going to stun Rex and will knock him out of the tournament. SCV is going to the final day. What an absolute clown fiesta of a game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely just ridiculous. As I will say that, you know, congratulations, SCV, solid win in the end, but like, you're going to have to play better on the final day, because I get it, nerves are high. You know, this entire series was a bit wild and wonky, but there was positions where he was extremely comfortable and stuff chilled out, and he still was making those kind of nervous mistakes. You can't make those on day 5 or round 5, right? He wants to keep this, you know, run alive and actually move through into the, you know, into the playoffs. Then he really, really, really does just need to, like, just get be a bit sharper, right? Focus up a little bit. he's clearly able to get into some good positions. He's clearly got some good ideas. He just made a few too many sloppy mistakes, and he's got a couple of days to sort that out, look over this series, identify, man, like, I was in a good spot, believe in myself a bit more, because I think he's very capable of doing that, so just needs to, you know, really come out and then deliver on it. So, yeah, I mean, obviously still a cool win. I think Rex really shot himself in the foot repeatedly, low drone counts, the weird builds I'm fine with, like, that's fine, but, like, they kept just leading him into bad positions, and then there was also the games he didn't do anything weird, and he just drone in at the wrong point, units at the wrong point, wrong order, and that's all about how you kind of play Zerg to the max efficiency, right? So, yeah. A lot to work on from both players. Obviously, Rex, unfortunately, though, eliminated for this season.
Yeah, and he goes 1-6 in PvZ.
Yeah.
0-3 in series. It's clear that we know what he needs to work on here. And I think Viper control is probably at the top of the list. I think we can say that safely. Man after my own heart, losing those Vipers like that. I've done that a billion times, and I will continue to do so. Damn, it's a tough one, but I think he knows what he needs to work on now.
Yeah, I think it might just be the case as well where it's just unlucky. You know, obviously in Swiss, you can kind of play anyone of any race. You don't just get stuck in a group with, like, 7 Protoss or something. Where it's like, oh, it's only ZVP. Like, there is an element of RNG to the draw, and you could play, you know, you could have very easily played a Zerg here. Maybe that's where Rex looks a bit better, but ZVP-wise, yeah, he definitely looked a little bit lost and a little bit stuck, as that does round out our first region of the day. And let's have a look at our schedule and to see what is to come. Obviously, we had 3 matches here in Asia. We do not have a big enough schedule to show all the matches for today because there's 12 full best 3s. Obviously, we did have Cyan taking out Nice 2-1 to start the day. Haas takes out Firefly 2-1, and SCV knocks out Rex 2-1 as well. A day of Protoss dominance. Admittedly, some of those were PvPs. And we'll see if that continues, as every match apart from one today has a Protoss player. So it is going to be a lot of Protoss still to come, including games from Gung Fu Panda versus Clem, Hero Marine versus Strange. I think Max Pax versus Lambo is going to be a very fun one today. Excited to see how that goes around. And obviously the Americas matches later, I think, look very fun too. So a very fun day still ahead of us here in the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. So with all that said, we are going to just head into a bit of a break, guys. It's not as long of a break as usual between regions, so we do have a bit of a faster turnaround today. So it'll only be about... Basically, the next matches start in 20 minutes, so we'll probably be gone about 15, 16 minutes or so. So with that in mind, we will see you guys very soon for more StarCraft 2. Don't go too far. Europe is up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as we come from one region to another, from Asia to Europe, faster than you could fly there. So, into it we go, and it is going to be some fun matches. Wardy joined by Steadfast, and soon we're even going to be joined by Cat. The first day of triple caster action. Isn't that just amazing? Yes, it is. Been having fun so far, and here is the schedule of what has been going on and what is to come, just in case you're unaware. We're not going to stick on this too long because we've already talked a little bit about it, Steadfast, but it was definitely a fun start in Asia. We got 9 out of 9 maps possible. Like I say, we're going for the full 36 at this rate.
Absolutely, and I am here for it. It's nice when we have these hotly contested matches. Even though there was a ton of mistakes, obviously, in the Rex versus SCV Game 3, you can feel the desperation from these players. You can feel how tightly they're gripping on to that last life. And it makes for some really high-stakes competition. Before, when we'd have, 7 matches that everyone would play, it would get a little bit tiresome, and it'd be like, okay, a lot of matches are meaningless. But in this format, in this Swiss format, every single best of 3 really does matter, because you cannot afford to lose those lives, slapdash. Like, you need to make use of every single match you've got.
You really, really do. Let's have a look at where the players have been making use of these matches and where they haven't been. In our standings for Europe, Cyril and Eliza are already through here from Group A. And for Jimmy and Cass eliminated, we still have in the mix Spirit, Showtime, Harston, Wayne, Shadone, Geralt, Christiana, Battlebee, Petit Drogo, DNS, Acheron, and Spats. We're going to see a bunch of these games, obviously, today as well. Spirit versus Geralt, Showtime versus Shadone, Harston versus Wayne. This group definitely has a few players that are looking to secure their spots today Steadfast and hoping to already be in those playoffs ahead of the final round.
Yeah, this is the nice day. This is the day where we don't send anyone home, at least for the European region. We only send people to the next round. We are sending them forward, not backwards. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how these matches turn out.
Yeah, me too. I think that's a very fun group, and especially some very fun games that we've got coming in. We do have Group B to have a peek at as well, so let's have a look at that and just see where Group B stands coming into Swiss Round 4. Reno and Skill is advanced. Skill is taking out Hero Marine, who will be playing Strange later today to try and qualify this time around. Milky Cow and King Cobra the first out of this group. And we do have players such as Clem playing today, Lambo versus Max. Max is a qualifying match today as well. Yeah, again, just a fun day, like you mentioned. It's a day of winners, right? All the players who are 2-1 in Europe, we're sending players through to the playoffs. And then tomorrow, I guess we're going to be eliminating them. So I'm glad I'm not here tomorrow for the sad day when we're just going to be knocking people out, apparently.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be a bit of a sad day. But like you said, today is the day for opportunities. So I'm really looking forward to specifically Max Pax versus Lambo. I think that is going to be a hotly contested series. I think both of those players will really want to win that. It feels like there's a little bit of a rivalry between the two of those. But for the match we have happening right now, there is definitely a bit of a rivalry, which is funny to say because you look at historically, Clem kind of dominates Gung Fu Banda. He's got a huge advantage. But in terms of big matches, Gung Fu Banda has taken a couple of pretty big matches versus Clem. And you said it before, kind of counters Clem's style just a little bit. It really feels like Gung Fu Banda matches well against Clem, considering how poorly one has done against the other. And I'm really excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, I will expand on that in a moment. Let's do some intros first, because, our viewers might not know which corner which player is in. So in the top right, our red Protoss is Gung Fu Banda.
And in the bottom left for Team Liquid, he is one of the fastest players in the world. It is Clem. Melem.
Yeah, to expand on what you're saying, it's just Clem was always such an aggressive player, and Gung Fu Banda was really the absorb everything and just go late game kind of style. And it felt as though if Gung Fu could really just get through the first few minutes, he actually had a pretty good shot, and he did make the most of those shots a lot of the time in previous seasons of DreamHack, and now the ESL SC2 Masters as well. So yeah, there has been that little bit of a factor. There has been that little bit of a, oh my goodness, like Clem has lost to Gung Fu. We'll see what Clem does today. Already looking for an engineering bay block against a low ground gateway. Gung Fu looking to be a bit aggressive himself here. think this is Clem kind of saying, I want control of this series. I want to decide what's going on. The engineering bay block will go down. I imagine Gung Fu is going to build a fast unit anyway, but this now is going to have to come back and deal with the engineering bay, unless you just do it with probes. 4 probes means we are just going to try and kill this, but the more health that this SCV gets on it, the worse idea this is to actually go for the engineering bay.
Yeah, that SCV was like a ghost right there. That dodged so many probe attacks, very well microed. It feels like Gung Fu Bandit kind of lost it a little bit there. And Clem gets way more HP than he ever should have been able to get on this engineering bay. Look at this, he's trying to bait off the probes, man. This is really well done so far by Clem. And Gung Fu Banda kind of getting baited a little bit. It's weird to say someone gets out-microed in a situation like this, but Clem is out-microing Gung Fu Banda, like, pretty hard.
This is 4 probes off the... Oh my goodness, I was going to say, don't let it get blocked again. But yeah, this is like CC and Nexus done at the same time, which is a massive win for the Terran. And the 4 probes were down there the entire time too. It'd be different if maybe that was like, oh, well, I didn't pull any probes, but you've been losing economy during this. Now the first Stalker coming out of the front, Gung Fu going to get that out. And Clem going into a couple of Reapers here steadfast, so we'll be kind of sticking to the aggression to start. No factory behind this, a second barrack, so we're going to be an aggressive Reaper play into even more aggressive bio play following through.
Yeah, I wonder if this 3 racks was always the plan, or if this is a response to the low ground gateway. Either or, I think this is going to be a little bit tricky for Gung Fu Bandit to manage. It will, of course, depend on what his follow-through tech building is, but generally speaking, I like this from Clem. Now, Gung Fu Bandit did cut his second gas for a while in order to not take such a big economic hit, but it means his tech is significantly delayed. That's just going to give him a difficult time overall. And does he have anything in position? No, he does not. Okay, this is going to be so much damage.
Yep, 2 probes, going to find 3. I love targeting the low HP ones. It just takes 1 shot less to get rid of them. And this is, what, 4 workers? Now the Adept showing up. We might just commit. Okay, the Reapers will be losing 1. Yeah, we have 5 kills, though. It's obviously still very good. Good grenade, going to blast the Adept back as well. That last probe, can we find the target fire on it? We do. 6 kills for Clem. And yeah, very well handled. I would maybe have said that he could have gotten out a little bit with the Reapers before, but yeah, I'm fine with this. 6 workers is an amazing start, and Clem puts himself in a stellar position early. I mean, Gung Fu's down a couple of workers in a matchup you're meant to be up by 5 or 6 because of mules. And of course, the follow-up to this is the 3 racks. So if a 3 racks hits you and you've had a bad opening, like, there's going to be no messing around. Clem's going to stim in, and he's going to shut down game 1 just like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, for Gung Fu Banda right now, he's going to be wanting to put all of his resources into getting back into the game economically. That means he's going to want to use Chrono Boost as much as possible. He's going to want to cut corners, specifically on something like a shield battery at the front. And that means that he will most likely, as you said, just get run over by this 3 racks timing. Stim and combat shields are completing very shortly. The blink is not coming on in. We are going to see a 3rd Nexus, which is not what you want against the 3 racks in the best of positions. But in a position like this, I mean, look at the army supply. It's 21-6.
Adept to 2 Stalkers, no blink.
Yeah.
Battery? No.
Nope. Yeah, and even to add insult to injury, or to make this even worse, the robotics facility is built on that 1 pylon at the front. This is...
No.
Oh, this is a very sad Adept.
That was
20% of his army supply.
Yeah, exactly. Scouting that is way too expensive. A cyber core in the wall is Clem. We'll knock that down, and if he notices there's no battery, he might just go in for it. He's going to start hitting the other cyber core. He's given, honestly, this a little bit too much respect, and now he just stims in and realizes, uh-oh, I can do loads of damage here. As the probes pull, he will kite back the Marines to let the Marauders do the tanking. They're very good at that. And now there's upgraded Stalkers left to fight this. GG's, and that's how Clem takes an extremely convincing game number 1.
Yeah, this is a very simple situation that happened right here. Gung Fu Banda did not anticipate the Reactor First Double Reaper, and he died. Obviously, he didn't die right that moment, but taking 6 probe losses against a player of Clem's caliber means that you are just completely opened up to that 3 racks follow-up. And yeah, it's hopefully that's not how game 2 goes, but I think Gung Fu Banda is going to be a little bit more mindful of this one.
Yep, no, absolutely. As yeah, just I mean that was just a very Clem game, right? He got himself ahead, he figured out what he could do, and just boom, boom, bang, wraps it up, and yeah, just no messing around really. So simple, easy, GG's. Clem takes a 1-0 lead. There's really not much else to say about that game. It was plain and simple, and we have ourselves a second map. But Gung-Fu just has to do better. Plain and simple. I mean, even honestly, the Engineering Bay block alone was devastating. Never mind the Reapers then being devastating, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's... I have never seen an SCV dodge that many probe attacks with an Engineering Bay block, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was... It may not look that impressive, but Clem, like, really did a great job with that.
Yeah, absolutely. He made Gung-Fu's life as difficult as possible, and looking to do the same in game number 2. Blue Terran from Team Liquid. This is Clem.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right. In the red, it is Gung-Fu Banda.
And of course,
I've always enjoyed... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, of course, a lot of people might expect Clem to have already been through this group, but he did lose to Max Pax. I think that's a very acceptable loss. But, yeah, obviously that's why he's here 2-1. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, I really do enjoy how Gung-Fu Banda plays PvT in general. I've always felt that he played it in a way, and this is going to sound a little weird, but he plays it in a way similar to how Terran players play Bio versus Zerg. Just like very aggressive, heavy gateway play, heavy gateway man, a lot of constant zealot run-bys. And to be fair, that is kind of how most players play now, especially players at the very top level like Max Pax, lots of zealot run-bys, very aggressive, a lot of stalker charge, lots type of stuff. But I feel like Gung-Fu Banda was doing this, you know, like 3, 4, 5 years ago even, which was cool to watch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just very... He's always been actually a cool player to watch, and I always love about Gung-Fu the fact that he's really been that, like, I don't know what the word is, but like he's been the endorsement of like you don't have to be like full time to be good.
Yeah,
he's always been very vocal, like, you know, I'm not full time. I work, I come home, and sometimes I feel like playing StarCraft, so I bop some nerds on the ladder and, you know, have a good time, and sometimes I don't, so I don't, you know. So he really is this player that definitely isn't out there being full time, being super serious. This SCV and Probe having a dance battle in the natural.
Yep. And that is actually really nice for Clem, not because he gets the kill, but because he keeps the probe in place. And now the Reaper doesn't have to really go out of its way to get the kill. That's what, 2 seconds out of the Reaper's path? And he gets that probe, doesn't have to worry about it anymore. And now he just sends it across the map. That was really well done from Clem. Excellent zoning with that SCV. And that is the value of Clem's uber, like, you know, we talk about the World Team League power hexagons. He's got like a 12 in micro, and he just displayed it very nicely there.
Yeah, great job as the Reaper gets into the main base. Adept didn't come up here straight away, so didn't know where to be for the Reaper to deal with the Reaper, and now going to lose herself. Oh, not quite a second probe. The Reaper did not get the final shot pre-battery, so that is going to be that probe saved at least, and the Reaper moving out as the Adept does come to the upper left-hand side and is run straight into a bunker. Obviously, we can put SCVs into that bunker if necessary, and we even swap SCVs to finish the command center. Cool. Of course we do.
And he saved it.
Time. Yeah.
Oh, that was so impressive. I cannot believe that not only did he get it off of the command center in time, he also was able to actively save it. Oh, can he save it? No! Oh, the Reaper, it got like caught on the corner there. That was weird.
Yeah, I was going to say he definitely could have saved the Reaper. That was absolutely possible.
Yeah.
Either way,
I think it would have gotten away if there was it experienced friction, which is something we don't often see in SC2. That was weird.
Yeah, he really did get caught up a little bit. Now the Adept Shades inning does get 1 SCV. However, you're going to have a Hellion and 2 Marines here, which means that a lot of damage, and we get ourselves just the 1 SCV for the Adept. Don't really look losing out on units. This time, Clem, very different follow-up. He is going into the starport after a factory, so he is already taking just a very different route into a Widow Mine drop. Just very different to that previous game, of course, so we'll be seeing him advance there, and Gung-Fu also taking a very different route. Immediate Dark Shrine in the main.
Yes, and if this were a 3 racks, that would be kind of nice. Because, you know, you don't have a starport, you don't have potential for a Raven, but this is going to be the most standard of standard Widow Mine drops. which means he is very likely to go for a Raven next. Yeah, there's the Tech Lab on this. We're seeing Blink coming on down as well. Gung Fu Banda doing a lot at once in terms of tech, which means his unit count is going to be diminished. And that means he's probably not going to be able to prevent the mines from getting in, burrowing, firing those shots, and then both getting back into the medevacs. That's going to be potentially a problem. He does warp in 2 more Stalkers. Where did they warp in?
Yeah, they're going out on the map, so...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is not ideal.
It really is not. The Hellion pokes the probe away from the third base, and in we go with the medevac into the natural. Very possible that he goes all the way up to the main base of the medevac at some point too, to possibly scout as well. That would be amazing if you could get confirmation of the Dark Shrine. Wouldn't mind. Does get burrowed back up, doesn't get the Stalker. Will just be 1 probe. But again, as we head into the main base, it might not be a quick scout, but it will be a scout on the Dark Shrine, a little bit of ahead of the DTs arriving. The Raven's finishing anyways, so it's likely not going to matter too much. And yeah, Clem just going to be very well set as... Oh, well, now we've got to do some splitting. Oh, that was the worst probe we could have targeted.
That was so underwhelming. I thought that was going to be... That could have been a game-winning Widowmine shot. As it is, he gets both DTs for free. That was... Oh.
That was the series.
All right.
Just there you go. That was the series.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
Hope you enjoyed Europe, guys. It's a bit different to Asia. Yeah. Well then, that happened. I mean, nothing really to add. Honestly, just like that happened. You know, cool, awesome. Yeah, this is just a disastrous series for Gung Fu. This was nothing like what happened when he took down Clem in longer, somewhat epic macro games and really fun stuff. We didn't get to see Gung Fu play StarCraft, basically.
Like we said at the beginning of the series, Gung Fu Banda just matches up really well against Clem, you know? Like, it's a really good matchup for Gung Fu.
Hey, I did say if he gets through the early game, right? And he did not get through the early game, so maybe that's...
Oh, no, I echoed the sentiment, too. I agree. I think that he does match up pretty well, but, like, Clem... Yeah, Clem does what Clem does, and... Sometimes you win a game of StarCraft 2 based on reputation, and I mean, every little interaction that could have gone one way went in the favor of Clem, and then the DTs show up, they kill like 1 Marine, and he loses both of them. I don't blame him. I don't blame him in the slightest. That is completely reasonable, but Clem's through. Clem's through to the next round. Good job.
Yep. Yeah, we do have, obviously, Clem advancing to the playoffs. Gung Fu Banda will get a chance on Sunday to make playoffs again. As I do feel like, okay, looking at this kind of lineup of Europe now, I'm like, the day does get better for Europe as it goes by, right? To me, I feel like, you know, Clem, Gung Fu, here in Marine Strange have potential to be fun, but in theory have a very heavily favored player. And then the rest of the games I really feel like could be a lot longer, a lot more cool, a lot more interesting. So I do feel like there's still that coming. In case you're a little bit disappointed with the start of Europe, don't be too sad. There is so much StarCraft yet to come. Up next, it is Strange versus Hero Marine. I'm just going to take a few moments. When we come back, we'll be diving straight on into that TVP. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you just in a few moments.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, after that brief break and honestly even briefer series. I am Steadfast, and I'm joined by Cats. Cats, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I just woke up from a nap while I was watching some StarCraft by you guys, like the Chinese region. Then all of a sudden, like, took a little nap, you know? We're getting ready for my shift. And then, apparently you guys had a series that was worth sleeping through. So
that is one way to put it. I would argue that it was not worth sleeping through because you wouldn't get much sleep with that one. That was a very quick series. I want to say neither game went past the 5-minute mark. Yeah, both of them were neither one of them went past the 6-minute mark. They were very similar in timing, actually, which is kind of funny. But we've got a series coming up, another TVP between a player that we very much expect to see making it out and a player that is going to be the underdog, Hero Marine versus Strange.
Yeah, I mean, that should be interesting. Hero Marine did not look so good yesterday against Skillus, but Skillus, one of the best Protoss in Europe, whereas Strange, I mean, he is a very strong Protoss, but I think his name speaks for himself. He's usually kind of like a little bit more on the Strange side of things and has his own builds and does his own thing, and he's very good at it, but, you know, he's no Hero Marine.
That is very true, but will he be able to channel that name and that appropriate team he's on? Because in the bottom left, we've got for Mystery Gaming, it's Strange.
And in the top right-hand side, for mouse sports, it is Hero Marine. He's been in mouse sports for millions of years now.
He has. It's somebody compiled a list a while ago of the longest standing like relationships between teams. And I don't remember where Hero Marine fell, and it was across all esports. I did miss a couple of things, but Hero Marine was definitely in the top 5. Might even be the longest ever of anyone. I'm putting myself on the spot for no particular reason. That's just what I do. I think he, if not, it's like it's got to be top 5 or top 3, if not the longest relationship.
For
the other one,
players?
yes. The other one that's up there is Mana with Team Liquid. He's been a part of Team Liquid for a very long time. But yeah, Hero Marine's been a part of mouse sports basically almost since the inception of SC2, pretty close.
Yeah, since he's been around, I think he's been in mouse sports more or less since mouse sports has been around. Yeah, so yeah, it's been a while. He's seen all the logos. He's seen and I think he's been like their only player as well for a very long time. Wait, I thought Mana was in mouse maybe at some point even. I'm not sure.
Oh, that actually sounds right. Ooh. Yeah, he was. Yeah, we got confirmation from our producer, Wardy, in the background. Thank you very much, Wardy, with the knowledge. Yeah, he was a part of, mouse sports back in the day. That's kind of neat. But we do see something I very much love in this matchup, and the math has been done. It is worthwhile, and that is a recall on the probe when it gets caught in the main base. I'm a big fan of that. What are your thoughts on that, Cats?
The math has been done.
The math has been done.
That's good. Yeah, it's good. It's worth it, right? Like you save the probe, and it's you cut the amount of time that the probe would also travel to your base at the expense of the cooldown on recall and chrono boosting additional probes or whatever you want to chrono boost. So it is a trade, obviously, right? Like if you move out with a stalker right now and it's in danger of dying, you won't have your recall, and then the math it shifts. But for the most part, in most situations, it's good.
Yeah. I am a fan, by the way, of this kind of TVT opener in this matchup with the quick reactor off the double gas into a couple extra Reapers and a couple extra Hellions. Kind of a fun setup. Meanwhile, Robotics Facility out of Strange, so he's already living up to his name with something that is very much out there. Hero has experimented around with this just a little bit in this matchup. Hero's been a little bit lost in PvT in general, so it's it's been interesting to see him experimenting around with it, and I wonder if we're going to see Strange doing something similar to what Hero was trying, which is a quick warp prism with this into relatively fast Colossus, and you put on a little bit of pressure, but at the same time, you're going to see an attempted run by the body block. Ooh, not going to be able to fully get this. Does pick off a couple of units. Hero Marine will find a couple of probes, though. That Hellion actually surviving longer than I expected. This is pretty good damage. 4 probes. Can you get a 5th? Oh, no, not quite. What do you think about that? Is that worth it? I mean, that is a lot of units early on, but
yeah,
probes are obviously good pickoffs.
Yeah, probes are really good, right? Like I mean, you're looking for some damage. I would say maybe slightly under the line that he was looking for, so it's not game ending in any case. But yeah, I think the fact that Strange already had the Adept wall off, right, like makes it so that you can't come at 2 different angles, and that kind of telegraphs the movement for the units for Hero Marine. So he just runs in instead as fast as he can. That's what he can, but Strange does good to mitigate damage. Yeah, I think it's a wash, maybe slightly in favor of Strange.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And I love the follow-up. Right after he kills the units, he immediately throws down double Forge and is going to be going for the Colossus behind this. This is a ludicrously fast double Forge play out of Strange. Ludicrous.
Yeah, absolutely. So very cool. Taking a lot of risks here is Strange, and it makes sense to take risks after you just got rid of all the map control of your opponent, right? Because that leaves a window where your opponent is very unlikely to harass with anything for a while, and it's just gonna be their next push. So if your 2 upgrades are gonna kick in for their next push, then it works, and I don't see a reason for which they shouldn't. So very cool from Strange. And then if you survive that push and you got your double upgrades online, maybe start researching them 2-2. Could be very, very good.
Yeah, it can be extremely strong. And in fact, with the upgrades as quick as they are, he's actually going to need that Twilight Council in the next like 5 or 10 seconds just to be able to continue the 2-2 if he is so inclined. Just because, I mean, with the forges being buffed, the upgrade timings being buffed a little bit, like those upgrades finish very quickly. The other option is, of course, he just does something off 1-1 and kind of makes a fake third Nexus, builds a bunch of gateways, and hits with 1-1 Colossus with range, maybe a few extra sentries, and tries to get something done. But it looks like, no, he will go for that Twilight Council. But that actually does mean that he's going to miss out on a fair amount of timing with the potential 2-2. But at the same time, I understand prioritizing unit production in order to not take any big damage. Now, Hero Marine, he's not going to know that his opponent went for this extremely fast double Forge. Like you said, it's doesn't have any map control. If he did see it, do you think we'd just see like a huge commitment, or would he grab his own second engineering bay, armory, etc.?
I don't know. That's kind of up to him, I guess, because, you know, like you're going to be attacking into 1-1, which is kind of an anti-timing, right? Like you would have much rather attacked while the upgrades were going on. But we talked about the reasoning for Strange for going for 1-1 when he does, and I think it's pretty solid. Doesn't leave much of a window for Hero Marine. And now, I mean, the thing is, 2-2 is on the way. So there is that gap, that window of time where upgrades are still being invested into. And the 1-1 doesn't utilize its full potential. These upgrades are gonna scale with time. Okay, if the Colossus can survive here, then Strange will be in a very good position, but Hero Marine is looking to try to gun them down. Now opening into the third via pushing the units back will make it so that the shield battery is rendered ineffective. The Immortals, though, they do get on top of the tanks, I believe, as my screen is a little pixelated right now. And yeah, I mean, if Strange manages to push Hero Marine back, if he continues to get a little bit more time, yes, he's behind in supply, but he has a decent probe count and 2-2 on the way. If his army scales enough, right, then each unit extra that he makes is an extra unit that has those upgrades. So those upgrades are least effective right now in a way.
Oh, charge completed. Oh, never mind. There was another pylon. I was like, wow, charge completed just at the last second. But it was actually already done. Widowmine does get a trade against the Stalker. Hero Marine's starting to kind of flex a little bit of his multitasking here, and Strange having a bit of a tough time defending in multiple locations. Hero Marine, during all this, well, he just doesn't panic. Not at all. Battery overcharge going to get popped, will get taken down. This little segment of units getting a surprising amount of damage on the tail end, able to take out quite a few probes. Nice spotter pylon on the left side does spot this army, but like you said, 2-2 is not yet done, and Hero Marine is really picking Strange apart at this point.
Yeah, not looking too good for Strange, but again, he can stabilize. All he's gonna need is a good engagement at some point, and then if he can ever stabilize in terms of supply, in terms of economy, then we're looking at a Strange that has insane upgrades, right? So then it becomes very difficult for Hero Marine. So it's not a very usual game, but it is still an uphill battle for Strange to try and stabilize here. So let's see if he can.
Oh, it certainly is, and he gets the Colossus gets dragged and dropped upon, will get taken down, and now a ton of probes are going to go down in the main base again. Hero Marine, he has killed 39 workers already in this game, and yes, he's down upgrades, but he might just outscale his opponent to a position that Strange cannot deal with. Hero Marine, on the other side of the map, look at this. He's recognized the danger of a 2-2 timing, and he's building 2 bunkers around this third base. I like this conceptually because he's already done so much damage to his opponent that he's just got to kind of make sure that Strange doesn't hit him unexpectedly. And I just, yeah, this is a massive advantage for Hero Marine. 2-2 does need to start for Hero Marine as soon as possible because he doesn't want to get into a situation where it's 3-3 versus 1-1. That can get really ugly really quickly.
Yeah. I mean, on paper, I like, right, when you're super far ahead or you feel super far ahead, the question that pops into your mind should be, how do I lose this game? If you think Strange's best shot to win this game is to cross the map and attack you, then yeah, by all means, drop the bunkers, make the extra units. I'm not even sure that you need to be out on the map harassing too much, right? Like maybe just drop a unit here and there and deny the 4th or what have you. But yeah, I agree with Strange's approach instead, which is I have 2-2. But I don't have very many units, right? So I'm just gonna start researching 3-3 and instead hope that you don't kill me until I get 3-3. And if I can get maxed out, I will have insane upgrades. And from that perspective, the bunkers are useless and somewhat of a hindrance. They are, you know, you could have actually taken a 4th instead and those bunkers would have been half of the cost. So, or a 5th. I can't really see the minimap to see if there's a 4th command center.
Oh, there's already a 4th, yeah, landing on the right side.
Okay, that's good. But yeah, you get what I mean. I think they are looking at different win conditions right now. Strange is probably looking to get close to maxed, and then he will stand a good shot. And Hero Marine, now that he is maxed and taking a 4th, should look to not ever let that happen, and either kill Strange or trade units and kind of reset him back to as little as he can.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to see Hero Marine attacking on in here. Now, he's got to be a little bit careful. That is a lot of static defense and 4 Colossi. Oh, Ravens hits an Immortal and Colossus instead of both Colossus. Vikings are trying to kite against this. Strange is going to be able to drive this back, but this is still net good for Hero Marine because he's just looking to trade and keep his opponent's army value low and army supply low. Able to snipe down one of those Colossus as well. Good job. Hero Marine's got to be a little bit careful about over-stimming, and especially now that 3-3 is done, at the very least, Hero Marine has to wait for 2-2. But this is still a situation where Hero Marine is not letting Strange get close to maxed out, and that's the right approach in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And Hero Marine has done a very good job of keeping up with his own upgrade. So he's only trailing 1 upgrade behind at every point and starts 3-3 on time as well, which makes it so that the window of opportunity for Strange to actually have superior upgrades is just now. So instead of waiting for 200, he's gonna go at 160 something and he's gonna try to kill Hero Marine. But Hero Marine is on the other side. This might proc Strange to go for a recall, or instead it's just gonna be complete all-in, right? Your options were recall, and then your opponent gets more time and you get less time with your advantage of the upgrades, or you go for the all-in and see what happens, and he's gonna see what happens. So I would like to see him actually siege production if he can as soon as possible, because you know his opponent has so many bases and so much economy that Anything
Yeah, a
else
couple
is
of
not good.
ghosts did get taken out at the natural expansion on the rally, which is pretty nice for Strange. However, there's still a lot of ghosts here. Force Field's going to try and trap some of the army units. The upgrade advantage is very nice, but it's just such a huge army supply advantage for Hero Marine here. And Strange, I mean, he lost all his Colossus. He's got a lot of Archons. His army is just, it's pretty much hard countered by Hero Marine at this point. Upgrades are great, but Ghosts versus Archons is a big no-no for Protoss. And there we go, huge EMPs, crushing those two Archons. And Hero Marine, he's just going to close this game out. No problemo. Upgrades, well, they won't matter.
No problemo, amigo. Hero Marine is going to win in game number 1. How do you say the Mexican pepper? What do you call that? Spicy
Cayenne?
Mexican pepper. Green? No. Green spicy Mexican pepper. Classic. Just the the standard. I would tell you what it is, but
Oh, jalapeno?
There
Green?
we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, my friends make fun of me when I call it what you just called it, and they all claim that's like the really old pronunciation that's too Americanized, and people by now know to call it jalapeno.
Jalapeno, yeah.
I don't know about that. Yeah. Jalapeno, I think is what they call it.
Jalapeno.
Yeah, jalapeno is the real one, you know? Like
Yeah.
the OG. But the thing is, I speak both English and Spanish, so I have to translate like a lot of the words that I would like. There are a lot of words that overlap, right? So I would use the English pronunciation a lot of the time, and I just always thought that for jalapeno it was jalapeno, right? Like you said.
Yeah.
But then people started making fun of me, and yeah, last time I went to Subway, I asked for jalapenos, and then I was getting funny
They just kicked you out, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, okay, how do you say it? They said, jalapeno. I was like, oh, okay, that's what I thought.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I won't let it happen again, officer. Thank
Never
you.
again, please. This is ridiculous. Wardy, how do you say it?
Jalapeno.
Obviously.
Jalapeno?
Jalapeno. Love it.
As we have spawning down in the bottom right for Mystery Gaming. No mystery how to say his name. Because it's strange.
And in the top left-hand side, why is he a mouse? He's huge. He's Big Gabe.
How did I never make that connection?
Capybara.
How did I never make that connection that it's Big Gabe and he's a part of Mouse? Oh my God.
There are big mice, not quite mice, but rodents, right? The
Yes.
capybara would be the one that Big Gabe would incarnate us.
I feel like Big Gabe is kind of like a honey badger though. You know? Like he just don't give no craps. He's
yeah, I've seen that video, yeah.
Yeah, and he'll like you like look at a fight and you're like, surely this animal cannot fight 3 mountain lions. And then the mountain lions are like, they just get beat up over the course of 2.5 minutes, and you're
Is
like,
that a rodent?
I mean, I think it was a honey badger, yeah. Yeah, it was a
Honey badger
I think
is a
so.
rodent? That's pretty cool. They're pretty.
I
they're
actually
pretty
have no
large
idea.
for a
It might be a
rodent.
marmot.
I have no idea. Yeah, I know that the capybara is definitely a rat.
Yeah.
But I don't know about the honey badger. But he looked cool. I just looked it up as well. Has the haircut going. But Big Gabe has the factory going, and nothing out of the ordinary otherwise.
Yeah. Quick double gas opener. It's yeah. Apparently, for the update, honey badgers are a part of the Mustelidae family of mammals, which is absolutely the incorrect pronunciation, but I tried. That's all you can say. They're in the same family as weasels, otters, ferrets, and wolverines, as well as other badger
Ooh.
species.
I mean, that's cool people right now, sort of
Yeah.
surrounded with mustelids.
Wolverines for sure.
Mustelids. Mustelids. Usually when I type the word, there's a pronunciation to go along it, but not here. The Reaper, however, is going to learn how to spell adept shot. as he takes him to the face.
And
That's
that's a pronunciation that everyone understands. Those glaive cannons fire into your face, and you're like, I would like to go sit for about 15 seconds and think about how this doesn't hurt anymore. Combat drugs.
Tickling my brain right now. I'm like trying to be a Reaper and have a glaive shot being shot to me, and I don't really know what it looks like, because to us it just looks like a beam very far away, as he's gonna take another one to the face, now one to the back. Oh my, he is gonna die, the poor Reaper, to the glaive shot. So he'll definitely have seen it at least once when he got shot at the front. No honor from these adepts. Kill him in the back twice, and now the Helio can get one more shot off. Only gets one more probe. I thought I was gonna get two there, but the lineup not quite working out towards the end.
Still nice little value, because he gets a couple probes, and more importantly, scouts the quick Phoenix. Gets to see not only the Stargate, but what is being produced out of it, which is, well, that's valuable. That is quite valuable. And he actually was building additional Reapers, canceled them in order to go back into Marines. We're going to see the scout coming in from Strange. We'll be able to see, okay, yep, you got a 1-1-1. Oh, and finds a Widow Mine, but not in the way you want to find the Widow Mine. In the way that you find, it's like finding, you know, like a landmine in real life. You really don't want to discover it that way.
Yeah. At the same time, I mean, luckily for the Phoenix, it barely doesn't die, right? So it's one of those things where, yeah, you found the landmine, but it offered you a new lease on life in a way. Like, this Phoenix is just kind of revisiting his entire history and seeing what it can do better, and he gets another shot at it.
True, might go back to school, try and, you know, get another major.
Exactly, yeah. Might go back to school.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
This is an old school push, by the way, out of Hero Marine. So this is a 1-1-1 push where he is going to dedicate reasonably hard to it. Usually we see 2 additional barracks coming on up. But Hero Marine, he was a master with these kind of pushes where you just continue to build Vikings, Cyclones, Siege Tanks, Marines, and you just rally at your opponent while continuing to build SCVs. And this is going to be a challenge. Already one Phoenix getting picked off. Oh, another one barely going to get saved for the moment. But the thing is, the Cyclones, they just trade so well over time. However, oh, nice scan, does pick off the Observer. That's going to make it even more challenging to deal with this.
That's
yeah,
huge,
I'm really liking this for Hero Marine right now.
Yeah, because the Phoenixes are so good against the Widow Mine, and now one gets taken down as well. Those were very key pieces. I feel like Strange could have waited a little bit longer to gather enough army that the Phoenix are going to be super effective against this army, because, I mean, 2 Cyclones and a Mine, you just pick them all up, and then all of a sudden what's left in the army for Hero Marine? Pretty much nothing, right? And he's been reinforcing with like the extra Cyclone, the extra medevac, etc. But I think Strange maybe too hastily took the fight. Maybe he could have just gone around with the Phoenixes, tried to pick off this like small reinforcements while buying himself time, then collapse onto the army and pick it off, because on paper I really like the role that the Phoenixes could have served. Here's the Colossus, however, enough time has been bought for him, but the Mine continues to be a nuisance because of that earlier scan you mentioned.
And this has just been such a successful push from Hero Marine right here. Lock-ons once again coming on in. Now there's a siege tank here. That is going to shell away at the Immortal. Battery overcharge was already used. This push has been going on so long that it might actually come back off cooldown again. Phoenix is going to try and get something done. They will lift the siege tank, and the Immortal will take down the reinforcing tank. And this might be the end of this push. Ooh, can you get that Colossus? No, not quite. Strange does get a decent cleanup towards the tail end. However, it was at worst an even trade. But behind this, Hero Marine's command center is done. He's ahead in workers. He's got his additional barracks on the way. Starts up stim. This is just a continued sustained pressure from Hero Marine. And Strange, yes, he holds, but he's super down in economy now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for Strange here. I would almost like to see him take a 4th or something like that fast, because the one advantage is those Colossus that he has. It's going to be difficult for Hero Marine to breach anytime soon. So he's kind of setting up for a defensive posture at the moment. So Strange is going to be pretty slow to his 3rd. Like you said, like the trade wasn't fantastic, but the thing that it does as well is it prevented him from moving out and, you know, spreading his wings for so long as well. So Strange in a lot of trouble for sure. It feels like.
Yeah, and this is just a ooh, it looks like he did not spot that observer. Oh, yes, he did. Okay, good job from here, Marine. He's going to go on the hunt, and he will track this down. Well done by Big Gabe. That is not even a scan having to be used. Very little information being bought by that observer. And Strange just, I mean, it falls even a little bit further behind. This is an interesting response. He is going to go 3-base carrier. All right.
Okay.
Second Stargate, Fleet Beacon. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's another option that you can go for when you feel like you're safe, right? Like your opponent can't really attack you in the near vicinity of time, but you're also kind of behind, right? You got to do something. A fourth would have been an option. I like the carriers. I would have liked them like 30 seconds to a minute earlier. And actually, Big Gabe scans and he says, okay, where's the rest of your army? Where's the rest of your warpins? You haven't been investing into that, and he's going to try to kill him. Is he going to be able to? It kind of looks like it, to be honest. I mean, the Raven's so powerful here.
Yeah.
And the tanks are good at accounting for the Colossus, so Big Gabe, at the very least, I think is going to take good trades once again. And at worst for Strange, he is about to die.
It really looks like he is on death's door. Unless these Phoenixes can kill the Raven basically for free, I just don't see what you can do here. And there comes the 2 interference matrices. He guns down the other Colossus. There is basically no firepower in this army right now. If Hero Marine just gets the tanks in range of this Nexus, it's basically checkmate. But he didn't actually kind of take advantage of the interference matrices he dropped right away. Still, this is looking very scary. Colossus or carriers are about to pop, but is that really going to be enough? These tanks are so scary to fight into.
Yeah, I think the advantage that he took was going up the ramp, right? Like because he gets this position where the Colossus can no longer contest this position, so the tanks can start leaping on through. And whereas if the Protoss holds the concave up the ramp, then maybe there's a shot that they get slowed. So the interference matrices make room for this push to happen at its best. The Phoenix are going to try to make something happen as well for the Colossus to do damage, but there's just so little left for Strange. Like Hero Machine, the capybara of StarCraft 2, will take it.
Yep. Just muscles through. The carrier transition really had no impact whatsoever on that game. And that's the beauty of Big Gabe right there. That's the beauty of Hero Marine, is he just attacks you constantly. So in a weird way, he almost doesn't have to scout for something like that, because he's just going to be continuously aggressive. And if you like just hope that he's not going to hit a timing, well, you're going to be wrong, because he's just going to attack you with a normal attack. And chances are it's going to hit at a timing where you're exposed, and he's just going to micro well enough that it's going to be enough. And that's exactly what we saw. Well done by Big Gabe, and he will advance on to the playoffs as we expected, but still a nice thing for Hero Marine.
Yeah, and in this case, I mean, he didn't scout the carrier transition, but he scanned. He saw, that's your army, me attack, right? So, yeah, good decision making for sure. Not anything random about it, just a beast. And yeah, Hero Marine's gonna do it. Wardicio, what are we supposed to do now? We are going to break, and then we go.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we're back once more. It was a rather quick series. Hero Marine gets the job done, advances on to the playoffs. Strange will go to the Sunday, which will be a do or die. Winner advances to the playoffs, loser goes home. So that's going to be pretty interesting. And it'll be interesting to see who he goes up against, because so far his victories have all come off the back of going up against Protoss players. But now we've got a match that I got to say I am very excited about. I think this is looking at it, this might be my most anticipated match of the day. MaxPax versus Lambo. What are your thoughts, Cats?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be an exciting one, but MaxPax has been looking so good in recent history. And Lambo has, I feel like, had a lot to prove in recent history where he hasn't looked up to his standards, like the ones that he sets for himself. But then again, he's always been a CVP expert, right? And you know, he hasn't fared too poorly against MaxPax in the past. Just as of recently, MaxPax is such a beast that I have to imagine he is the heavy favorite heading into this one.
It's actually really interesting because they have not played a single series this year as of yet, which is pretty surprising because MaxPax plays everything. He plays a ton of online cups. Even though he doesn't have the experience offline, he's got a lot of experience in the competitive setup because he's just played so many of these online tournaments. And yes, it's a different beast, but it still does help prepare you at least for the competitive mentality, at least a little bit. But something that is very interesting, speaking of like having things to prove and confidence and all that, Lambo this week in the Kung Fu Cup 2-0'd Maru for the first time in his career. He had never taken a game off of Maru. He had never taken a series off of Maru. And he took down Maru in a scrappy, gutty series, able to 2-0 him. And that has got to be the kind of thing that really kind of lifts you up going into a series like this.
So the thing that comes to mind for me is Maru versus Solar, where Maru looked just like awful. And it was like, what is Maru doing? And Solar 3-0'd him. But it sounds like this wasn't that. It sounds like this was a little bit more of a bio-style Maru, scrappy Maru, and Lambo besting him there.
Yeah, Maru definitely didn't play perfectly. There's no doubt of that. He missed an upgrade in one of the games, but he was also doing like all-ins. But anyone who's seen Maru's like 2-base, 5-racks tank push knows that those all-ins have bite. They have teeth, and they are so difficult to manage. So the fact that Lambo was able to get that monkey off his back, that's got to feel so good going into a series like this.
That's like a gorilla of the largest.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well.
A capybara even.
A capybara of his back, yeah. I mean, capybaras aren't that big as when compared to monkeys. Just when you compare them to rodents, they're massive. But and I'm not sure that they have very short legs, I feel like. So I'm not sure. It would be difficult not to get a capybara off of your back. It feels like the capybara would struggle to kind of get on your
Find
back.
purchase, yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah.
As we are spawning up in the top right for Psystorm Gaming, it's MaxPax.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is for the Shopify Rebellion, Lambo King.
Yes, indeedy. That is a funny concept of like as soon as you said capybara, for some reason my head went to like a lemur.
A lemur?
Just like clawing onto your back, or like something really slow. A sloth, exactly. Something like really slow and lumbering, just like kind of trying like slowly to wrap its arms around your back. And you're just trying to shake it off, and it's like, it's just inevitably like closing tighter into this bear hug.
That is the sloth in a nutshell. I've had sloths actually claw, not on my back, but like sink their claws into my back. It hurts a lot, but they're also so cute, and it's like a hug, right? So It's just beautiful. Like they just slowly, like you say, like wrap their massive arms around you and then start just sinking their claws. And yeah, I mean it's a beautiful pain, right? Like you're like but you're also looking at their eyes. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, it's like when a cat, like, digs in its claws and, it's like, oh, I'm giving you a hug. And you're like, yeah, you're breaking skin, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you not? By the way, Warp Gate first. That is going to be a quick Twilight Council. MaxPax, he is a player that will play very aggressively. And he will put his foot on the gas pedal, he will jam it down to the floor, and he will not take it off until one of you are dead. And that is how he likes to play this Resonating Glaives style, because this is going to be Resonating Glaives. Now, he has recently kind of started to mix things up, going for sometimes 3-gate Glaives. For a long time, this was almost always going to be a 6-gate Glaives play, but now he'll go 3-gate Glaives. He'll go 3-gate Glaives into, I've seen him do double Stargate versus Serral in recent history. He a lot of times does it into a quick Robotics Bay. It's going to be really interesting to see what he does with this, though.
Yeah, yesterday he did Robotics Bay. He can do the DTs as well. He can do it all, and that is why we were talking about yesterday as well. This kind of opening for MaxPax, very difficult to read. The second Queen spawns right on time for Lambo, though, and that's going to net him 1 adept, make it 2. A great start for the German.
That is actually so good. Only 2 Lings for those 2 Adepts. That is an amazing start for Lambo. Part of what makes MaxPax such a scary player is that he's able to get in and get damage done with his Oracles, with his Adepts. Very hero-esque in that regard. But in this particular game, we see a really sharp defense coming out of Lambo here, and he will shut this down very cleanly. Now, MaxPax, well, I said he almost always used to go 6-gate Glaives, and now he's going back to basics here. 6-gate Glaives is going to be a scary, strong attack, and Lambo's defense is going to have to be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, I kind of love that he does commit for the 6-gate Glaives, especially after having lost the first 2, because then that's going to be a considerably smaller portion of the army that he lost. Whereas if he just attacks with, like 8 Adepts, it's now just going to be 6, like considerably easier to hold, right, on the side of Lambo. But now he's going to have so much firepower that the first 2 maybe don't matter nearly as much. But at the same time, he's so committed that if Lambo can get a good defense going, he will be in an incredible position to just close out the game right away.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a good chance of that. Now, we do see a quick 4th gas coming in from MaxPax, which means he's probably going to go for a very quick Robotics Bay. So even though he's committing heavily to this, there's likely going to be a reasonably quick transition. Lambo, as he sees these Adepts, immediately fires up 8 Roaches. And we have to mention the creep spread from Lambo is extremely nice right now to try and deal with this. This is going to be challenging for MaxPax to find openings. Already a nice little split, 2 Adepts on the top side. Adept's going to kind of jump on the Queens here. Nice transfuse. We'll keep that one alive. And good defense so far. Drones looks like they were pulled from the 3rd base. No, actually, it's Lings just jumping on top of the Adepts. We'll be able to clean that up. So far, this has been a brilliant defense from Lambo. But like I said, this is a sustained attack, and it's going to be really tough to manage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, brilliant from Lambo so far. He has enough units at the front. I was surprised that the Shade didn't go through, but then evaluating further, Lambo had enough. He still has a lot, but a lot of the Lings are not participating here. So MaxPax, seeing that the Lings are not directly on the ramp, jumps in on this opportunity. Now he's shading towards the 3rd. Is there anything there? No! That is not good for Lambo. That is his first lip up, but you only need 1 or 2 of those, as MaxPax, relentless with the aggression, like you mentioned earlier, will continue to warp into the main. This will be not a problem for Lambo, but we see a lot of army for Lambo here, which means there is not a lot of army elsewhere. 10 drones have fallen. 32 now the count to MaxPax says 44. And at some point you cross a threshold where if you're MaxPax, you've done enough damage that you can actually transition. So things are not looking quite as rosy as they once did for Lambo. This is getting a little bit problematic, but yeah, it seems like he's dealt with it. The Warp Prism barely surviving as well. Will evacuate barely.
Yeah, getting that Warp Prism forcing the recall, that will take all the pressure off of Lambo. Now, it is important to note, even though that's a great defense from Lambo, he wasn't injecting for a lot of that because he had to pull all of his queens around, and that means replenishing the drone count is not going to be as easy as you need it to be. But MaxPax still won't have any pressure for a decent bit of time. We are going to see more Adepts warping on in, and with the Warp Prism being as low as it is, this doesn't feel like it has a lot of potential, but it's all it takes once again is a little slip up, and the Adepts had a naked mineral line for about a second and a half, and they killed 10 drones, all of them during that one little instance. That's it. Like, Glaive Adept defenses have to be so perfect in order to shut it down completely. And that little tiny bit of damage that MaxPax got, that very small moment where Lambo didn't pull his drones instantly, ended up being a huge difference maker. Now Lambo is ahead in supply, but MaxPax is about to be getting into his next stage of this, which is going to be the double disruptor drop play.
Yeah, that moment where you don't have the perfect split of roaches to soak up the first few shots as well, right? Like, it's just so difficult. And Lambo, yeah, he wasn't able to transition fast enough on the back of this, because as soon as this attack was over, I felt like Lambo had a timing to cross the map and maybe just try to kill MaxPax, and MaxPax is third. Now that timing is kind of gone. Lambo didn't want to utilize it, right? Because he didn't have a lair. If he had a lair ready, he could have just made some dropper lords, load all of your queens so that you have a lot of your firepower there. If he had roach speed, it would have been super easy, but obviously much easier said than done. Maybe if he took no damage, that would have been a stronger option, but as it stands, it's MaxPax that continues to be on the aggressive whilst still developing an economy. And Lambo King, no, perfect split! So it's just gonna be 2 roaches going down, but that's a lot. The Shade is not gonna continue here, and Lambo is getting double upgrades, kind of getting situated for a longer game. He still has the supply lead, and in this time that he used to deflect the first attack, he did get back up ahead on in terms of workers. So Lambo is progressing nicely into the mid game if he can continue to hold on. But MaxPax is no slouch. He's also taking his own fourth. Gonna find the drone here, but not much more. And yeah, this game's looking like it could be anyone's still.
Absolutely. Now, Blink is not yet done. This is maybe a big problem here for MaxPax. He sacks the Adepts, though, to get the Stalkers out of here. Does that buy enough time for Blink? These Stalkers, they got to keep running. They will be able to retreat on out. There is a little bit of harassment at the 4th base, but looks like that's going to be managed. No problem here for MaxPax. And where is the Disruptor drop is my question. Okay, it's skirting in through the left side. He drops the Disruptors, will get a couple of decent connections and saves them. And MaxPax, he's down in supply, but it feels like he is the one controlling the pacing of this game.
No, he definitely is, right? Like, he's trying to keep Lambo on his side of the map while he continues to develop. Lambo tried for a little bit of a link counter attack, which was nice, but MaxPax had the right answer there with the Warpins, and now with Blink, things become a little bit more manageable. So Lambo's gonna have to look for some surrounds or something of the likes to mitigate for that Blink. He doesn't really have any other tools like Fungal or anything like that can help him out a lot. 38 links in production, that's exactly what he wants. But you can't really, I think, stop this easily if you're coming from the same angle. Instead, Lambo is gonna go for a little bit of a counter attack. Shield battery overcharge will not be able to save the cannon, but it's enough with the Adept's protection to do something else. And now the Disruptors are exposed. Lambo the King does find those, and that takes the winds out of the sails of MaxPax. This counter attack finally finds success as well with the help of Banelings to get rid of those Adepts in the nukes. And now MaxPax in a lot of trouble. Lambo feels empowered to go on forward, and even if this attack doesn't work, he's made enough room for his links to kill the Nexus. So MaxPax is forced to continue to engage onto the army of Lambo, and Lambo finds an incredible advantage here as he now tries to go to 5 base to the 3 spread out bases of MaxPax. Don't forget, the main is already starting to mine out for him, so things are looking excellent for the King.
Yes, this was a magnificent little segment here for Lambo. He distracts with a counterattack. The Disruptors get exposed. And I was just saying MaxPax has been in control of this game, controlling the tempo and the pacing, but that is completely changed now with the death of those Disruptors. Lambo is going to try and move forward. MaxPax doing his best to blink micro back, but there's just not enough units here. And Lambo takes game number 1, puts himself a single map away from advancing to the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, great game from Lambo. A couple of slip-ups, but not any more than there needed to be. He really played an amazing game, right? It was just those 10 drones falling to the Adepts, but they were also late to fall, which is really important. The first two Adepts didn't find anything.
Yes.
For MaxPax, his follow-up, while it does find 10 drones, was extremely committed. And then props to MaxPax to being able to stay out on the map to force enough out of Lambo that his tech was late enough that he couldn't go for an easy counterattack. And then for controlling the pace with those disruptors. But Lambo finding those openings, right? Like finding and jumping onto the army of MaxPax at one point, pushing him back earlier was just amazing. He then overextends a little bit. MaxPax finds a couple of disruptors out of creep, but not enough to bring him back into the game. And then those counterattacks, those links, Lambo never finds the surround to take the full-on engagement, but he finds the disruptors when they're on cooldown, like you were saying, and when the links are kind of making space for him on the other side of the map, and then manages to continue to keep the army engaged for the links to do damage. So a lot of very sensible, very beautiful plays here from Lambo. And he's kind of the guy that you go to if you go to his YouTube. You don't know how to defend Adept Glaives, then you know he'll tell you step by step like what you need to do, and that works against most people, but maybe against MaxPax not always. But this time around it does, and that's what he needs.
Yeah, that was just an excellent defense from MaxPax. Or pardon me, from Lambo. What am I saying? And we're gonna see if Lambo can continue forward, or if he's going to try and do something a little bit cheeky to close this series out now. Let's take a look as we have spawning down on the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. It is the Professor Lambo.
Le Professor. And in the top left-hand side for Sidestorm Gaming, he is MaxPax, the Prince of Denmark.
Yeah, I really feel like that Ling Bane counterattack completely flipped that game around, because up until that point, it felt like MaxPax was really in the driver's seat. He was really getting a lot done. He was dictating the pace, the flow. He hadn't yet won the game by any stretch. And if anything, it was still even, maybe even an advantage for Lambo. But just a really nice setup. Distracts his opponent, gets those 3 key disruptor pickoffs. Oh. And MaxPax, yeah, it's a big loss.
Yeah, this is cute from Lambo. Hides the drone, forces MaxPax to go up his ramp to scout him, and then drops the hatchery. And yeah, I agree. I mean, MaxPax was with in the driver's seat, but without a seatbelt, right? Like he really needed. Yeah, I mean, he was behind, but he was controlling the tempo because that's what he needed to do. He had the tools to do so. Like he was extremely mobile with Blink and with disruptors. So on paper, you have to do that, but he wasn't really like transitioning very fast into any other tech or adding additional robots or disruptors or upgrades or anything else. He was just trying to use that control to kind of get back into the game economically. And yeah, Lambo eventually, you know, says, okay, you have no seatbelt, mofoko, and then he gets him good.
Yeah, that he does. And I really like this play from Lambo right here for a couple of reasons. One, he's already up 1-0 in the series, so why not try something a little bit different? But I mentioned it in the previous game, MaxPax is used to doing a lot with his early Adepts. In this game, it's going to be a lot harder to get anything done with that hatchery on the natural instead of the third base. It's just, even though, you know, he went pool first in order to do this, it is still a situation where, you know, there's going to be a strong potential for Lambo to just shut down any early Adept play. At the same time, it is Dragon Scales, and there's a big main base, so shading forward into the main base could be very effective. And he does go for the double chrono boost here on the Adepts to really try and squeeze those out as quickly as possible.
We'll see if he's able to. They didn't pan out for him last time around, and this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult as well, in the sense that Lambo did take the natural expansion. So, you know, like he's going to be able to have his queens potentially help each other out a little bit more easily if things get out of control. Keep things a little bit more easily in position, at the expense, of course, of having gone for the earlier pull this time around. So if he doesn't get will be very nice, very nice. I mean, that's the first creep tumor. Here comes the second Adept, but their shades are off sync a little bit, so MaxPax will have to wait a little bit to use both at the same time.
Oh, this is actually really nice. Lambo didn't have enough lings here. MaxPax just kind of face checking him. Oh, Adept, a body block is going to let him get into the main base, and that means he will be able to get both Adepts in here. It is only on 3 HP, so it's going to have to regenerate up some HP in general. But, oh, can you get that? Nope. Still forcing 2 Spore Crawler morphs. Oh, the Adept gets away. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, my goodness. That's really nice for MaxPax. And so,
I think it's
so
really
annoying.
Nice for Lambo too, though, right? Because putting the Adept that low means that he doesn't take any additional damage, and Lambo was good enough to not really overcommit to Lynx, knowing that the single Adept doesn't really have that one-shot potential. So instead, he's just happy to morph those spores and have the Adept evacuate. Now this Adept will end up getting picked off, and the Oracle and the Adept are trying to make something happen, but there are not many drones or any drones to be found here. Lambo morphs an Evo Chamber instead of a Spore to make sure that it cannot be taken down and gunned down by the DPS. Otherwise, the Oracle's going to jump into the natural. Lambo a little bit slow to the pool, but it's going to net him perhaps an Oracle one more. No! I think he stopped. He stopped the attack to stutter step or something of the likes, and ends up not getting the Oracle.
That's
maybe it was
huge. The Queen wound up for the shot.
Right? She did, right? Like, she was ready to fire. Like,
yeah.
We saw the animation. So I thought...
Oh, man, that is so painful.
It's so painful.
You feel that one viscerally.
Yeah, and once again, that's the kind of thing that we are inclined to say, like, yeah, that was nice for MaxPax, but really it's good for Lambo. It shows that he had a good defense. The Oracle didn't accomplish much. The Adepts didn't accomplish much. So when we look back at this game and the early game, it does favor Lambo, or it should anyway, as he now starts +1 melee, and that is a really nice transition against the Stargate openings, and as well as the roaches. So +1 melee is going to be really nice against any gateway follow-ups, really nice against the Blink. MaxPax going for +1 attack himself, however, so not unlikely to transition into something like Charge, which would be, charge slots would be the hard counter kind of to the Zerglings with +1 if he gets there.
That is pretty. Oh my God, Lambo! Oh no! Stop building Overlords! He got supply blocked, and he had 11 Overlords in production at once.
At least
that is not what you want.
Yeah,
that is not what you want at all. That is. Oh man, he is so oversupplied right now.
Yeah, it's like I'm being broadcasted, right? Like, do I want to see people see me float 1,200 minerals, or do I want to make 12 Overlords? Well, I guess it was like 10 Overlords, 11 Overlords. I mean, that's way too many Overlords. At least he's not gonna have to worry about it for a while. I've been there when Lambo has made fun of a laser for this, but now the shoes on the other foot.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to the best of us. Like, you think you've built them, and you keep thinking you've built them and that they should be finishing up. Adepts are going to get surrounded. That's kind of nice. Okay. We'll be able to get a couple of pickoffs there, but MaxPax is still able to find a few drones. That's still better for Lambo, but MaxPax, I mean, he's about to start being aggressive with his Blink Stalkers on the map. He did go for double Forge here. He plays the hero style with this double Forge so damn well. He is a bit of a connoisseur. Now, Lambo is definitely still in a good position in this game, but MaxPax is the kind of player who can definitely open things up as you get into the mid game, and he starts kind of gaining momentum.
Yeah, double upgrades as well for the +2 attack now starting. So, the +1, very consequential for the Zealots against the Zerglings. The +2 is going to be just generally good for a lot of these units. Very good if he opted to go into Colossus or something like that, which I don't anticipate in the near future, but the Stalkers are certainly going to benefit from both of these upgrades as well. A Stasis Trap will trap a bunch of those Zerglings. And on the other side, Lambo found 4 probes with, I presume, a Ling run by. Still, things looking open for both players. Joke's on you if you kill Overlords right now, if you're MaxPax.
Looks like it was a Bane run by, so it actually could have been a lot worse. Gotta be careful. This Stasis Ward does expire. MaxPax will utilize the Oracles to keep these Stalkers alive. He's really just so good at doing these sustained pushes, and now he does find a couple of these Overlords, so I don't know. This is looking kind of scary for Lambo here. MaxPax really utilizing those rocks on the left side extremely well. We are going to see a counterattack. Okay. That's kind of neat on this newest base. No, he goes for the surround, but the Oracles still have energy. They will be able to cover these Stalkers pretty effectively, but it is a successful surround. Is this enough to break the momentum of the push, though? I don't think so. The Blink Micro is very good, but the Baneling run by on the other side of the map does grab 8 probes. However, charge is about to complete as well. And I think MaxPax might be on the verge of snowballing this.
Yeah, certainly, especially with this many circlings coming out. And now we've talked a lot about how the charge shots are excellent against those, but there's not many of those at the moment. There's a little bit of charge shot reinforcements coming out. And yeah, well, Lambo does get this around. The choke on this particular ramp is so very narrow, and with all 3 oracles still alive, like you mentioned during the fight, it makes it impossible for those links to do anything, given that the queens couldn't get involved themselves. However, he does get a little bit of a trap here, but Blink will come off of cooldown, and going down this ramp maybe not advisable for Lambo, as MaxPax is going to be fanned out, and there's not going to be creep for the chase or retreat. So Lambo will wisely tuck himself back in. Supplies are still semi-even. This slow Baneling Rambites are still trying their best with something happening on the other side, but MaxPax is paying attention once again.
And these are +2 melee Banes now, so if even a single one of those connects, that becomes a disaster for MaxPax. Lambo really taking the pressure off of himself with these counterattacks. They are helping so much. MaxPax might have already overrun this position if it weren't for these Bane run-bys. Even with that, though, MaxPax is on 2-1. He's got +2 armor on the way. Lambo does not have a hive, does not have an infestation pit. He is still just on layer tech. And MaxPax, there's that +3 weapons coming on in. MaxPax is doing such a good job of kind of maintaining army integrity. There is a counterattack at the 3rd base once again, but also a Zealot run by into the main base. Lot of Banes going to come on in. They will connect on top of the probe line. Oh, he rallies them into the Banes. That is well, that is a bit of an oopsie.
Definitely a bit of an oopsie.
A couple of drones do go down, but this is still such a scary army, especially with the +2 ground armor about to complete. Nice stasis ward catches a couple of these Banes. MaxPax, oh, that's a big stasis ward. Really helpful to get those Lings out of the fight.
Yeah, that's going to be very good for MaxPax to disengage. These oracles still staying alive have done fantastic for MaxPax. I'm actually going to click on them. One has 13 kills, another one has 19 kills, another one has 2 kills. Well, that one's sad. But yeah, I mean, MaxPax, he has been mitigating damage on his side of things. His upgrades are better than Lambo's. Lambo's tech is not really progressing. And this Zealot Rambites into the main, like we've called them. I mean, they're coming from a Warp Prism, so Lambo really needs to do more to account for those. At the same time, there is a couple of Zealots that get rid of the spine at the 5th base of Lambo, which is going to make things further more difficult for him. Stasis traps everywhere at every point. I mean, those Oracles have found so much freaking value. 11 workers go down combined between the main and the 5th base of Lambo. Lambo does another Rambi, finds 5 probes at the one base that he's been finding success, the triangle base of MaxPax. But MaxPax is already on 5 bases. Lambo needs to make something happen here. There's no shield battery, as MaxPax has been keeping up the aggression as best as he can, and that means he hasn't really invested too much into defense. The links on top of the Stalkers is good news for Lambo here. MaxPax not really warping in Zealots whatsoever, and this leaves him open to do additional damage. 13 workers fall. It could have been even a little bit more if the second one collapsed in the middle of the probes of MaxPax. But decent trades for Lambo. A very, very scrappy game. Still very difficult to know who is going to end up taking it.
Yeah, this is a really strange position because MaxPax is on 5 Nexi, which means he can build probes so quickly. But I really think it is going to be the upgrades that are going to carry the day here. He's now on 3-2. And especially anytime he ends up with Stalkers fighting Roach Ravager, he is looking at a 4 upgrade advantage. The only time, actually, there's no parity whatsoever. Even when the Lings are fighting, it's still a 3 upgrade advantage. This is just really tough right here for Lambo with no tech, no adrenal glands, no +3 melee, no +2 missile. MaxPax, even though he's taken huge economic damage, his army is just so high quality. Now this is a scary little moment for him right here. Oh, probes have got to be careful. Okay, they will pull away.
Nice.
Stalkers are going to try and cover, and the Oracles can go to town, but at the same time, the Banelings will get in on top of the mineral line. Looks like the probes are going to escape on out. Lambo is on the verge of breaking through, but if he doesn't, if the Stalkers manage to survive, MaxPax's upgrades are really going to show through, and the Oracle's starting to really wreak havoc. Zealous run-bys on the other side of the map are finding some value, and they've killed a couple of drones. This is such a close game, but the addition of Archons is going to be really scary for Lambo.
Yeah, most definitely. Two Zealot run-bys at the same time, right? Killing like 3 workers, but also getting rid of a little bit of static defense here and there, and just continuing to weaken Lambo for days to come, and that's a little bit annoying. Now the Overlords... Oh, Lambo's still at 190 supply, so he's going to be fine on that regard. The Overlord is spotting for the Warp Prism, but there hasn't been anything to actually get rid of it. So Lambo's kind of stuck in this go-go mode, whereas MaxPax continues to scale. MaxPax continues to add complexity to his army. Now those Archons, like you were saying, are going to pose a lot of problems for the Link Bane army composition that Lambo wants to continuously go for, and MaxPax is not as spread anymore, which means it's going to be a little bit easier for him to defend. That said, Lambo does find a pathway into this base. The Archons are morphing. Maybe he can surround those, but they morph in time. Links now into the mineral line are going to kill a whole bunch more, and forcing a recall is wonderful, especially because these Links have already found as much as they were ever going to find. So the recall is kind of useless here for MaxPax, but still he is in a very strong position as far as his army, his upgrades, and his complexity are concerned.
Yes, at this point, I think MaxPax, I think the only thing he needs to actually do is chill, build static defenses on his bases, and because Lambo must do something. Lambo's drone count is not great. Yes, it's more than MaxPax, but MaxPax can kind of switch gears a little bit more easily. Lambo has to... He has to be focused on either building units or defending, and we are going to see a Zealot run by on the bottom side. The 5th base is under threat. It will fall, and I think we're seeing the beginning of the end right here. MaxPax's army, the army value is just staggeringly in favor of the Protoss at this point.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a very scrappy game, but Lambo's job was to break MaxPax because he was never looking to transition. He can now never afford to transition. He is very low on workers, so he has to win with this sort of army composition. There's no queens here to protect from those oracles. The oracles not really targeting as best as they could. Those Ravagers could all be dead, and a couple of those oracles have run out of energy. Difficult to fold MaxPax as he is doing things 3 places at a time. But yeah, Lambo will find the cleanup here, not before losing 14 workers in the main. Not gonna be as happy of a story, and this might be the final engagement of... Never mind. I mean, kind of. I guess he did technically attack and then left. But yeah, he was dead.
Yeah, he was getting bled out so hard at that point. I'm actually amazed at how close Lambo came to actually breaking MaxPax, considering the upgrades. That was impressive to me that Lambo even made that look close, because I've seen that exact game a lot of times with specifically MaxPax at the helm against players, you know, that we consider to be world champions. And he usually runs away with it more quickly, but it was a matter of kind of just outlasting Lambo at that point, and he was able to do so. You were right. He needed to break his opponent fully, not just kill workers, not just kill a base. He needed to kill MaxPax pretty much fully, and he was not quite able to do it. Very close, but ultimately it's going to be game number 3 that we're heading to, and I am very excited about this one.
Yeah, he was very, very close, right? It's that scale where he's like right on the edge so many times. I mean, killing workers helps a lot. Killing the base helps a lot. You kill 1 more base, you win. You kill maybe 10 more workers or so, you probably win, right? At many points in the game. It's just he was just lacking that little bit of oomph. And while the game looks even through and through, it's MaxPax that's sneaking out that extra upgrade, so the next fight is going to be a little bit more difficult. It's MaxPax that's adding that Templar Archives, and when the Archons are out, the fight's going to be a little bit more difficult, and that starts stacking up, whereas Lambo never wanted to invest, and that was part of why his punch was so strong, is because he always just was working with the same type of army composition and trying to make it happen, and he nearly did, so props to him. It's a 1-1 series, it's incredibly close, and we are headed into game number 3.
That we are. And we have spawning up in the top left for Psystorm Gaming, getting it done with the hero style. It is MaxPax.
And in the bottom right-hand side, his opponent for the Shopify Rebellion, he is your king, Lambo. Come find him at twitch.tv/LamboKing.
That was, man, that I really can't overstate how close that really was. That was right down to the wire. And it is cool to see. It is cool to see that. Now, I wonder if Lambo is going to, if the game gets into a similar situation, if he's going to head up to Hive more quickly instead and try and get a higher worker count. The thing is, MaxPax, like, his pressure is just so unending. He just keeps running at you. And it really never gives you a feeling that you can do anything, that you ever can transition, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, for example, like the fact that Lambo was taking the expand pattern that he was, made it very difficult for him to get actually like a surround that was effective, right? Like there was that one point where he used so many of his links, but those oracles were providing too much value. And if we go back and we roll it back to the queen not firing onto one of those oracles,
yeah,
I mean that very well could have been like, you know, like let's not say that was the best oracle that had all the kills. Let's just divide all the kills by 3, but all the kills of the oracles divided by 3 is still like something like 10 to 15 kills each, right? So killing
At
that
minimum.
one oracle early might have made a huge difference and turned those engagements in the favor of Lambo. And just that one choke where all the oracles were firing, where the queens were not able to, if you had a little bit more creep, maybe the queens can get involved, or maybe if you just don't take that fight because the choke is so narrow, then you know, you at least preserve a little bit of your army. There's just so many instances where the smallest interactions and numbers of units being preserved or killed can make a massive difference in engagements to come. So not to be this time, but it was, like you said, incredibly close.
Yes. And it was, yeah, I really just can't overstate how big of a deal it is that that Oracle managed to get away. But I think you put it perfectly. Like, it just added so much value throughout the entirety of that game. Not even getting that many workers is the interesting thing. It was all in defending the Stalkers. Now, we are going to see another Twilight Council opener coming on in from MaxPax, as well as this double chrono boost on the first Adepts. Is it going to be Glaives? Let's see. He's taken off a probe off of each gas. This is going to be resonating Glaives once more. I'm a little bit surprised that he goes for this after how game 1 went. But at the same time, if he does this and, you know, transitions into maybe double Stargate or a quicker robotics facility, then I'm super on board.
Yeah, I think the Glaives are just really nice because no other unit is going to give you map control and going to allow you to kind of control the game, which seems very much like what MaxPax wants to do in this matchup. He was always out on the map in both games, right? All the time. Yeah. And Glaives allows you to do that, basically. So yeah, I kind of like exactly. If you go anything else, like you go Charge, you're all in. If you go Blink, maybe it's a little bit too early. You don't really get that sort of map control until you get a big ball of Blink Stalkers. So it's just a nice way to transition and to force your opponent into certain routes to have to defend, right? What scares me is that both of the previous games, Lambo had a flawless early game. So if anything goes a little bit more wrong than it did then, I can't imagine but MaxPax snowballing. So Lambo has to be very careful. Robo is not going to be particularly fast here. So the first few Adepts with Glaives are just going to be warped in on the side of MaxPax and try to make something happen, but at the same time that frees up space for additional, right? If the Robo's late, it's for a reason. It's going to be a very quick robotics to follow, and we're going to see that warp or some speed research, no doubt, plus the 2 disruptors that are going to be also annoying later on.
Yeah, speaking of those little tiny things, by the way, something earlier happened with the 2 Adepts where they were able to snipe down a creep tumor on their way out. Like, they fired the shot and it hit as the Adept Shade completed. So like they like teleported as the shot hit and it killed one of the creep tumors. And that's the kind of thing that happens. And you're like, oh, you got to be kidding me. As the Zerg player and his MaxPax, you're like, ooh, hee hee, oh, look at me. Very good feeling when that kind of stuff happens. But yeah, the disruptor transition is going to be a big nuisance to deal with. We can see that Lambo, he doesn't know what he's up against exactly, so he's getting these safety spores in case it's DTs. That is something that is always a possibility. This is actually really nice for Lambo right here. He's going to jump on a few of these lanes, but oh no.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is just the kind of thing that you don't want to have happened, and it was so close to happening before. It requires a perfect defense, just from the Zerg, and the Protoss can kind of afford more easily to disengage or not commit to the Shade. So it is a very technical defense, And this time around, Lambo kind of botching it a little bit earlier than he did in the other game. So seven workers falling this early, not where you want to be, especially with the disruptors coming up, especially when you've invested into those sports that you were mentioning, right? Because Lambo sees and says, okay, this is adepts, but it's not that many adepts. There wasn't a war prism to start. So your money, your tech is going elsewhere. And the other only two places that it can go more or less, well, I guess you've mentioned that he has gone for double Stargate before, but the two most common places that it could go is the disruptors and the DT. So you kind of need to drop those spores. Not completely worthless though. They have already, well, the one in the main has already been repositioned to account for disruptors. But yeah, let's see if we can do something. I mean, this engagement is on creep, so Lambo will have the option to spread, and it's actually not too bad at all of an engagement. Surprised that MaxPax takes it. Pretty much the worst geography for him to take that engagement there, but still, the Adepts shade on forward, still dangerous.
They will get into the main base here. Nice quick drone pull from Lambo. He actually stacked them up on the left side gas and got them out of there as quickly as possible. So going to mitigate the damage really effectively. And yeah, you talked about that engagement not going exactly great for MaxPax in the middle. He lost one of his disruptors in that fight. That is a huge deal. And it looks like he lost one of the observers. A couple of drones do get picked off by this disruptor shot. But Lambo is certainly in the lead right now. Yeah. He is once again being pressured, but this feels a lot more like game number 1 than it does game number 2. That is for damn sure. However, MaxPax still has opportunities. This is not... No, it is actually double Evo chamber out of Lambo, but he didn't start up the +1 missile. He only started the +1 melee. So not going to be able to get the value there. He does have the money for it, but of course, when you're dealing with Glaive Adepts in every base and trying to spread creep and trying to inject and trying to yada, 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 it's a lot. It's a lot. So missing one little step is understandable, but it does hurt.
Yeah, 3 disruptors here, and MaxPax still looking towards this area of the map, which again is the worst possible place for him to take an engagement in the entire map, right? It's a very wide open area, and it's covered in creep, but he is gonna traverse through it this time around unimpeded, and he does have 3 disruptors. This a little bit more favorable of a choke here for him, but the first 2 disruptors are gonna whiff. There's only 1 remaining, and Lambo now with an opportunity to chase. The creep has still not been dealt with, as MaxPax did lose that observer in the previous engagement, as well as you were mentioning. So yeah, I mean, MaxPax, you want an observer. Okay, there it is.
Yeah, he built it, it just joined up though. But he did also lose one of the disruptors, and because he had to rebuild that observer, that means less disruptors in general. Now there's only 2 on the field. There is still a lot of creep here. MaxPax has to be very careful. Ling run by going to come across the map. They do have +1 melee.
Or surround.
Disruptors.
Yeah.
Double Adept going to sneak into the natural.
Okay, yeah, very, very, very nifty. They're going to kill a couple of drones here and there. A lot of the army of Lambo does go back, but only shows the links, which is important because otherwise it's go time for MaxPax. If he sees him completely out of position, he could blink on forward and do more damage. So, yeah. Now MaxPax angling towards this area. Lambo gonna see if there's anything to find with the circlings, but this is not enough circlings to break through a shield battery and any additional warpins plus the stalker that is already there. So maybe just look for a backstab instead. Try to trap the army and take a good engagement. Without creep, you need those surrounds from behind if you're gonna take any engagements against blink stalkers, right? Because otherwise the army retention is just absurd for them. You wanna punish them on the blink back, and you can only do that if your units are behind them.
Oh, that was really interesting. That might have looked like a misclick there from MaxPax, but this is, I just learned, the Disruptor can't squeeze between those minerals, the Purification Nova, because it really? Yeah, well, that's clearly what happened, unless MaxPax just didn't micro, which I don't believe that he wouldn't. Speaking of, aggressive moves, okay, Lambo trying to move forward, utilizing the fact that those Disruptors were on cooldown, but he wasn't able to get too much. This is a lot of Banelings, though, coming in on the side, and they will break through that soft cannon. Banelings, oh, they're coming on forward. This is a lot of stuff. Stalkers blink themselves into a good position, but there is still buildings that are going to leave openings. MaxPax, though, will be able to manage this pretty effectively. He's trying to target down the Banes. Will be able to deal with this without taking any probe losses to speak of. MaxPax, though, can he deal with the follow-up attack? Oh, the probe! Get him! No, get him! Oh, the +2 nearly done. Threading the needle. Disruptor shots from the back. Got a huge connection on the roaches. They saves both of them. MaxPax just turned that fight from water into gold. That was pure alchemy.
He outdid Jesus there then, because I thought you were gonna say wine I was like, whoa, that's pretty. But then you went straight to gold. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, still Lambo gets what he came for. He gets the base at the tail end. It could have definitely been better, right? If he doesn't get shot from those disruptors, if those Banelings already had their +2, which now Lambo has available, they would have killed like 20 more probes.
Yeah.
So that could have been game ending. Instead, MaxPax is still hanging in there, but just ever so barely. Lambo King right now with all the cards on his side of things. With 5 based as well, he can maybe continue to respread the creep. He has a 6th on the way. He has map control. He can strike from wherever he wants, and he's playing an incredible game. MaxPax, for the first time in this series, it feels back, has been pinned back.
Yes, this is where I think is Lambo. Even if you continue being aggressive, which I agree with the idea of, you got to go up into Hive. I think you have to continue to expand your tech, because otherwise you're going to have a difficult time scaling against the army of MaxPax. Disruptor shot's going to come on in. Oh, they get some big connections. Bailey's trying to connect on the probes. Man, this is a full surround. Lambo might just have the game.
He has it, I think. Yeah, this is a lot. I mean, there is a Colossus coming to try to help, but the shield battery overcharge is not available. The shield battery is unpowered and now dead. This base will fall, and the Sirius is the King's. There is nothing left to be said. He just has to back away and potentially defend one final attack from MaxPax. MaxPax is going to be looking to turn water into diamonds, but I mean, that is a little bit too big of an ask.
It certainly is. I think it's fair to say that no amount of alchemy is going to turn this one around. If he had, those 3-2 upgrades from the previous game, oh, look at this. He actually cancels +3 weapons. He says, I know, I've got to go.
But literally, the alchemy that would be required would be something like a supernova, and he does kind of have, technically, the ability to throw a supernova, but not going to work out this time around.
No, it is not. And I mean, Lambo, that was incredible. He just absolutely went Hulk smash on that one and just ran MaxPax over. And the reason that I'm so blown away by this is I've seen a lot of players try and do that versus MaxPax and have not experienced success. And I'm talking about players like Dark, talking about players like even Cyril, Raynor. It is very difficult to kill MaxPax when he sets up like that, but Lambo gets it done. That's a huge play. Pardon?
Raynor did do it yesterday, but yeah, I pick up what you're saying. MaxPax is absurd right now, right? Like, he is the second highest rated foreigner on a Legolag, the second highest rated non-Korean. He's, I think, top 4, top 5 at the worst, maybe after the last couple of losses. And yeah, he has been looking unstoppable. So for Lambo, this is a beautiful win to pick up, a lot of momentum to pick up after beating Maru as well recently, like you were mentioning. Next victim is MaxPax. He has to be feeling good, and he was showing great form. I mean, not taking damage from the first 2 depths, and even this game not starting as well as it could have, losing 7 workers kind of early, and still, yeah. I do have to say, though, that first engagement in the middle of the map from MaxPax was really weird. It's like, yeah, it's like the worst possible place to take an engagement. Lambo does capitalize, of course, but yeah, I don't know. Losing the Disruptor and the Observer there was a lot of momentum.
It certainly was, but this was a series that lived up to the hype. It was so high octane from minute 1. Lambo really stepped into MaxPax and said, okay, you want to fight a multitasking war? You want to fight a war of constant fighting, skirmishing, battling? And he comes out on top. So yeah, huge credit to Lambo there. Really impressive victory. And he advances on to the playoffs. For now, we are going to head to a little break. And we will then be going into a PvP, another qualifying match between Showtime and Showdown. Stick around.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we are back for the ESL Masters once again after a super intense series between MaxPax and Lambo. Lambo was able to take that one 2-1, advances to the playoffs. MaxPax will be relegated now to the Do or Die Sunday, which I have just coined, and I'm going to die on that hill because it is Do or Die Sunday. And now we are going into a match that not necessarily do or die for these players. Winner does advance to the playoffs, though, and you do want to avoid Sunday at all costs. It's going to be Showdown versus Showtime in a battle of two players who capitalize their names weirdly.
Yeah, this is the Do or Don't Die. Do or Don't Die Friday.
This is just Do Friday.
Do Friday. Yeah, I like it. Sunday is going to be, of course, very exciting. Banana split, perhaps, type of Sunday.
Oh. I like that. As we have spawning down on the bottom right with the SDW for the Platinum Heroes, it is Showdown.
Very similar capitalization as well, both on the W there. Very cool. S and W both capitalized on either end, and the T and the D swapping. And we are missing an E somewhere in there. But in the top left-hand side, it is for Berlin International Gaming. A showtime.
Yes, indeedy. We have got ourselves a double gate on the high ground. Showtime doing something that he almost never does, and that is not probe scouting off gateway. That is rather interesting right here. And I like this. I like this very much because one thing that we think of when in regards to Showtime is that he is a little bit too predictable, a little bit too macro oriented, and anything that is going to be just different and is going to make it more difficult to prepare for him, I am so on board with it. So on board with it. And even the way he positions his probe just makes it look like it's a fake out. I love it.
I love it. Those extra 10 minerals are really going to throw Showdown off. And Showdown gonna have to be looking to turn some water into gold, see if he can drink that. Would love to see it.
The delicious, delicious liquid gold.
Liquid gold, baby. What's liquid gold? I've heard that before.
I've heard it too, actually. Look, I think that's oil.
Monster.
I think oil is liquid gold, no?
Monster.
Monster is liquid gold. Yes, you had it here first. Brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Thank you very much to our sponsors. There they are. Yeah, let's go.
Lovely.
Monster U.S. Air Force.
Yeah. At Atlanta, actually, there was a booth for both of these guys. I went into both. The Monster one, they gave you monsters, and the U.S. Air Force, they gave you a headset, and then you had to sit there, fly a plane, and kill stuff. I was not very good at it. ESL Pro Tour, 20% off with code StarCraft if you want to go to DreamHack in Sweden in the beautiful summer that Sweden has to offer us all.
You love it, you wear it.
You sure do. You sure do. If you don't love it, you don't wear it.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone would wear it because we all love it. I love it here.
And yet, are you wearing it?
Damn, I just got checkmated.
Checkmate.
I just got outplayed, baited and outplayed.
G-bait.
In that order.
Indeed. Stargate on either end. There's going to be a couple of adepts on the side of Showtime, and a couple of stalkers already out for Showdown, or is it the other way around? Yeah, that's correct though. So a little bit more gas to work with as a result of adepting over stalkering. Maybe not so much because there is 4 adepts out, so actually kind of evens out a little bit more mineral spend. A little bit more potential as well here, but if Showdown is... Yeah, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, this is actually really greedy from Showdown. He only built 2 gateway units. Yeah. If Showtime gets in right now and jumps these stalkers, he could actually win a fight. 4 adepts will beat 2 stalkers, but warp gate about complete. Shade?
He shades in. He shades in.
Oh, he does. Yeah, there it is. There it is. He jumps on the stalkers. Going to push them away. This could be a big deal right here. There is an Oracle, I think, that just popped out, and that should help clean this up. But in the meantime, there is not a whole lot where the stalkers warped in, because there's going to be an Oracle coming across the map. Okay, he warped in both stalkers at home. Still, the other adepts.
Maybe
Oh,
rifle this
oh, okay. He stopped chasing the Stalker. He could have killed that. Now, on the other side of the map, the Oracle for Shadown will get in. Does grab 2 probes. Takes a lot of damage. But he will get on in through. Shadown, meanwhile, has gone for a very quick Dark Shrine off of an extremely quick Twilight Council. This is super weird. Now the Adept Shade forward, they're going to try and kill this shield battery, and they will be able to force a cancel. Good job getting the cancel there. And Oracle should be able to get some cleanup. This is a funky game already.
Funky indeed, but with advantages for Showtime, who now has 2 Oracles here, finds the angle where only 2 of those Adepts or 2 of those Stalkers are going to be able to fire at the Oracles, while the other 2 are preoccupied with Adepts, which continue to rack up damage, 7 probes all day. And you were talking earlier about how Showtime like doesn't often mix things up. This time around with the 4 Adepts, we can see that Shutdown's idea there was, okay, you're usually pretty defensive, you're not that aggressive. For Adepts, a little bit out of the ordinary for most Protoss players, especially someone like Showtime. So he ends up doing a lot of damage as a result. Even just chasing the Stalkers out makes it easier for the Oracle later on, makes it easier for the Shade. So yeah, he doesn't commit to killing the last in favor of doing this damage, right? Knowing that the Oracle can combine with the Adepts if they cross the map instead. So Shadown did the best thing that he could do, which was my Stalkers are always going to die. So they may as well die as far away as possible from me to kind of take some pressure off. But it was always a losing trade. No matter what, he does the best in a bad situation, but it will set him behind.
It certainly will. Now we're seeing something a little bit funky from Shadown here. He has built a Phoenix, canceled a Phoenix, now built a Phoenix. And does he actually let it finish this time? At first, I thought he was building like 3 Phoenixes to try and go for a snipe on the Oracles and then just try and win the game with DTs, which would have been a really cute move, but it looks like he elects to just use this defensively. He did let the Dark Shrine finish, has not yet warped in even a single DT, just saying, you know what, Showtime, you're too good with your Oracles. You've kept them alive. It's not that big of an investment into a Dark Shrine anymore. It's a lot cheaper than it used to be. It's not free. You certainly do want to get something done with it, but I kind of prefer taking the bit of the loss and just saying I respect Showtime enough to not try and force the issue when I don't really think I can find something.
Because it was spotted as well, right? So
yeah, exactly.
When Showtime spots the Dark Shrine, then you have to anticipate that he will be looking to defend against it, that he will be investing in defense this time around. He didn't really, like, he just trusted his Oracles, but he could have very well gotten to a quick Robo or Cannons or something of the likes, as now he drops his own Forge. Shadown already has that. Showtime will identify that there is a stasis here. Oh, actually will not. Blinks right on top of it. I thought he was scooting around it, but can he get punished here? So on the other side, the Oracles get recalled. That frees up these Stalkers.
The Blink does not go off cooldown. Blink is at its maximum cooldown right now. This is so bad. So bad for Showtime.
So bad.
It is a disaster straight up. Shadown's going to be able to blink micro. Showtime cannot. And this is going to be so many dead Stalkers for Showtime.
Yeah, I almost wish that the blink micro was forward just to make sure that the units couldn't escape, right? Like instead he protects all of his units. But maybe giving Showtime a little bit too much credit, that maybe he could have warped in across the map right away and brought enough to the fight to where he can trade effectively. But it wasn't the case. He had the trap. I think he could have killed a few more Stalkers, maybe lost a couple himself. But I think it would have been worth it because the numbers did favor him there. Still, Shadown back into this game now. I mean, nice moves.
Yeah, that's a really nice find. He ends up only going 4 for 1 when I really agree with you. I think a forward blink, he could have gotten like maybe all of the Stalkers and traded out, you know, maybe it's like 12 for 6, which is obviously better than 4 for 1. But at the same time, once again, it's a lot of respect being shown from Shadown saying, okay, Showtime is probably going to be able to deal with this. We see what the opportunity is there, but it's totally understandable to go for the more conservative play and just take the small bit of guaranteed damage. Nice cancel, by the way, on the 4th Nexus.
Yeah, very nice. And it does also speak to his mindset and his own, like, kind of stalking to himself, right? Because he is saying, I can outplay you later on. Like, I don't need this huge edge. I just need a little edge and not take any risk in the process. However, he has lost his edge as 9 workers have gone down to these Oracles. The Phoenix is trying to tail them and do something, but the Oracles, knowing that they are dead, at least one of them is guaranteed to die, are just going to look for probe damage on the way out. We'll find 3 more. And now opening as well into the natural. There is no stasis trap this time around for Shutdown, who is a little bit later to the party, but does have the greater numbers to work with. So now an aggressive blink forward, much needed from him. But I mean, he did cancel the 4th as well, right, earlier. So his 4th is a little bit earlier. He's only lagging 4 probes after all is said and done. So this game is still very much open. Supplies dead even.
Yes, yeah, supplies are dead even. I did like the addition of some DTs here on the defense after he sniped one of those oracles. Showtime still... Wait, hang on. Yeah, well, he still doesn't have an observer. He has built the robotics facility, so he is covered, and he is getting cannons, but adding in a sneaky DT, trying to run it into a base can always be a good play in PvP. Oh, this is a really nice find for Showtime. Catches his opponent moving through the middle, and now he blinks on the top side. Very nice pickoffs for Showtime.
Could do an aggressive blink here too to pick off a couple more units. Not gonna do it. But yeah, Showtime now with a supply lead. An army lead as well of 20. So yeah, things are looking very good now for the German, as the French is going to try to make something happen. We'll find a pylon on the other side of the map, still playing and posturing very aggressively, and in fact will blink on forward. Has to be careful with that stasis. Very difficult to see when the stalkers are right on top of it. And this concave this time around, it's kind of even-ish, but numbers do favor Showtime on site, so Shutdown has to be very careful. What is the transition here? Showtime will be quicker to +2, and Shutdown will be quicker to his armor upgrade on the +2 end of things.
Yeah,
so a little bit of an edge for Showtime in this next engagement potentially.
This is a rather uncommon play to go for. We are seeing some players starting to add on double forge in general in this matchup, and it makes sense because like Stalker Charge Lot is so dominant in the meta right now. But to see a second forge this fast is pretty unexpected. And it means that if both players do max out and, you know, we end up with a 2-2 versus 2-0 situation, which with Showtime's second forge much later, that is a very real possibility. Shutdown might be able to take a really cost-efficient fight that Showtime is not expecting. Ooh, Oracle does go down. That means no revelation. And Shutdown will be able to aggressively blink forward. Gets a lot of stalkers right there.
Yeah, sees how much is on his screen. However, that means that not all of the army of Showtime is probably there. It is kind of going across and around. The minerals here have not been taken, but blink is available, so the observer will enable a blink into the natural. Shutdown has to be very careful. Does section a smaller portion of its army, but there is an opening here for Showtime to potentially kill the Nexus, or at least a lot of probes before this engaging. Shutdown has now turned his attention to it, but Showtime with a much greater concave will have time to do both, kill 15 probes and the Nexus, now setting himself in an incredible position. A little bit surprised, steadfast too, that neither player has transitioned into Disruptors just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. With all of these maps being so big and wide open and so many attack paths, it really feels like we've seen a general meta shift away from Disruptors. They're such good units, but we're seeing so many players stick on the Charge Lot Stalker. And in Shutdown's case, he's going mass Stalker, 59 Stalkers, which is a ludicrous number. He's going to try and get the trap on Showtime. Showtime needs to blink out. Shutdown, I think once again, he should have actually blinked forward very aggressively there, but he was worried about this big counterattack. And yeah. I kind of understand, but at the same time, it feels like Showtime is just slowly peppering away at Shutdown. Shutdown, though, I mean, his upgrades are just, they're going to be ridiculous.
And he is maxed out. Showtime, however, will be quicker to the +3, so maybe Shutdown can wait a little bit longer, but they're both maxed out, so I would understand if he wants to press on the issue. Zealots are going to be a little bit less maintenance to micro, so in this split out engagements, it could be really good, but the forces of Shutdown, they're all concentrated here. Showtime does not have enough to push this back. In fact, he's going to come from the flank with the army that was looking to backstab instead. And this looks like a wonderful engagement for a very fanned out Shutdown. And Showtime cannot easily abandon this position because that means the probes and the Nexus will be exposed. Battery overcharge is actually doing a little bit too much. Now Shutdown turns his attention to it as a few DTs are going to be warped in after the observers have been dealt with. So Showtime with that will be able to hold on. That is more than a few DTs. And yeah, I mean, a great hold. I thought he was dead, to be honest.
I was so certain he was dead. That was a magnificent hold from Showtime there. And now Funnily enough, that was actually weirdly an upgrade advantage for Showtime because it was 3-1 versus 2-2 just specifically during that fight, just specifically before Showdown's +3 weapons completed. And the reason that's an upgrade advantage is attack upgrades just scale better, as I'm sure you know, but for anyone at home who might not know, attack upgrades scale better, especially for Protoss, than the armor upgrades. And that's why single forge is so prevalent. That was such an impressive hold from Showtime. I am blown away by that hold. That was really well done.
Very, very well done. Really turning water into gold this time around. Let's see if he can continue to do it. I mean, Archons are not going to be the best here because Showdown doesn't really have any Zealots, right? So
yeah, and he hasn't made. He's made 2 Zealots in this game.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5. He's got 3 on the field right now. 2 dead, 3 on the field. That is very funny. Interesting that neither player's gone into DT Blink with how much action there has been and how much multitasking. We're going to see the Stalkers on the left side getting caught here. Looks like Showdown was distracted by some Disruptor play in the middle. Still, the thing is, with what Showdown is doing, all it takes is Showtime making a little misstep in an engage. Ooh, that's a cute little ambush using the Watchtower. But he doesn't have the numbers, and Showdown will send him packing.
Yeah. And yeah, I completely agree. It is actually a little bit easier to mess up if you're Showdown in these multi-prong engagements, right? Because again, the Zealots, they're just going to attack move your Stalkers to get value out of them. Against the Zealots, you need to micro them. So I think the best shot for Showdown is probably to have a concentrated army, big numbers, where you don't offer a lot of surface area as a result of your units covering each other, where you can kite and you can micro endlessly. But that is also going to be made a lot more difficult now that there is so many Disruptors in play for Showtime. As armies scale, these units gain a lot of value. So Showdown, I mean, he has a tough task ahead of him, just Stalkers on his side of things. Showtime has more here. It's going to be very difficult. Showdown now on the flank, so kind of for the reverse of the last engagement. But Showtime has much more tech, and things are looking pretty good for him, I want to say.
Yes, indeed. And he is getting up into 3-2-2 upgrades. Ooh, Disruptors. Okay, do get dodge. Good job. I really like that Showtime has just added on so much static defense as well. This has been such a great play from him just in terms of really making it difficult for Showdown to open things up and really create, opportunities for himself. Now, as the Disruptor count rises higher and higher, it becomes more of an issue for Showdown as he tries to out-multitask his opponent. It kind of feels like not quite a checkmate situation, but it feels really bad for Showdown right now because the Disruptors mean that concentrating your attention in one spot makes things really difficult. But the fact that there's, multiple locations to deal with makes things really difficult for Showdown as well. There's the big blink forward Disruptor shot. He gets all of them. Okay,
very
this
nice.
is a lot of Stalkers.
This could be his opening. There are tucked in shield batteries. Now Showtime going for the counter offense, but this opens up the doors for Showdown to take a good engagement here. Should Showtime not go for the counter offense with everything, you do not want to take isolated engagements unless you can get a huge Disruptor shot. Not going to be the case this time around, but the second one does get around 5 or 6 Stalkers. That is wonderful for him. 150 supply to 194, and now Showtime with his army conglomerated all of it here, and the blink forward, he might just have enough. Zealot reinforcements are going to make things a little bit more difficult for Showdown, who has no buffer, who has no additional tech. The Disruptors unnecessary here, and Showtime looks to be closing out this game in style. Showdown will have to tap out, and Showtime takes game number 1.
136 Stalkers were killed for Showdown. Showdown lost 136 Stalkers and still had, I think, 22 on the field at the end of that game. Wow.
APM half for Showdown of Showtime. A little bit over half, but kind of crazy. Showtime playing Protoss at 500 actions per minute. And most people don't care for these statistics. I know that APM can easily be inflated, but I think it's rather impressive. I mean, 500 is just not a number that I see on many or any Protoss these days.
Yeah.
Or any days, really.
Not these days, not the past days, not future days.
We don't know what the future holds, in fairness.
No, we haven't seen it yet, though. So therefore, we haven't seen the numbers.
Showtime in a year could be 600 actions per minute.
Ooh,
that could be crazy.
Yes,
But yeah, water into gold yet again.
Water.
We were talking in the break, like, what do you do? Like it's like you have water, right? Arguably the most precious resource out there.
Yes.
It's only our capitalist minds that make us think that gold is more valuable, right?
Yeah.
Because in a vacuum, I mean, do you want water or do you want gold? What do you do with gold?
Oh, you buy more water.
Well, yeah, but that, I mean, yeah, technically in the day and age, I guess, that we exist and the societal context, yeah, you buy more water, of course. But yeah, I mean, water is kind of the one that you want. Even wine, I think that Jesus did it wrong there. I think that just water into water is the way to go.
Oh.
Maybe add some bubbles to it, like sparkling water.
Okay.
Just for a little bit of spice, a little bit of jalapeno, if you will.
Jalapeno, if I may.
Jalapeno.
Yeah. I could go for maybe water into like, hard cider. I'm a big fan
Orange
of the
juice, perhaps.
Yeah,
Hard
orange juice.
cider. Can you even
Hard
fight
cider,
with hard
yeah.
ciders?
Ciders are pretty yummy. They're tasty. Got a little bit of apple in there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Water into more SC2 action, also an option, as we have spawning up in the top left for the Platinum Heroes. He is Shutdown to Clown.
And in the bottom right-hand side, it is for Berlin International Gaming. Show in time.
I was going to go with Showtime of Our Lives.
Showtime of our lives.
Yeah, like we're having the showtime of our lives.
Yeah,
It's,
I like it.
I'm a
Pretty
big
good
fan
stuff.
of wordplay.
Yeah, for sure. Berlin International Gaming. How do you feel about that team name?
It's well, I like that they forced the big,
right.
big. Yeah, that's cute. By the way, did they both just send a probe down to the bottom left to proxy? And then it was like, did they just Spider-Man meme each other, or did they? Has either of them seen? Oh my God, neither of them saw it. Oh,
They might get. Oh,
let's go! Oh, I love this so much.
Meme. Oh my God, he killed an Urubu.
Oh, now they can't reproduce.
Wait, that was an Urubu, right?
Wait, was it?
Or was it some? I'm not sure. It might have been a different creature, but I am fond of Urubus these days. As
Oh,
Shutdown somehow doesn't scout, but not now this time around. He will find
oh, he sees it. And he
it.
comes
Extra
in
bonus,
from a weird
exactly.
angle,
Yeah,
too.
Exactly. That is beautiful for him, right? Because he comes in from the back, so Showtime is going to look in the back to see, oh, you came from there. That's weird. Where is your pylon? Not here, me friend.
That is super funny. Oh, man, I love it here. Meanwhile, Showtime builds the Stargate at home. It will be a Twilight Council back in the base for Shutdown, but Shutdown's game plan has been, lightly jarred. It has not been completely thrown off track, but like they had to pump the brakes a little bit. It got a little off the rails. It's definitely been discombobulated and slowed down.
For sure. I mean, yeah, Showtime does have his own proxy pylon that he ended up not utilizing either, though, so there's that going for Shutdown as well. As Dark Shrine for Shutdown, living up to his name, the Shadows of Adun. Are they from Adun? Maybe they're from somewhere else. I'm not really.
Oh, we're going to see the Adept shading on forward into the main base. This is going to be a lot of dead probes, as
Beautiful.
Shutdown will have 5 probes go Shutdown. Oh, no. Showtime made me a liar, damn it. I predicted the 5th probe was going to die, and then that one probe got away. So 4 probes going Shutdown to Showtime's attack. Where did the Dark Shrine? Did it get scouted? No, it didn't, did it? It's in the back. It's in the back of the main base. No, he doesn't see it. Okay, robotic facility is on the way, but is that going to be in time?
Again?
Oh, this time I think
I'm going to say it's going to be 5 probes. Don't make me a liar. Will it be 6? No.
Oh, that would have been really funny if he'd gone 4 and 6 when each of us called 5. He blocks the scout, though. These DTs are so all in. Where's the robotics facility? There's one pylon powering it in the main base. Ooh, okay, Showtime sees this. He's got the Oracle anyways. He's going to recall. This is so good for Showtime right now. He's up 10 workers. And he's going to be able to deal with these DTs.
How many revelations do we have available? Because if they split up, there might be a drought of revelation here.
Well, they are on cooldown, but the Observer's already halfway done. There's the first revelation coming on in. Adept chasing down a DT is not something you see every day. Oh, he uses the Oracle energy for this. You know what? It's fine, actually, yeah, because he's got the Observer. Second DT will get recalled on out, but this is so ridiculously good for Showtime right now.
Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come to him and eat with him, and he with me. You know what that is?
I
just googled it. It's a quote from Revelations.
No, I was gonna say that's like a sports team. Their their logo.
That's the new Subway advertisement for the...
Exactly. Eat fresh. Also, this ODT. Oh, that's so painful. Shutdown is already in a losing position. Losing any additional units just makes this task even more impossible for him to come back.
Yeah, even more impossible. And it's a tough one. It's a very tough one. 47 supply to the 68 of Showtime. Showtime with everything that he has needed in this game. It's really on Shutdown to make something happen here. It's really on him. You know, there is one play for Shutdown that might end up working. Like sometimes it works. No!
I was going to say, is it 2Gs?
Offer a draw. Offer a draw. If you offer a draw, a lot of the time your opponent takes it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was the last remaining play, but it's not going to work out. I doubt that Showtime would have, gone for it, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, there is no world, actually. There's no world where he's going to take the draw offer. If he like sneezed and accidentally hit Y and enter, maybe. That could have happened.
A Y and enter and you leave really fast, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe you have like one of your friends kind of like watching Showtime and you have that play ready where you offer draw, your friend goes in, types Y, enter, Showtime's like, what the fuck? And then you leave the game. It's a draw. That would be the play.
Please, the rules stand. We're honoring the draw. It's happening. Showtime does advance to the playoffs. He was the favorite in this series. Shutdown certainly gave himself opportunities to win in game number 1, but in game 2, that was a funky situation that Showtime navigated perfectly, like navigating an ocean of gold. It was just seamless and perfect.
Parted it into
part the Yellow Sea, as they say. And now we've got our next match coming up after the break. It is going to be Spirit and Gerald. But for now, we will head to a quick break. See you next time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we're back once again. I am joined, as before, by the illustrious Cats. Cats, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Dave. How are you?
I'm doing well. We have got ourselves a match, last qualifying match of this series, which is going to be Geralt versus Spirit. It is going to be a pretty interesting one. Spirit, who's really been popping off recently overall, had an outstanding couple of weeks around, maybe 6 to 8 weeks around IEM Katowice, really performed extremely well. And Geralt, who has always been a solid player, has suffered a little bit from the shaving of the mustache for sure, but hopefully can shake that off and get something going this series.
We'll see. I completely agree with you. I mean, the mustache, I first found out at Atlanta. I was very disappointed, but we are now into the game. And spawning in the bottom right-hand side for Storm Gaming, he is Geralt.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left for Team Starlight Twinkle. It is the Spirit of St. Louis.
Of St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah. Crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a certain amount of time.
Is that a thing, the Spirit of St. Louis? How did that pop into your head? I'm curious.
I think, well, it's the only thing I could think of that started with Spirit, like off the top of my head. And I think the Spirit of St. Louis, I think that's what it's famous for. I honestly am not 100% sure.
So St. Louis is a city that is famous for a thing that isn't there?
Oh, that's actually a good question. Yeah, because I think it's in the Smithsonian, right?
Wait, there is a spirit trapped in the Smithsonian?
Yeah, of St. Louis.
Really? That's incredible.
Yeah.
Whoa,
it's an airplane though. Is the key. We've got an engineering bay block, by the way.
I don't know how that transitioned into an airplane, but yeah, that is nice. Good reaction here, quick and prompt from Geralt, as he continues to just finish his wall for the consequent Reapers. This SCV could have gotten maybe surrounded if a couple of probes had been sent to the task. Needs 2 saps to die. Only 1 will be found.
Nice mineral walk back through to make sure it didn't get like kind of caught with some friction.
Indeed. And yeah, that is very true. Otherwise, it could get tackled to the side and then allow for an extra shot. Wardy also informed us during the break that it was not an Urubu that died, but a Karak, which we don't care too much about.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of, did they even reproduce? I don't even know.
Karaks.
And we have a Marine potentially on the hunt for the Karak here. Wow, that's why we hunt the Karak right there. Got right in his way.
It really
Bit of a
did.
jerk, really. Fortunately, the Marine
tail.
was a Chad and just shoved it right out of the way. Very,
I mean, yeah, humanist. It is a human after all, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. Nature gets in your way. You got to teach it a lesson. Can't be having that.
Oh,
nice save on the SCV, by the way.
He let the Karaks survive this time around, right? It was the Protoss that were killing Karaks.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? Maybe the Marines are wildlife conservationists because they just killed a probe to make sure it couldn't get that Karak. By the way, we do see a little bit of a supply block blocking the production of the Adept right there. Not a huge deal, but a little bit of a nuisance. Just a small lateness of the Nexus as a result of the engineering bay block. So kind of annoying. Meanwhile, we have got ourselves a rather quick reactor Hellion play, but off of after 5 Marines and after he pushes the Adept away. So this Adept was not able to figure out what Spirit was doing. Not going to know about this Hellion play. And this could get some damage done. We'll see. There is a shield battery in the natural, though. This is going to help out a lot.
Yeah, Widowmine follow-up as well. And judging by the time of the medevac, it's going to be 4 Widowmines being dropped here. So let's see if Spirit can time things well to where he hits at 2 places at once. That would be the ideal case scenario. But actually, with Geralt moving out on the map, it might thwart his plans because he's going to be very well aware that there are Hellions. He could still use this information, or he could try to exploit the timing that he thinks he has. I don't love this. He's going to go into the main, but that means both Hellions are going to get taken out. The Phoenix are drawn out of position, but for what? Out of position from what? there's nothing else in position to capitalize.
That is correct. He does get the scout on the Phoenixes, so I guess it
True.
has an unintended consequence of doing so. And his Armory Widowmine play has been undetected up to this point. So it kept the Phoenixes off the map. But Geralt, it looks like he is sending these... Nope, those are Adepts. Where are the Phoenixes going? Oh, they're just in the middle of the map, so they're not going to be in position here. This could be pretty annoying. However, a very quick robotics facility for Geralt, that's going to help out a lot in dealing with the second set of mines.
Yeah, the third.
Well, not
could
even
also
second
give,
set of mines, just the first.
The third could also give Geralt a little bit of a heads up if this Widow Mines try to go in anytime soon. They took a little bit there to get on their route, but now they'll get spotted. As soon as they get spotted by the third, they're gonna try to do their boost in as fast as possible. Only 2 Adepts here to answer. The thing is completely out of position, like you mentioned. Not too much going down here. So good reaction from Geralt.
Yeah, did the observer... Oh, the observer died to the coincidental splash damage. And he doesn't have... He just now started a second one. I don't think he realized what happened right away. Oh, this is actually so annoying.
We may or may not have an issue here. No! That Widowmine was gonna get 3 probes. That reroutes it to only get 1. Buys his opponent a little bit of time. Anti-micro from Spirit. However, the other Widowmine will find its damage at the natural. 9 probes dead all day. And yeah, Geralt's gonna look to transition into Phoenix Colossus, but did take a little bit more damage than he was intending to. So a good position here from Spirit overall.
Yeah, this is very... this is a very strong anti-Phoenix trap. I don't know if I like the positioning on it, though. It's, in one sense, is good because it's super random, but at the same time, it's also not, like, really hidden by a pillar or something. I would love to see it, like, hidden by a pillar somehow, you know?
Yeah, but it's so inconspicuous that I don't think that you have any reason to be looking there as Geralt. As he does dislodge that trap, puts it elsewhere. And I like that it's kind of on the fringe of his bases, because if somehow the Phoenix get into his base, look for something, don't find anything, and then pull back, it is very likely that they'll be traversing that part of the map to try to find different angles as well. But yeah, like I said, he dislodges the Widow Mines, and now he's going to try for another drop. The Phoenix will be likely in position, so I was kind of digging the idea of a trap instead. The next Widow Mine is probably going to go and try to block a potential 4th, or actually just burrow in the middle of the map to offer him some information in days to come. So things still looking decent for Spirit, but Geralt not by any means out of it. Dave, looks like a pretty good game in our hands here for this Polish Classic.
It certainly doesn't. Oh, there's that. Oh, nice split. Nice split from Geralt, but this will distract. And the Widowmine drop, does it? No? Yes?
Sure.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to dive in during that, but no, it did not. By the way, we see something somewhat rare in this matchup, and kind of neat, is that we have Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shells, and 1-1 all on the way at the same time, as well as 1-1 from the Protoss. So both players going double upgrades at the same time. Makes sense for kind of both of them to do so. This is definitely a good situation for Spirit, though, overall. He is definitely in the lead off of the opening. Got a good amount of damage, more than Geralt wanted to take. But Geralt is the king of holding on.
Now for the mines. He shows the Phoenix out of position. Now the mines finally, this time around, Spirit paying attention enough to capitalize. Will burrow 2 of those mines. Oh, Geralt not paying attention. Oh no! Oh no! You hate to see it. When you pay attention a little bit too late, sometimes it's the worst case scenario because your probes clump up around each other as you try to evacuate. Exactly what happened there. 13 probes go down. The Phoenix will finally chase down the medevac and punish it. But yeah, I mean, you're happy to die if you're that medevac at that point. 13 probes is exactly what you came for, as Spirit now elongates his worker lead to 65 versus 55. A difference of 10, now 9.
This is a very unpleasant situation for Geralt right here. Now, Geralt will have Extended Thermal Lance and 1-1 ready for this push. But does he know about the double medevac on the left side? I do not believe so. I don't think there's an observer. There is an observer on the bottom side, and that will probably see this. Actually, the Phoenix is getting into position.
They were. By inertia, they almost catch the drop, but it looks like he turned his attention towards the Cyclone that was poking at the potential fourth. The drop will get spotted, but there's nothing in location. There's no warp-ins happening. Geralt, again, not paying attention fast enough. The Phoenix are going to go there as fast as possible. Now warp-ins are happening, but he doesn't catch the drop as it's coming in exactly. So instead of going for the medevacs, he has to lift up to make sure and try to make it so that his Zealots can try to win on the ground, but it's not enough. A few Marines remaining. That is plenty enough to deal with the Phoenix. The mineral line has to be evacuated. 4 additional probes add up to the tally of the probes that we have seen throughout this game, and things are looking very, very good for Spirit.
They certainly are, and he managed to target fire down a couple of Phoenixes at the outset of that engagement. Got another one. We will see an attack coming in through the middle. Force Field's going to try and hold the army in position, but Spirit was just waiting for the disruptor shot to get fired. Disengages, will drop back into the main base, and Geralt, he can't really pull his whole army into the main. He can't afford to leave the front exposed, and Spirit is taking advantage of that in a big way. Finally, one of the Colossus does rotate over, but that's going to be a dead Stargate, which means no more Phoenix production, which means dealing with drops becomes more difficult. Attack at the third will jump the Colossus. Disruptor shot will get dodged. One of the Colossus, I think, fell. The Disruptor went down, and Spirit is really making... Well, he is really making progress here. Oh, can he save the Colossus? No, not going to be able to do so. And now the Nexus goes down as well.
You should just say it. You should just say it. Every time that the opportunity presents itself, you go with it.
Water into gold. There it is,
Water
baby.
into gold, baby. That's what we're doing here. That's what we do all day. But
all day.
50 supply, almost the difference here as Geralt is struggling. He has now lost his arguably most important, freshest base. He is now trying to be fresh and take the north, as Spirit does the same and will happily mirror him with a big advantage. 4 bases to 3 operational, with a 5th and a 4th respectively coming up. So Spirit in a commanding position right now, and he has had a good position, and he has done very well to exploit that position time and time again. So I don't think anything's going to change. He will probably look for his next timing and continue to split his army in 2 or 3 to make it very difficult for this AoE to pay for itself.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to do so. Geralt was on 4 gateways for a very large period of this game. He just now finished out 4 more. And that will time out nicely with his 2-2, as well as his blink. But these timings are... They line up nicely, but they don't actually help him win the game. They might help him hold and get himself into a position where maybe he can win the game later. Nice EMP, by the way. The scan was not able to get the kill, so he drops that EMP. But I don't know. This is looking really difficult. Now, I will say this is a super heavy Marine army. So if there were like 4 Colossus and they could be brought to bear, this could be a really scary situation for Spirit. However, he's only on 2 Colossi. Meanwhile, we do have the transition into Liberators, as our observer points out. We've got the extended range, the advanced ballistics, and +2 weapons on the way, which is a huge power spike for them. Gan gonna look for the army, sees that there's really nothing here. He might just elect to sprint into the natural. No, looks like he wants... Okay, there we go. Now he is going to go into the natural at least a little bit. Vikings will set up on these Colossi, and Disruptor shots doing their best, but they're not going to be able to connect. This is looking like Spirit is going to just take the game right here and now.
Right here, right now, baby. There's nothing left to do. The Disruptors, I mean, this was the best opportunity that they had with the entire army of Spirit clumped up. They fire both at the same time and hope for a miracle, but that is not coming today. No miracles have happened. And aside from the water into gold ones that keep on happening, it's just been flat. Just easy close-up here for Spirit. And yeah, a mostly uneventful game. Not very many super exciting portions to it. I think the Marine versus the Karak was one of the highlights there, because Spirit just had control the entire time, it felt like, and Geralt was just not let into the game. He wasn't allowed to play. He had a couple of opportunities, but those Widow Mines in the early game just kept on snowballing, and he kept on doing damage, and Spirit just a masterclass of how to capitalize on that damage.
Yeah, Spirit, I mean, we talk about it a lot. His mechanics are top-notch. His macro is so good, and he just really... You got to match him on that, and if you can't, you know, avoid taking that early damage, especially against the Armory Widowmine type plays, you're going to have a terrible time. And we kind of saw that in game number 1. Geralt, he's going to need to tighten things up in the early game to be able to compete with Spirit as the game gets later and later.
And yeah, poor Geralt gets continue to put up against his Polish brethren. Yesterday he had to kill Christianer, but today a much taller order in Spirit, who has been looking hot. He had a match against Aquadon yesterday, game 2, highly recommended. An excellent match from Aquadon. Actually, I mean, obviously Spirit wins, so it had to have been an even better match from Spirit, but more or less in line with expectation, whereas Aquadon played out of his mind to surprise at least Guardicio and myself. Today, Geralt has to do the same, but turn it up a notch if he is actually going to come up with a victory or at least a map. Altitude, not an easy one to make it happen, so we'll see what he has in store.
Yeah, it's definitely a map. To be honest, I feel like this entire map pool feels comfy for Spirit, just because he loves the macro game, he loves taking things late, and he is super good in those scenarios, as we have spawning down in the bottom left. Looking to punch his tickets into the playoffs with one more map win for Starlight Twinkle. It is Spirit.
Of St. Louis, baby. St. Louis, Missouri. Well, we have a couple of Texans now adopting Spirit as well as his opponent in the top right-hand side. He is Geralt for Sidestorm Gaming of Rivia. That is very true. Geralt
Not enough Geralt of Rivia memes out there. I think that's something as a community we can work on. We can do better.
I mean, the guy has the most majestic mustache. He has the biggest room in the world. How many more memes can we add on to him? Difficult. And if people saw the way that he dresses like a golfer. Very cool, very stylish.
That's so funny, because when you say that, I have like 3 things that pop into my head, and they're all very specific.
I see.
You know, when you describe... Sorry?
Short shorts, like color, casual, elegant shirt type thing.
Okay.
And the little hat, you know?
I think of like plaid, but it's like plaid layered on plaid 3 times at different angles. That's one of the things that comes to my head.
I see. Like a more
and then I think of Tiger Woods with his red, what is it, black pants, red shirt?
Pants. Instead short shorts, but Tiger Woods otherwise, basically.
Oh, okay.
He does the Tiger Woods, but with short shorts instead of the black pants.
Yeah, I feel like there's a market for that. Tiger Wood with short shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, Geralt doesn't cheat. Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
Oh, yep. That was a saga of the news. That was a thing that happened in history.
That was a thing that happened.
What an interesting event.
Interesting event.
Yeah.
I think Tiger Woods, I mean, it brought a lot of publicity to him. I don't know if perceptions changed radically for most people. Not really, right? I mean, Tiger Woods, known for
it's pretty interesting to see those kind of things, as we have Monster Energy and the U.S. Air Force bringing us the coverage.
Yeah, Wardy's like, okay, let's talk about something else here. Zooms in on the sponsors.
Yep, exactly. It's definitely it was a super interesting event in the news cycle. But we should circle back to StarCraft 2, because that's why we're here. We got ourselves a Stargate opening. What do you think?
It's a hole-in-one, baby. I mean, it could be.
Water into Arnold Palmer's.
Love it. Arnold Palmer's from the Arizona brand that does the 99-cent ones. They are golf-based, actually, right?
Yeah. No, it's named after. He literally came up with this
Arnold
drink
Palmer
himself.
Is a golfer?
He's a golfer, yeah. And he's like, I want this drink. And they were like, really? And he was like, yes. And they named it after him.
Yeah.
Reaper going to get tracked by the Adept.
I believe.
Oh, sorry?
Is he? Yeah, it's just lemonade and iced tea. There's nothing really of high consequences happening this game. We're waiting for the unit from the starport to be produced. It's going to be, once again, a Widowmine opening. But no reactor for the time being on the factory. So maybe just double Widowmines and a few Marines to apply pressure, just to keep them safe for the time being. It is a mostly uneventful game. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this is very funky.
Okay.
Oh, wow. This is a very successful Adept, or Reaper, I should say. Able to get a... Oh, can he get the second probe? Oh, he could have, but he actually mistargeted a little bit there.
Yeah. Didn't need the grenade to get it even.
Sorry?
Didn't need the grenade, just click on it, right? Like, if obviously if you land the grenade, it's a little bit easier, it's more disruptive, etc. But did miss the grenade and the probe consequently.
Yeah. He did see this follow-up of this very quick Twilight Council. As long as he clicked on it, he should know what's up, and that's going to be a really funky play here. Just single Phoenix right up into 3-gate Blink. Kind of a take on a build Zest came up with a while ago, which was it was single Oracle into 3-gate Blink, and it was cool. It was something that was supposed to be a big meta build going into IEM Katowice, and then Ryung instead was like, nah, I'm gonna just dumpster every Protoss in the round of 36, and he became the one who dictated the build. It was cool. It was a neat little thing.
Yeah, Haas actually did a similar build with great success just yesterday in the Asia region, where he gets his 1 Phoenix. The 1 Phoenix is nice because it deters aggression, right? We've seen it patrolling onto the side, so if there was a Widowmine drop or something of the sorts, he would have been able to spot it, been able to help deal with it. It already helped deal with the initial aggression of the Hellion, and then it's the spotter, right? So it kind of feeds murky information to your opponent that you have a Stargate, that you are unlikely as a result with most build orders to be very aggressive, because usually the investment of the Stargate represents further investment to get juice out of that Stargate. But here the Phoenix becomes a spotter. Also, an Oracle is added on from Geralt, as well as a 3rd, so this is not going to be nearly as all-in or as committed as has made it to be. But he does have Blink, so I'm a little bit surprised that he's not across the map trying to make something happen with it right away.
Yeah, that feels like that's like the whole benefit of a play like this is you really do want to dictate the pacing, dictate the flow, try and get something done. Now this is really cool because this Stargate is, I mean, he did pump out an Oracle so we can get Revelations, etc. But this is now transitioned very heavily into what is going to be a Charge Lot Stalker composition, which I have been thinking about a lot as the Double Forge style should be coming back into favor a little bit more, is trying to kind of snowball little skirmishes into your favor with a play like this. We are going to see, the Stalkers. Okay, looks like he's able to pick off a couple of units here, but he will lose one of those Stalkers. Didn't blink back, which is weird, because unless I missed something, he had blink available. Oh, Stasis Ward. Oh, Cyclone gets a little bit too far ahead of the pack. That could have been a really nice Stasis Ward there for Geralt, but not going to be able to be the case. 1-1 in stim, though. Or sorry, not 1-1. +1 stim combat shields are going to be done before Geralt is really ready to fight. He needs to buy a lot of time right now for his 1-1 in charge.
And he's not in a position to do it, so this is going to be kind of free entry into this 3rd base from Spirit. He's going to be able to set his tanks probably there on the little kind of like nooks and crannies if he wants. So actually doesn't really utilize those for surface area, which is reasonable given that there's so many Blink Stalkers anyway that can bypass that terrain. But still, he has so many forces here. One of the tanks out of range, somewhat surprisingly. And Spirit kind of letting his foot off the gas pedal. That's going to mean an extra warp in for Geralt, as now he repositions his tank to be a little bit more aggressive and you know, do a little bit faster. So I feel like Spirit has missed out on a little bit of DPS, but is that going to be enough for Geralt to capitalize? The tank does go down, and not too many Stalkers suffer or fall on the back. The Adepts are actually doing work in drawing the tank fire. Maybe an opportunity to engage for Geralt, but not going to take it. Still very low is the tank. So 3 Stalkers or 2 Stalkers being blinked to target it down while the rest of the army fights. Definitely an option here.
Yes, indeed. We do see a drop in the main base. This is going to be a problem right here. Cleanup on the front is going to be nice from Geralt. He's got his 1-1 in charge done. But look at this. We actually see, I think Widowmine is just burrowed off, switched off to go into the mineral line. And the counterattack in the main base is getting... well, it's getting dealt with, but Spirit is just making excellent moves, getting great trades. And Geralt, this is looking like he just does not have a chance of holding on against what is going to be the next follow-up. Even these couple of units that are just kind of the leftovers, the dregs, are going to be a problem to deal with for Geralt. But this feels like just an insurmountable disadvantage. And Widowmine gets another shot.
Yeah, it feels near impossible here, as Geralt not able to put up much of a fight this time around by the looks of it. I mean, there is a chance, but it is gonna require alchemy yet again. It's not really gonna happen. I feel like, can Spirit close things out? I mean, this army is tiny right now for him on the field, but tons of medevacs, tons of sustain, and reinforcements on the way. This little blob of blue here that's coming, it should be enough to close things out. The mines are fantastic. And Geralt just, trying to save his Nexus. If he's unable to, I think he might just GG there. Good feedbacks, but there's still 4 medevacs with energy it's looking done, David.
Yeah, there is Storm available for Geralt here, but he's going to need the Storm of his life to have a chance. Battery Overcharge going to try and get popped. Will keep this Nexus alive for the moment. Widowmine, a little bit of kind of miss micro there from Spirit, kind of steps into the army a little bit, but the reinforcements are just continuing to flood across the map. 2-2 for Geralt. If it could have gotten finished before this fight broke out, maybe there was a chance. It would have been a 3 upgrade advantage, but Geralt is just getting completely bled out at this point. Yeah. Spirit splitting off more mines again, actually dragging and dropping on the army, which is funny because the mines weren't ready to fire. But a cute move, I guess, like a bit of a flex maybe. It's kind of cute.
For sure. It's so tough, right? Like, I've lived in Florida, I've watched all of the X-Men movies and shows, and I've never seen a Storm that would do it here. It's just done. Yeah. It's just finished.
I was wondering where you were going with that one. That was cute. I like that. Spirit, I mean, he's just whittling Geralt down. Geralt, he's dead on his feet right now, and very soon he will be dead out of this game. There's just nothing you can do from a position like this.
Nothing at all. This Nexus will fall. Geralt is, I mean, just coping at this point. Right, just trying to process things, and there is just nothing to be done. It's impossible. Spirit has done it, and this will mean that Spirit advances. Geralt still with chances, however. So there's that to look forward to. He does have chances, right? Wardicho, please tell me, does he have chances?
Oh yeah, he's got chances. Yeah, he's got one more series behind this. Absolutely, Spirit. This is okay.
Okay.
This is...
I mean...
What? Okay. Well, if before was a flex, this is the double flex as he drops directly on his opponent's army. Ironically, if Geralt had actually not morphed those Archons and stormed those 4 medevacs, or like 5 or 6 medevacs,
there was a small chance that he clears the attack. Still loses, probably, because he's still 2 base to 4. Yeah. But yeah, that was reckless from Spirit, no doubt.
And it was purposefully reckless is the funny bit. Like, he did that as a flex. Kind of fun there for, I guess, for us, for the audience, but less fun for Geralt, I think. He's going to need to regroup and find his center for the Sunday Do or Die Sunday. But this is a success for Spirit. He advances to the next round.
He does. So very well done from him. I mean, this was just clean from Spirit, really. He didn't really look in any danger at any point in the series. I want to say, was there anything? No, right? Like maybe an Adept shade? No,
yeah, not really.
It was just all Spirit for the series. So a little bit disappointed for a girl that played an excellent PvP yesterday. Maybe not as well versed in the matchup, and Spirit just looking incredible in it. So good job to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to do it for me personally for the day. I am done for the coverage, but that does not mean that we are done, because we've got another match for EU. It is going to be Hearthstone versus Wayne. And then there'll be 3 matches for NA. For now, we're going to send it to a quick little break, and you'll be back for the Captain versus Wayne.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Team Masters. Oh, I knew something wouldn't be right. That's you are.
What happened?
Well, it's not that you're... I just had your screen in the wrong place, so you're just particularly... Well, just all sorts of things, really. That's the thing. It's okay. Don't you worry about it. I'm getting it fixed. Nailed it.
Okay.
Oh no, now you're on top of me. How's this happened? You know, last time I... Wait, no, you just moved. Oh my god.
I moved. No. That was me. That was
Oh,
me
that was you?
yeah.
Mate, this worked so perfectly. I was genuinely like, what the hell? He just absolutely zoomed across the screen. Amazing.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I
You're
had
good.
to do it, yeah.
We're in the midst of StarCraft. You guys have been casting some Europe for the last few series. It's me and Kat to bring you to the end of the day, everybody. And we're going to start it off with Hearths and Wayne, which is actually the end of Europe, and then we have a bit of a break into Americas. It's going to be fun, Cats. I look forward to this one.
It should be a great one. I think the marquee matchup for me, Hearthstone versus Wayne, a Wayne that has been looking very hot, a Hearthstone that has proved proficient in this matchup. And yeah, I mean, the people's favorite, the people's champ here. So it should be a great match. A lot of energy going his way, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. Also, just Wayne, though, has been on such a streak, right? I feel like that's been extremely exciting lately, so very excited about that too. And to potentially maybe dive into a bit of, his success. Because, I mean, he was up a map against Cyril in the winners match, right? He was a map away from playoffs. The last time I watched Hearthstone versus Wayne, Hearthstone really just kind of picked him apart. But the way Wayne's been playing, I don't think you can say that that's going to happen necessarily, because Wayne has been playing out of his mind, Cats. And he's...
For sure.
Yeah, if he keeps that up, I would even say he's the favorite going into this one.
Yeah, going up against the Flaming Lips here, but he does not go around fire, expecting not to sweat. In the top left-hand side, he is Wayne.
His opponent in the bottom right from the Shopify Rebellion. Lost him.
Okay, Hearthstone gonna be looking to block the first hatchery at 16. So pretty standard stuff. Only have fun from Wayne. I think that's honorable. I hate it when they just good luck. If you just good luck me, you usually get 12 pulled.
Yeah.
If you have fun me, I feel like that's better, right? Like more beneficent.
Yeah. I don't know what I prefer. I always type GLHF. I don't really care
Same.
what people type back to me.
Really?
Yeah. Well, actually...
If there's just silence, do you care? Okay.
No, not really, but actually what probably triggers me the most is if Protoss player types have fun, because usually I'm in the mindset of how the heck do you think about to have fun in TVP, mate? Like...
Yeah.
Yeah, especially after a rough ladder
Interesting.
session, that starts to probably get to me the most. GL is whatever, but have fun.
Really?
Maybe just have fun
Interesting.
gets to me. Yeah.
Like for me, GL like it's just not cool because it's like how do you like to my mind it's like good luck and then you complete it, you know, like the autocomplete says you'll need it type thing, you know.
Yeah.
Don't
Kind of.
love it. All right, pretty standard stuff here. Wayne took his drone early enough that he was able to, I believe, drop the 16 hatch on location still, as he saturates his 18 gas, 17 pool, and saturates just his gas with one at a time. Pretty standard stuff. The Overlord's just going to be patrolling on his third to make sure that there's not anything too cheeky like a cannon rush, and Hearthstone's just going to be annoying with his probe. Standard stuff.
Yeah, very, very, very normal stuff to begin with, right? Absolutely no twists or turns early in this game. Wayne, an aggressive player by nature. I would say a lot of the time he does look for some of those twists and turns and maybe trying to make things a bit wacky in his style. He definitely did that with Showtime, and that was why he was able to find success in that first match of the group, and that's really led him into, I mean, just a very successful group stage in general. I mean, you go 2-0 against Showtime, you absolutely demolish Spirit Tuesday, who we've seen just now is in top form as well. And then, yeah, you take it to Cyril all 3 games. You just narrowly miss out. And, I mean, like I said, I'm really impressed. You know, if we based it on this tournament alone, I would say Wayne is, like I say, an absolute favorite. But I do know that Hearthstone has had the better of Wayne lately otherwise. So, I guess we'll see who shows up on the day. Is it current Wayne or is it former Wayne? Yeah, find out.
Is it Little Wayne or Big Wayne? Is it Wayne ready to be Batman? Is it Wayne getting taught by Alfred? It's difficult to say at this point.
Really
which
difficult.
Wayne we're gonna get. Yeah.
You know, all the talk about the critters in the previous maps had me actually thinking of Hearthstone, because if there is a critter master, like, what do you call someone who's like the like critter lore master, if that makes sense. It
Like
probably is
the people
Hearthstone.
that work at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld type thing that they like
Sure,
teach the
sure,
animals
like
to do
a,
stuff.
like an
Okay.
animal carer, like a critter carer. That would be
Or
Hearthstone.
maybe like Ash Ketchup, or to bring it. What's the other guy? Gary.
Sure. If you want to
Kinda
go
critter
Pokemon
masters.
style, yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, these guys, Hearthstone makes me think of these guys because he is the master of all knowledge of critters. And if there was ever a Protoss to not kill a critter, I reckon it would be Hearthstone.
Nice. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, I think that knowledge does increase empathy in that sense, right? Like you know how they behave, then you're likely to
Yeah.
not be afraid of them. No reason to kill them then.
Yeah. Hearthstone actually can tell you the difference between male and female characters without looking at them. It's impressive.
No way.
Yeah.
That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it's it
Incredibly
is a skill,
impressive, man.
I would say.
Yeah. You know, Wardy, so many times I've tried to think of our Archon name, and there's just not much overlap between our names. So, like, Warcat sounded good, but now that we've been talking so much golf, I was thinking Caddy.
Caddy? What about
Caddy?
what about
No.
Catsty?
Catsty, I like that, but I don't like it because it's my full name and then just D. And that is the problem with most of the Archon names that we can come up with, is
Hardsy.
we overlap on a lot of letters.
Hard.
Wards.
What?
It's very difficult. We don't want that. All right. Oracles are going to go into the third, going to pick up 3 drones to start. One of the Oracles does get pretty low, but not too bad for Hearthstone here.
Yeah, not too bad at all. We see the Lings going across the map. There's quite a few units made already here by Wayne, a couple of roaches and stuff, and this is to help him against this Adept follow-up, so should be pretty set against this. Adepts find a couple of Lings on their own. A Ravager 2 can't really get on the Ravager. Of course, this is not Glaives or anything. It's just normal Adepts. You need the Oracles to back this up. We do eat a Corrosive Bile, though, and that's going to hurt, and that's a lot of units going down for Hearthstone early.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the Oracles weren't in position, and when they do arrive, 2 of the Oracles end up attacking a Roach, which means the Lings get to survive a lot longer and output the full extent of their damage. So, great job there from Wayne. Very unexpected to catch the attack in the middle of the map, so difficult to blame Hearthstone for that. Wayne does kind of morph a Ravager, which is easy pickings if the Oracles had enough energy to work with. But yeah, a very strong start here from Wayne.
Yep, very, very decent. Love catching those units. He is still equal on workers, though, and actually down on workers a bit as he builds up a bunch of extractors. So, in that regard, Hearthstone's in a pretty decent spot. I mean, his supply being ahead like that is actually kind of nutty. Considering he's the one that feels like lost a lot, but actually resources lost in total is pretty favorable to Hearthstone. So,
Interesting.
yeah, he lost a lot of Lings. And
Where did that come from?
yeah, I feel like
guess it's
I
Lings,
missed some Lings dying or something, but, you know.
But that was a lot of Lings, to be fair. And
Yeah.
also, it's the investment of Wayne that he had to make to make that play in the first place. So, yeah, maybe we're misreading this a little bit, or at least I am, in the sense that that looked good for Wayne, but it was still pretty costly. And now Hearthstone is out on the map with Stalkers. Blink not nearly completed, so he has to be careful. Maybe just clear some creep, as he will get the Revelation off. And you don't want to step any further, I think.
Nope. I think you're just pretty happy just to get rid of a couple creep tumors, slow down Wayne a little bit. This can obviously aid your attacks later, but it will also slow down some of those aggressive attacks from Wayne that will come a bit further down the line too, right? So definitely factors to keep in mind. We kill off another couple creep tumors, keeping that queen energy low. And now we're going to start trading with these few stalkers, and they don't have blink yet, but they're doing okay right now.
Yeah, Wayne tried to morph one of his roaches into Ravagers, but that just netted him a greater loss, as Hearthstone was paying attention and targeting the unit, or maybe even the shots were already flying preemptively, so they don't get retargeted. Hearthstone now a little bit trailing in supply, as Wayne has done a good job of catching back up, as well as actually he's not even caught up in terms of workers. So Hearthstone liable to explode here if Wayne doesn't make something happen soon.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. As you see that Storm +2 starting up, we do have Oracles on the left-hand side. He's going to watch this Roach Ravage. Obviously, Hearthstone has to be making sure he's not too out of position or anything. This is pretty committed right now from Wayne, only 62 workers, so let's see what we can do. The Oracles activate, already going to get rid of 2 Ravagers. That's a massive start here. We're going to get rid of a 3rd as well. I mean, this is just looking amazing for Hearthstone. He might lose a pylon, but I really struggle to see him losing too much more. He's kind of backed in a corner, yes. He's going to go back to the left.
There's no shield battery either. That's the problem, right? The Oracles also didn't shift click onto all of the Ravagers, so one will stay alive and do its damage, and this 4th will fall. I think that Hearthstone can afford that. I was even questioning the fact that Hearthstone was stacking himself back in there. I thought he might lose his army and the game with it. The 4th is acceptable, though, as he is still on 78 workers versus 62. doesn't necessarily know that, but this is still a very playable position, it feels like.
I definitely underestimated those few units from the other side of Wayne. And again, the positioning as well. I guess when you see a Protoss up against a Nexus, you're like, yeah, there's going to be a battery, some healing. But there was none of that prepared on that fourth base, so... Yeah, good call as Wayne will come forward again, and there's an Immortal now. There's also Storm. Storm's not the best against Roaches, but if it, they stack up like that and then you soften them up, it still obviously works pretty well. And I was going to say, definitely an aggressive blink forward to get rid of a few extra units. Still feel like overall Hearthstone's controlling this game. Wayne's trying to tech up. I wonder if Hearthstone has a bit of a timing before like Hydras and Hive Tech comes online. I'd imagine he's going to have something if he can find the right moment.
Yeah, I think this still feels pretty good for Hearthstone. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I mean, the Storms won't ever just one-shot the Roaches, right? So that's nice. But off of creep, very difficult to dodge. And attacking into Storm means you're going to have to be a little bit clumped up. You're going to have to take additional damage. If you're, defending against Storm on creep, much easier. You can just disengage. You can just predict the Storm. And you can continue to kite. But on offense, much more difficult to make work. So Hearthstone's going to feel pretty safe here, like you said, until the Hive comes online. Wayne is transitioning into Lurkers. I think that is a great call from him, as they are going to make quick work of the Stalkers. But Hearthstone has continued to add Immortals as well, and they do extra damage against the Lurkers themselves.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do, as Stalkers and Immortals going to pull back a little bit. Few Zerglings are wanting to make a move forward. The High Templar coming over the right-hand side, and just seeing again, Hearthstone just pushing this back. Wayne making the move towards Lurkers, which is obviously a big tech up to have happen. Hearthstone with the initial kind of Immortal Storm, it's really good because if you can Storm Lurkers and soften them up, the Immortals clean them up pretty quickly. And with Charge Lots, that's the last piece of the puzzle I would say he's missing to be able to fight those Lurkers at least somewhat decently. He's just getting that charge now because you want the Zealots to soak up a bit of the damage running in too. So, yeah, I actually like a lot of what Hearthstone's got, but, placed versus what Wayne is going into. And again, confidence right now to start moving on creep. Lurkers are on the way, but they are a little ways off getting their upgrades, so they're not going to be full power for a while yet either.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to. I was gonna say I would love to see Hearthstone continue to produce Immortals as he resumes that production. That I think is the key unit here, as it counters both the Lurkers and the eventual, or the Roaches and the eventual Lurkers. As now Wayne is getting those upgrades himself. The charge can also help, like you were saying, especially if you come at a flank, right? Like from multiple angles. That is one of the weaknesses of the Lurkers, and for the most part, any AoE unit. As Hearthstone will push into the middle of the map. Wayne has had pretty good creep spread behind this. It's one of those things that where I feel like he has improved in recent history. A lot of the time he would be super committed to these attacks earlier, but now he usually has a transition to fall back to, and that is kind of the beauty of his evolution.
This is a moment where the Oracles are really good. Just for Revelations, I wasn't even going to say necessarily to shoot at these Lurkers during this, but just the fact they can Revelate and just have reliable detection once that Revelation is down for a set amount of time, so important, because you're not ever going to end up in a scenario where your Observer gets sniped or anything like that. I would say in general, Hearthstone did pretty well here, because he also had a good time on the left at the same time, and he's got Zealots in the main base too. Hearthstone's just playing a very solid first game, Cats.
An incredible first game here. I mean, he lost the fourth, but yeah, recognized that he was available to lose it, kind of making a stranded swarm host here is Wayne, and Hearthstone is instead making a carrier that is not so much a mistake, but rather the last step that he needs to potentially close out this game. He continues to find damage. The Lurkers and the first wave of them didn't find anything for Wayne, so Hearthstone looking extremely strong right now.
Hearthstone almost double the resources lost that Wayne is, other way around. Wayne almost double the resources lost Hearthstone is at. Hearthstone trading very efficiently. Storms here already were very good. Another Storm on those Roaches. They keep on clumping up. Oh my god. Obviously one more and it would all be dead, but I mean, those Roaches are just hurting anyways, and Hearthstone is just going to slowly kill everything with this carrier, apparently. So, most efficient carrier of all time, man.
Nothing to answer it whatsoever. All of those interceptors are always going to continue to stay alive, and yeah, it's going to be a slow death for that army of Wayne, while on the other side, Hearthstone completely unanswered. It looks like we are witnessing the final moments of this game, not without scares, but Hearthstone does push on through, identifies his position is good, even after losing the fourth, doesn't lose his army in that process, and ever since then, smooth sailing for the captain.
He played such a solid game, and this is exactly what I saw last time I casted Hearthstone versus Wayne. Just super controlling, very good against the initial offense, wasn't afraid to, give up a base or so, or back away if he needed to, and just super convincing play from there on out. Wayne never made this game crazy enough to kind of get into his biggest strength, which is exactly what he did against Showtime, right? Just catching Showtime unawares. Muta's all over the place, continually trading all the time. He had like that one first Roach push. He killed a fourth. Hearthstone was set up to, beyond that anyway. And then Hearthstone just controlled the game from there right out. Didn't really make many mistakes. And sets himself up into a 1-0 lead for now.
Yeah, smooth, beautiful transitions from him. And you know what's strange is Hearthstone kind of got demolished by Laser as well in this tournament. And Laser and Wayne have kind of similar playstyles in the way that they both like to be hyper aggressive in the mid game. But Laser with a very different army composition with primarily just Banelings crashing on through. And yeah, I feel like maybe something along those lines would be a little bit of a better recipe if he had studied those games, because Hearthstone didn't seem to have a strong answer against that. But it seems like Wayne likes to be a little bit techier on his transitions, and it did not work out this time around. Let's see if Dragon Scales can tell a different story.
Yeah, let's have a peek to see what we are gonna get on Dragon Scales map number 2 coming up. Wayne down by 1, Awesome leading. Ooh, that was a
good luck, fun, and GG.
GLA, HF, GG, all before the countdown ended as well, with a space in between. Insane. Just perfect. That is when you feel
answer. Good. Yeah, no answer. I mean, it really goes to say something here from Wayne. Is he actually not gonna say anything? Did he say it in the lobby? Is that the story we tell?
No reply, Wayne. That's his new nickname.
No reply, Wayne.
He's too busy name changing.
Left-hand side. Yeah, seriously. He is for Starcom. Is it Starcom?
Yep.
Start.
You're good.
Nice. It's Wayne.
And Radza and Vanya.
And Vanya.
In the bottom right, Red Protoss, the GL, HF, GG, Awesome, from the Shopify Rebellion. He really is no reply Wayne.
Yeah.
I kind of want to check.
Wait, is no reply Wayne a thing?
No, I just made it up right now.
Oh, okay.
So it is now. It's a thing now.
Yeah. No reply Wayne.
I did see Twitch chat suggest a caster icon name for us. Cardi.
Cardi?
Cardi.
I like that. Yeah, that's got.
We could even be Cardi Z.
Cardi Z. Oh
yeah,
man,
I like
that sounds spicy. Yeah, like a rapper type thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cardi Z, baby, in the house. I love it.
Nice. It's decided then. We had to decide on something because Twitch chat really took up the wards one as well.
Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah. That would be really bad.
Okay, Cardi Z.
Cardi Z. I mean, I've never heard anything like it for an Archon name. It's usually like a little bit uninspired, but yeah, I feel like it has a little bit more spice than most, so I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Has, no spice to this game though. No spice here.
Oh, this
just
game
standard again.
Very, very standard.
Flat.
Yeah, definitely no gold turning in this one.
No gold turning whatsoever. Yeah, there is no gold either on this map. There aren't many golds in this map pool. I feel like TLMC is coming up, so there's gonna be yeah, that's exciting.
You can watch that in
like some new maps coming up.
About 10 days time. The first Tuesday after ESL. And I would tell you guys we have a lot of sick players gonna play, but I didn't actually ask anyone yet. But I'm pretty sure they're all gonna accept anyway, so it's gonna be sick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is gonna be sick. So I am one of the judges, and of course you run the tournament, so I'm gonna try to ship you some cool maps this time around.
Nice.
I have some strategies.
You know, the last couple seasons of TLMC as Hearthstone Opens Twilight have been so good because they took away the restrictions of like X amount of maps have to be like weird or like have this on them, right? And it just meant that like across the 16 maps, it really felt like we had much closer to 16 absolute bangers than like, oh, these are the 8 pretty, really good ones / pretty good ones, and the other 8 are kind of like, yeah, a little bit hit or miss, Like the last couple seasons have been great, so excited to hopefully have another season like that.
I like the season prior to this last one. I feel like this last one, there's a lot of same-ish maps. They're good maps, they produce good games, but
the season before was
I like
the best
a little
season.
bit of spice.
100%.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I
so
said
I'm
that.
hoping for something like that. I completely agree. Okay, Hearthstone actually not going for the Stargate.
Wait, 3 more gates? No robo? Okay, 4 gate glaives. Into disruptors question mark? The 4th gate has thrown me.
Yeah.
Because usually it goes like 3 gate glaives into disruptors, but 4 gates is, a bit different. Maybe trying to
could
fake
be a little bit more
front.
delayed. Probably, right? Feigning a little bit more aggression or something of the likes. As the adepts are going to have to get tucked in. But this is good news for Hearthstone if they can survive. Can they survive? One of them certainly can, tucking itself back in. No shade to follow, so maybe not. Yeah, this Adept is also gonna fall, and that takes a little bit of wind out of the sails of Hearthstone, but not for no cost on the side of Wayne, who has already cut a few drones in order to make a few links, right? So not the worst case scenario for Hearthstone, but certainly when you're trying to go into Adepts, it doesn't help if a couple of them die before the attack starts, before Glaives kicks in.
Yeah, absolutely. Prism on the way, so this is just going to be... It's going to be one of those, like, little bit of a different ways of getting set up onto Glaives, right? We've seen so many variations. In the past, if you weren't warping in Adepts like 5 through 8 at like 425, you know, I've casted with Hearthstone at times where he's like, this is a disappointment of a build. But nowadays, there's different ways to do it, and this time we're going to have, like, more Adepts at a certain time instead of all the Adepts at 425, so... Yeah, just a slight variation.
420 is actually the challenge that Pili did once.
Oh,
you
really?
want like 8 or 9 Adepts is what you can do at 420 if you're perfect.
That must be so
Yeah,
all-in.
but that it's so great. No, it's not so all in. I think it's more the fact that you're playing by yourself for the challenge, right? So there's nothing else going on. So you can do it perfectly.
Okay. Fair enough. Well,
So 425 is an excellent timing provider because you have to actually account for your opponent and do stuff other than just play perfect.
I believe this variation just hits with more depths later though. So like right now is more depths than it would have been if you tried to hit the 425 timing. So there's like slight adjustments. Yo, these Lings, they want to go, man. They're gonna go surround and
the
throw some
files! They
files.
will connect! Wow!
Yes.
I mean, that was brilliant from Wayne. Such a difficult decision to make as well, because if it's about the Lings holding the Adepts, the Lings are not there to kill the Adepts, it's for the Vials to connect. So if you don't hold them for that 1 extra second that they did, then the Vials don't connect and you're probably dead. So nice job connecting the Vials there from Wayne. He will hold in a very unusual manner.
Still traded badly. Like the resources lost is still down. He's equal on workers. That's the thing with some of these holds. It's like, oh, it's so sick he did it. But it's like, it's so invested from him to do it. And that was kind of the issue in game 1 as well. So kind of funky. I actually really think Hearthstone, if he shaded the Adepts onto the 3rd like he was about to do at one point, he would have done very well because there was like 11 Lings there against pretty much like 8 Adepts and it would have been pretty choked up. So yeah, I think if he saw the Ravages in the main base a moment sooner, he would have let that shade finish and he would have had a few drones on top of it, and then I think Wayne would have been even more trouble. He's going to get the surround. The Biles. Boom again.
Oh my. Perfect as well choice on the Biles, on the clump of Adepts that couldn't let loose. So it was right on top of 3 of them, where that was the best possible target. Everyone else was a little bit spread, so 2 was the best next target. And yeah, little Wayne gonna find it again.
Yeah, he is, as we have a melee upgrade coming up here on the side of Wayne, so that's going to be his next step of this game. They're about to finish up. We do see a bit of Ling Ravager from Wayne making its way down to the bottom side of the map. So journeying out down to the south, a few Adept Stalkers joining together to try and see what we can get up to with that. And obviously the few Lings running in and getting a couple probes already.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
very sick. Actually, it's going to be 4 all day of probes that are already mining inefficiently. And again, looking for this Biles. This time around, he has to let loose. And as the Disruptor shots become a threat, but still he has enough to clear the rest of the units. Hearthstone will manage to save 2 of those, but that's not enough. With the Disruptor shots spent, the 3rd is wide open for Wayne to continue to kill stuff. Doesn't bile the shield battery somewhat surprisingly to weaken the defense for later on, but still has plenty. And here in the middle of the map, or in between the bases rather, he can still continue to take decent trades. The Glaive Adepts will finally make work of the Lings, but Wayne got everything that he wanted and more.
Yes, this time it was definitely a much better fight for him. Hearthstone losing out on a lot. You're right, the Disruptor shots kind of whiffed. He also fired them both at once, which I can understand the reasoning, but I think obviously 1 by 1 still would have been better because they both covered pretty much the same space. So a little bit of a panicky defense there from Hearthstone, as he will now start harassing with the Prism and Disruptors, but this is not Prism speed, so you do have to be a bit careful with the Prism. The last thing you want is to get that into trouble and to lose your Prism and Disruptors, because that could just be game ending to a follow-up attack. As Wayne, much better work account than we've seen in the previous game, and actually catching more Adepts around the map too. These ones will go down, one gets to the top corner, but 1 Adept ain't really super crazy.
Yeah, Hearthstone has been excellent throughout the series that continue to make probes, probably allocating a lot of his chrono boost there, as he has lost so many it felt like, but still keeping up with Wayne just fine. And completely with you, without Warp Prism speed, he's gonna have to be a little bit careful here and just work on the outskirts instead of venturing on forward to look for those mineral lines. Still this one
I'm
Adept.
so sorry, I doubted this 1
Uncontested.
Adept, man. I literally said this 1 Adept isn't that crazy. It's just got like 6 kills, 7. Wayne, please. I mean, there
On
are
his
disruptors
deathbed,
going on, by
too.
the way, but like, this Adept gets in the corner, Cats!
Wow.
9 kill Adept.
Are you kidding me right now? 9 kills on his deathbed? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that before. The 4 Waddling Banelings are going to be pretty slow here. Blink is available, so they'll just fall. Might as well have turned around to do a little bit of damage to the shields, but that's all they were ever going to get. And now Hearthstone seems ready for an attack himself.
Oh my
No force shields, but he's going to find the Morphing Ravagers. That's 4 Roaches dead. And a little bit of change from the Morph that doesn't come through. So very, very strong start here from Hearthstone. I'm surprised that he doesn't push for more after that.
Yeah, I think he doesn't have the right composition, right? He's got Stalkers against what's actually just Mass Wing. So
You're right.
I don't mind him backing away. And look at his follow-up too. Storm's about to finish, plus 2's on the way. I think attacking does more harm than it does good in this sense. It's very tempting after a good
I think
start.
you're absolutely
but,
right, yeah.
At the end of the day, it was only really 4 Roaches, right? And it's not really the core of the army.
exactly.
Wayne.
Yeah, you're right. If you get more Stalkers going, if you get your Storm online, right, like the Stalkers are going to provide you extra surface area, and then the Lynx lose power instead of gaining it right there and then. The Disruptor is also very unlikely to connect against just predominantly Circlings. So I think you're on the money there. It's very enticing to go after you start the engagement that strong, but Hearthstone making the better decision, and yeah, it's gonna potentially pan out well. Again, no War Prism speed means not a lot of maneuverability to get pickoffs here, but the Storm on the choke is going to be a pretty good way to start things off. Would love to see a couple of those be morphed into Archons now to aid in the upcoming fight, as 4 of them have already used all of their energy. Disruptor shot aims to try to zone off the army of Wayne, but it's not even necessary so much that there's very little remaining. Hearthstone knows that he's going to blink on top of the Ravagers. Very expensive losses here from Wayne. And Hearthstone looking to stabilize strongly and take the series, rather.
Yeah, he is pretty much in the driver's seat right now. Just going to start moving across to the other side. Stalkers and Immortal. These Storms still available. We've still got at least 1 or 2 of them, and that one is going to whiff, although it protects the Stalkers from the Lings for a couple of moments. Do we have more Storms right now? Yes, we do, I think, so should be good. This
Just
UI
1 or
doesn't...
2.
Yeah, this UI doesn't let me check when I select more, so I wasn't quite sure, but looks like there is. Wayne's supply just plummeted, man. It was a solid fight from Hearthstone, and multiple times I was like, oh my god, are any Banelings going to reach those High Templar? And they just didn't. He did a great job of pulling them back. And there was even one point where High Templar auto-attacked actually finished off the last Baneling as it approached, so yeah, just sick altogether.
Yeah. I mean, StarCraft is just such a well-designed game. It's like thought through and through that if you look at the Templars, if they have 2 full bars, 2 full purple, that's a Storm. If it's like, you know, 1 full purple and 1 mostly purple, you don't quite have it, but soon to have it, and so on and so forth, right? So they really thought about everything. It's just such a clean game. Like, I've ventured into a little bit of game design and stuff like that, and it really makes you appreciate StarCraft for all the thought that's been put into it. It's just so clean and so intuitive.
Prison Bane, a couple of battles that will not land on anything meaningful, and we do have, again, Bane's in the mineral line. There's some trying to come in from the other side. This is what Wayne needs to do, right? Just crack down on this, well, a little bit of this economy. We do have the High Templars quite far back. Morphing Archons, he does save them. That's huge. We do have Disruptor shots currently on cooldown, so they'll have to chill for a little bit as Immortal goes down. Stalker's trying to fight. We do lose the forward base here, Cats, and Wayne making some progress. Now with Archons joined in, we're going to blink on top of this. We dodge from the Biles for the most part, doing a pretty good job. Did the Stalker blink in help or hurt? I'm not even really that sure. Blinks in now to get the final cleanup, and that was a wild few moments.
Wild. I feel like Wayne had an opportunity to disengage as soon as he kills the 4th. Instead of moving forward, move back. Hearthstone would have still chased, but then maybe you have an opportunity to zone him off with Corrosive Biles. You're always going to lose some army, but not all of it, as he did. Now the Disruptor shot's looking for those Banelings. One of them will actually get targeted down. I'm not even sure by what. And yeah, Hearthstone might not be able to push here, though. This Warp Prism might have something to say about it. Additional Zealots are warped in. They don't seem to have charge, though. Still, Hearthstone looking very strong on site.
Yeah, all of these reinforcements that are about pop from Wayne are huge. Hearthstone, unfortunately, only has 1 Ravager to deal with, so this Prism can kind of warp in a very precarious position if there's any more units. That's a good Disruptor shot. Even caught a Roach that just popped out. The Prism is going to take a lot of shots from the Queen, though, so now much lower HP. Has to be a bit more careful about that 1 Ravager. He can reposition Bile use, so he should be able to warp in again here if he wants to. The 2 Immortals still putting in some serious work. The Archon helping a lot against the drones. And yeah, an extra few Stalkers go a long way. We do lose 1 Immortal, though. Obviously, some of this micro could have been a bit better. We killed a lot of drones in the process of all of this.
Yeah, but Wayne's not completely out of it. He has the real estate to work with, whereas Hearthstone has to reinvest into a fourth. So maybe if that last Stalker Warping would have been Zealots instead, but he doesn't have charge to work with, so he was hesitant to do that. Still, Wayne, you know, was reinforcing with Lynx, whereas before he was making Roaches, so kind of a gamble from Hearthstone. What is the best unit to follow up with? Will clear an Overlord here for free, but if we look at the supply, Wayne, and the map, right, it feels like Wayne is still somehow in it.
No, absolutely. I mean, killing the fourth and Hearthstone not really investing into that. Like, if his fourth was up behind this, I think Hearthstone's in a great spot, right? As this is a kill, not a cancel too, so that's painful. One Immortal on the other side, trying to get some kind of damage done, lifted back up. Hearthstone on his way to a Dark Shrine, which honestly I kind of love. It's a chaotic enough game that even just initial round of DTs could do a lot here. I think Storm hits a lot of these Lings, just softens them up big time ahead of this fight. Army supply is good for Wayne. He has a lot of Ravagers especially, and there goes the base yet again. Hearthstone cannot hold this forward position at the moment, and, well, one more Storm, but it looks like he might be running out of units, Cats.
Yeah, only one Storm remaining on those Templars. They need to morph into Archons. Wayne relentless here with the aggression. I don't think that he needs to do this right now. He just took the fourth again. This is where Hearthstone has been finding a lot of success, is in the disengage and in the late disengages from Wayne. Again, a blink forward. Those are expensive units. If Wayne was able to just be like, oh, I got what I came for. I got a good fight. I killed the Archons. You spend most of your Storm. I killed your base. Let me get out. But instead, he always has like the urge to push. It feels like, and ends up losing the very expensive backbone of his army, which is very strong as far as firing and as far as providing cover with the vials and as far as like killing buildings with the vial, but not very good at straight up engagements if they don't have a buffer in front.
Yep, absolutely. Hearthstone still no fourth base, by the way, so obviously this location not being taken. He's not trying to take it anywhere else. Initially, there was creep blocking the kind of the right side forward base, so I thought that might be the thing, but he's just not trying to take it at all. He feels as though he's just got to be completely all in with a counter-attack, and I think it's going to be very difficult to be successfully all in at this point with this kind of an army. The splash damage is limited. He is getting DTs, and I do genuinely believe the DTs can be big because, well, there's just no Overseer right now. It's not like we can't morph one. It's just the initial chaos they could cause is absolutely huge. As we're going to base trade a little bit here, Hearthstone will lose the fourth again, and maybe even more, as he does go to the top side of the map, and he's going to try and work his way into this hatchery.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, there's the Immortal there too. It's going to be difficult to disengage. The DTs, though, are going to do a lot of damage here on the other side, so that's wonderful. Hearthstone finding two big wins on two different sides, but 18 probes fall on the other side. What a chaotic game where each of this is turning into a banger right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hearthstone just losing so much economy. I think, honestly, this is going to be too much. Hearthstone does have the recall. I thought that might be his way out originally, but he kind of got caught up with so much else going on. The DT's still active and getting so many drones. It keeps him in the game. I think the biggest issue stands is just he doesn't have a new base to mine from. And don't get me wrong, it's not like he has a load of workers, but the bases he has are so drained. It's going to be an issue sooner rather than later that he hasn't been able to get a forward base up. And yeah, that's going to really start hurting. So yeah, Hearthstone maybe on some of his last legs here. It feels like it maybe has been that way for a while. 18 minutes of chaos here on Dragon Scales. We have Lings and Ravagers rushing on forward in a Storm. Comes in. We haven't seen Storms for a little while. Is that going to be enough to help turn the tides here?
That's all that remains, and it's difficult to make the decision to morph those into Archons because a couple of them are so close to the next Storm, and he probably feels like even he needs to find value from those, so he's not gonna. But is he going to be able to hold without the Archons? That is the question right now. As I wanted to say, Vanya Wayne has been unrelentless with this aggression. This time around, a little bit more buffer for those Ravagers in the form of Roaches, also allowing for easy access for the Zerglings into the main as he zones off the army of Hearthstone. Wonderful moves here from Wayne. Hearthstone is doing what he can with DTs, but this game is quickly getting out of control.
Absolutely. I think Hearthstone's traded too badly too many times. 34 to 29k resources lost. I mean, the biggest issue for Hearthstone, said it before, say it again, the fourth base going down. And not just that, but choosing to be kind of all in, following up, instead of getting the fourth base set sooner. Because there was a point where he counterattacked, and if he put a fourth base behind it, he could have had some stacked defense before Wayne got it again. But once he lost it that one time, he's never seen it a second time. Now we're going to storm all over. Now I think you got to morph Archon, surely, sometime soon. That was a lot of good storms, man. That was a lot of good storms.
Really good storms. 45 supply for Hearthstone, but here on camera, it almost feels like he has enough beautiful splits here. The Baneling's not connecting onto anything. However, the Roaches do clump up to find isolated Stalkers due to those beautiful splits. And Hearthstone still has a lot here on side. And if he can clear this base, if he can kill all the drones, maybe there is yet hope. I mean, if you throw me a screenshot of this game, I wouldn't think so just looking at the supply, but Man, the screen tries to show otherwise. Links in production, 8 at a time. Now 10. One Roach as well on the way. And yeah, Hearthstone's gonna tap out. Wow.
Absolutely banger of a game, man. Just whew, crazy. I mean, Wayne, what a setup, what resilience, because he was absolutely in a whole bunch of trouble here. And he just held on, he saw what he could do, and he did get forward. I mean, this game looked so good for Hearthstone at the 10-ish minute mark, right? When the first few storms came off, he held his 4th base the first time. It was like, wow. Yeah. And then Wayne just found something to get in deep, and Hearthstone just wasn't able to cope. And I mean, you can't say anything but what a great game we just watched. I mean, that was just really solid StarCraft 2. We're going to Royal Blood. Decide it. One player goes to the playoffs, and the other heads to Steadfast Do or Die Sunday.
Yeah, I love that. And yeah, I mean, Wayne with some beautiful unorthodox moves as well to deal with the early adept pressure, right? Like the Ravager Lings, such a difficult composition to actually make work. You need to find those piles, and he found them early on. But then, like you said, Hearthstone stabilized too. He had opportunities to punch back. There was chaos everywhere. The DT did so good. He did good to kill bases. Wayne did overextend at least twice with his Ravagers, allowing Hearthstone more breathing room. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't go around fire expecting not to sweat it. And that was a sweaty game for sure. As we now head on to the decider, Royal Blood.
Yep, comes down to this. I still, looking over the course of the series, I think I still prefer Hearthstone going into this one. Great comeback from Wayne, but Hearthstone was set up well. And if he makes the minor adjustments necessary to keep himself alive this time, it's a completely different situation, right? So let's see what happens into Royal Blood. I'm kind of feeling Hearthstone still, but Wayne showed us that he can be, again, resilient and, bounce back in these games too. I think he just needs to work on that early game a bit, Cats, because he's constantly kind of getting just, like, cleanups, but he's investing so much to defend. Oh, Hearthstone's rattled. That is not a clean GLHF GG like we saw last time. Top right, shaking in his boots.
Oh, man.
Hearthstone is in trouble. He's in the top right.
And in the bottom left-hand side, it is no answer, Wayne. No reply, Wayne.
Becoming a thing, man.
Brutal. I mean, it does something for me when my opponent doesn't reply on the ladder, but on the tournament, I mean, it's even more, right? It's like, yeah.
I mean, does he say it in the lobby?
In the lobby? I don't know.
I can't check on this.
I don't know. We should have checked.
He said go. I remember him saying go. I don't remember a GLHF.
Okay.
But that might just be propaganda,
It might be propaganda, but I feel like even if you don't say it in the lobby, when someone says GLHF to you, you always reply. At least that seems to be the standard for the last 12 or so years, and transcended into most other games, most other esports. So, yeah, Little Wayne. Who they say they gonna be Little Wayne? It's Hearthstone. But is he gonna be able to do it? I don't know. I mean, for me, Wayne, if he just reels back his aggression at key times, he would have even looked stronger, right?
Yes.
Like, again, losing like 6-7 Ravagers on the tail end of those engagements twice, that is so many resources. They are such expensive units and so easy to kill once there is no buffer. So again, I think that, yeah, Hearthstone can make some adjustments on defense, but Wayne can also make some adjustments on offense. So yeah, we'll see who adjusts better, I guess.
We will see who adjusts better. Overlord scouting to the upper side, couple queens, few lings, all on the way out. Our Overlord coming through, and just seeing our Cybercore Nexus, everything building probe, just on a bit of a journey, Cats. Everything is, again, very tame in the start of this game.
Yeah. Someone in chat was saying Hearthstone must have felt more behind than he was, but I mean, he was 25 supply to 80 or something towards the tail end. It's just on the screen, it didn't seem that dire, but as soon as he loses that army, he can't remake any one of those units, pretty much.
Could be a true statement depending on what part of the game you look at it, though, right? I mean,
that's true.
I think when Hearthstone lost his 4th, if he just rebuilt it and sat around, he would actually be kind of okay. Yeah. And like went for more.
As he pushes out.
Yeah. And even if like then he doesn't attack, because like, yeah, it was bad to lose the 4th, but I think if you just rebuild some splash damage as well in that moment, that was the big issue. He didn't have any splash damage on the back end of that. If you rebuild a 4th and get some splash behind like a little Stalker move out, and then you back away, I think he was playable. But I think he clearly thought it was like, oh my goodness, I just lost my 4th, I just lost a bunch of probes, I gotta go. And so he committed heavily to the attack, and Yeah, maybe at that point you could say he thought he was more behind than he was, and so he played it differently than he maybe should have done. But hard to say. I mean, so many dynamic kind of things moving around in a game of PvZ, especially nowadays. It's hard to always get the right judgment call on that.
I wonder if Harstem thought he had charge, and if he had charge, if he was looking to commit to basically an all-in counterattack, because he warped in Zealots, they didn't have charge. Then shortly thereafter on the next warp-in, he does disengage, right? But maybe if he had charge, he was willing to go, and that would have been more coherent with him not taking a fourth again, and maybe dies on that sword, right, earlier on his all-in, basically. But yeah, if his plan was always to not attack, which it appeared to be just because he didn't commit, then definitely, I think would have liked to have that fourth behind it.
Things are going to get a little wrap around here, Cats, on a couple of these adepts, so going to be able to grab one of those, looking for another. And a couple drones going down on the other side, by the way. 3 workers going down as the Oracle gets punched back.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, but obviously losing a couple of units over here is a bit rough. 2 adepts and a Stalker. Resources lost about even, all said and done. Yeah, just delaying the taking of the third is big.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so difficult to take a third. I wouldn't have minded for Wayne to even make more links as he kills those units, just to make sure that it's costly for Hearthstone to take that third. The Oracle will now have to stay back, at least until its brother or sister shows up. So yeah, I think, yeah, trading blows here, but the Oracle more or less expected to do some damage, though maybe not the first one, like in conjunction with the second one. So 3 drones, but for a few units and a delay. Seems like a fair-ish trade, maybe slightly favoring Wayne.
Yeah, I think so. Twilight Forge coming up, by the way, from Hearthstone. Just double Oracle, now triple Oracle, setting up and around, figuring out where they want to go to or come from. And, yeah, gonna go drop and inject over on the third hatchery as well, so just waiting, really, for some excitement. We've got a few adepts with these Oracles, and we're actually going to see an opportunity to grab a Queen. She goes for drones instead, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. I just thought maybe you kill the Queen and then the Adepts show up and they can do really well. Actually going to shade the Adepts out while they move forward, looking for just 1 or 2 drone kills. Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the 1 and the evacuation as well. So nice moves here, clean from Hearthstone. Good creep spread from Wayne onto the left-hand side as well. So maybe not the best angle for Hearthstone to take, but there isn't really many angles for him to take with those Adepts. Maybe look towards the 4th base instead if he spots it, and try to find the weak spot here, or even this forward area as Wayne is looking for a very quick 5th.
Yep. Absolutely is our drone.
This could be good.
Yeah, it's going to be really good for Hearthstone. Just going to get an instant cancel. Money down the drain. Drone does that. I was going to say for a moment, it's like, is it? There is... Oh, Hearthstone just warped in and these Lings arrive, so this could be a bit awkward. Is warping at least on the 3rd, which will help them protect over here. The Lings kind of run past. The Adept on the natural, though, Cats. About a fall, and that is going to mean access. The rest of the Lings not doing anything. Hearthstone's back home.
Yeah.
Okay, this was...
Yeah, they chose not to go in. So a little bit of a blunder perhaps from Wayne, but does hide these 2 Banelings. However, the probe that was rallied towards the 3rd gets stuck because he's blocked, so he goes all the way to where it spots the Banelings. But I'm not sure if Hearthstone has actually spotted them. He has. Turns around with the Oracles, but that leaves the Lings free room. So now only chasing with 1 and defending with 2. Hearthstone is going to be okay for the time being, but sir, your door is open, and little Wayne does not care. He's going to go into your mineral line, and that is a lot of damage, a lot of probes that are likely to be taken down here. Warpins of Stalkers, not even that great at fighting the Lings. The Oracles will have to work on the cleanup here. Luckily for Hearthstone, Wayne doesn't have enough punch at the front to capitalize on the misposition of the Oracles at this point, but 9 probes falling is pretty nice for Wayne as they both sit at 66.
I was going to say, is it nice or is it necessary, Cats? Because 66 workers, and I feel like I've said this point every game, but the resources lost is 2.6k from Wayne and 1.2k for Hearthstone. Hearthstone has had the income lead all game. Like, Hearthstone, I think, is in an amazing spot. These attacks of Wayne have just not been... Well, that was a good thing. It came off of too much investment initially, right? And in the end, too much damage done, and yeah, just constantly kind of feels like he's having to play from behind. Hearthstone going to hit Storm quickly this time again, and also charge very quickly this time, Cats.
Yeah, I think you're on point on that. I think Wayne is just so super hyper aggressive that he commits so heavily that it's very difficult to judge what a good and bad move is, how much damage he actually needs to make because he is committing so hard to these attacks. So Hearthstone looking to stabilize, still Wayne with good creep spread, and now transition into a relatively late Roach speed as well as Baneling speed. So maybe taking a page from Elazar's book here in his domination over Hearthstone in the last couple of days. Gonna find also a little bit of a cancel. The Queens gonna be able to engage onto the Oracles, but Storm is now done.
Yeah, Storm's now done. That really changes a lot of the dynamics of these upcoming fights, I would say. As this Nexus on the top side will try and rebuild Stalkers. Move command in again after the Oracles. I'm like, how many years are going to move command? And Wayne's going to turn back around onto this, man.
I mean, that was a crazy blink from Hearthstone. Gets 3 Stalkers taken down, and now the rest of the links are here. Blink should be off cooldown soon, and now the Oracle's coming to help, but that base will have to get cancelled yet again. Hearthstone blinking, but a little bit late on one of those Stalkers will cost another one of their lives. Roach is now on the surround as well, but the link count has been thinned out. The Oracle's still putting a lot of work for Hearthstone, and these Roaches are going to be forfeit. They don't even have Roach speed. Don't even try to run away. There is going to be a blink forward, and might as well have put on a little bit more real damage onto those units, because there was just no disengaging there. Wayne is making an infestation pit. So looking for further transitions. He does have 5 base to work with and good creep spread. This game is not yet done. Did also go up to 76 probes and did delay the 4th from Hearthstone. So not too bad.
Yep, not too bad. Hearthstone dropping a little revelation. Keep track of this army for a little while. I mean, Baneland's coming in. Looks as though Wayne wants to keep up the aggression. No surprises there. Hearthstone +1 air weapons and also has the high Templar count increasing. So he's got more Storms than before. And again, with the revelations telling him where these Banes are coming from, that's absolutely huge. And he is going to see to be able to preemptively Storm. Needs a second. Nice. Perfectly done to deal with the Baneling flank. And he is dealing with the left side Ling Roach very easily too.
Yeah, Wayne's going to be taking a lot of losses, but will gain in position on top of these Stalkers. However, the blink is available, and the shelter of the Storms is beautiful. Hearthstone has been wonderful at going over these links, against these links, knowing that he doesn't have a good solid backbone to deal with them, and the Stalkers will deal with the Roaches swiftly. But the Banelings from behind, they could find the Templars. Hearthstone quick to morph them into Archons to protect them, and Wayne has taken so many losses. He truly is a sucker for pain here, Wardicho. It's a tough one now for him.
Yes, no, it really, really is, as we just have. I mean, these are the fights that Hearthstone's been able to take previously, and when you take fights like this, you end up so far ahead, and now he's got to feel it as well. All the tech from Wayne is pretty much gone. It's Roaches, not even Roach Ling Cats. It's just Roaches. Okay, there's some Lings building, but I think Hearthstone is right to honestly just go. Like, look, you look at this Roach kind of force coming at you, and maybe you're afraid of the fact Wayne feels like he can fight, but I don't think Wayne should really feel like he can fight at all. Hearthstone backs it up. He does have 3 more Zealots warping in. Would just like to see more than anything, maybe a few more High Templar again. Get those Storms ready once more, because those have been absolutely great for him. At the same time, finds a mineral line with the Oracles.
Yeah, just beautiful from Hearthstone. Good disengage as well, like you were saying. I don't know if he needed to push on forward. He doesn't know about the Hive, but I'm also not sure what Wayne can do with the Hive. Oh, it's going to be Adrenal for the Circlings. I mean, I guess that is the best possible choice. It is a hefty investment for that. And there are Archons and Storm that has proven great for Hearthstone against Circlings on the field. So looking pretty difficult for Wayne. Now does have those Ravagers. Those are kind of the X factor here for him. If he can land some Vials in these chokes, that will be helpful. Only a Storm, but soon to be 3 there available for Hearthstone, as some Banelings try to waddle on through and find the backline of the minerals while the army pulls the army of Hearthstone forward. But not going to work this time around. Hearthstone good. Eyes on the ball will keep denying extra bases from Wayne. That one gets killed actually, as a Warp Prism gets ready and set to go into the main and create more chaos.
Yep. Prism down the left-hand side. We do have Ling Roach Ravager moving forward, ready to jump onto this area in the center. A few more High Templar warping in, a couple more Stalkers warping in. Just seeing the single Zealot of Hearthstone out over the left side as well, just keeping an eye on things. Here comes that Prism into the main base. Zealots warping in, going after some drones, and these are the sort of things that Wayne doesn't necessarily have the supply to deal with. Considering everything that's gone on, that's the Ultra Cavern cancelled, has to rebuild elsewhere, and that's apparently just Wayne's plan to get into Ultras. Well, if that's the plan, I don't know if I really love it that much. Ultras have their role in this matchup, but as kind of one of your core plans for late game, I'm not feeling it, Cats. Not at all.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, if they were to surprise Hearthstone, right? But now the intention that has been revealed, it's kind of easy to counter Ultras if you just go into Immortals yourself, or if you abuse the time that it takes for them to build and be effective in getting their upgrades. There's going to be a massive window now that Hearthstone is going to be well aware of. And yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Ultras, you know, if you have Corruptors and you want to get rid of the Templars on the ground for the Corruptors to deal with later carriers and whatnot, then Ultras can be pretty good. But outside of that, they can be easily counterable. The Ultraless Cavern is done. But Wayne is going to have to be pretty hesitant, and Armstrong to some degree by his economy to build ultras right now before chitinous plating is done. So still Hearthstone with an opening as he decides that maybe he's not going to be able to hit it. He starts now Immortal production to account for them.
Yep. And he's already got carriers on the way up too, and there's currently no answer carriers in the game, so that's kind of a pretty big factor as well. We revelate up on the few Roaches and Ravagers on the right-hand side. You'll see a few Lings and Roaches heading into the top side as well, aiming for some of these, well, just gates to just open the door to kind of get a counterattack off. Austin is feeling pretty good about pushing. I do not hate the fact that he's pushing either, but he's just being cautious about the potential surround as well, so also don't hate that.
Yeah, he invested into the carriers. He has 2 at a time coming out. He invested into double robo to make those immortals as well. So a lot of his investment isn't here yet. So even though, yes, if he pushes, there is a good shot that he can end the game. I feel like he is very well set up on his transition. So I would also be cautious if I were him. I think it is the right call. Banelings might find a little bit of the mineral line. There aren't too many probes to be taken here.
He actually only had an escape with the probes because the Roaches opened the pathway to the right-hand side, so...
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a little amusing, but... yeah, I think at the grand scheme of things, not the biggest of deals, but you see a little attack over here as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, it feels like Wayne is doing a lot, but Harstem's army is still stellar, especially with more and more carriers coming online. He's going to get rid of this base here, and Wayne is not just supply blocked, he's also out of cash, so... Just in trouble across the board, getting stormed right now. His Ravager's taking heavy hits. And I still think Harstem is absolutely in the driver's seat of the game. Yes, a little bit awkward right now. A couple bases not mining. We'll have to warp in some Zells to try and help clean this up. But in general, I think he's got this one. Locked up. Just needs to keep on playing.
Very, very tough here for Wayne. He is getting Aspire to try to get Corruptors out. But like you said, he is not exactly a millionaire this time around. He is, in fact, broke as a joke. And yeah, I mean, he is doing what he can still. I mean, economically speaking, he has done a great job of resetting Harstem to effectively 1.5 bases. So if Harstem doesn't kill Wayne, there's still a chance for him. But I mean, Harstem's army is so scary. Though only 2 carriers on location here. If the Biles can connect with those, that is an opening. A lot of the Storm has been used. There's 2 or no, there's like 4 available still. It's going to be tough. The Biles were aiming for the carriers, but not connecting. The Ultra stuck in the back. It's not going to provide much shelter for the rest of the units of Wayne, and he is now dipping in supply. The army of Harstem seems to be too powerful, and Wayne will most likely have to tap out very soon here.
Some of these Biles are okay-ish, but again, just nowhere near game changing, nowhere near game winning given the situation, and obviously Harstem's army is not being removed from this location. It is going to stick around and clean up everything that is spawning. And it does look as though Harstem is going to take down Wayne. A single G to round us out. And, you know, Wayne, man, he was having a dream run in this event. 2-0 Showtime, 2-0 Spirit, 1-0 up against Serral. And now he has to go to the final day. He has to go to Sunday for his chance to make playoffs. It would be a heartbreak if he didn't make playoffs after the run that he's had. That's really going to be kind of ridiculous. But that's, I guess, the beauty of this format. You've got to finish up. You've got to find your 3rd win somewhere. He's had all the chances for them. Just hasn't found it yet, and that is going to give us a wrap-up on Europe for the day, Cats. As I think a very well-played series by Harstem. You could see what his plan was every game. It went a bit haywire game 2, but really brought it back and just executed even better going into game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That was beautiful from him. Good composure as well, and just absorbing Wayne everywhere, always having those units ready for the little pockets of Banes that we're trying to get in on his 4th base in the middle of the game. That was like 4 of those that were caught by Harstem, so really good job. And yeah, you're completely right. I mean, if you revise the run that Wayne had, he had those first 2 wins and also the first map against Serral. So he was literally 1 map with all the chances in the world, and everything has gone wrong since. So yeah, we'll see if he can close it out. Definitely with strong chances, still looking one of the stronger players going into that 2-2 pool.
No, absolutely. Can't disagree there. Let's have a look at where we've been today, Cats, and where we are still to go. As we are now, I believe, we just did 6 and then 3. Yes, we're 9 best-of-3s deep. So 9 best-of-3s deep. We've got 3 matches left to round out today as we're going to be heading into the Americas. This is going to be Europe wrapped up, and then later on Special versus Massa, Future versus Australia, and Scarlet versus Disc still to come. Cats, you know, so far, lots of games happening. What's been your favorite? What's been your highlights if people want to go check something out while we're taking a bit of a break into Americas?
Difficult to say. Probably somewhere between this series and Max Pax versus Lambo King, as that was a very surprising result, and I feel like Lambo played out of his mind. But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good day of StarCraft, I would say.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Do not disagree with that. It's been very, very fun, and we've been having a great time with it. Americas is not too far away. I know we've had some days that it's been quite a wait, everybody, but today Americas is only about 45 minutes away, so we'll come and do our pre-show in about 40. A little bit of a pre kind of talk about what's going on, the importance of the matches and everything. Just a quick mention, first of all, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, US Air Force, and ESL Shop are sponsors for the ESL SC2 Masters. And of course, if you want to come and watch the ESL SC2 Masters offline finals, you can do so in Jonkoping, Sweden in the next month. So get your tickets right now at dreamhack.com/summer/tickets and use the code StarCraft to get 20% off as well. Added little bonus for you there.
Okay, but wait. Before we throw it to the break, let me know when you're ready to throw it to the break.
Why? Do you want to throw it to the break?
Well, I just want to do a little bit of a ceremony to celebrate our new name. I think that we have to dab and say Cardi Z out at the same time, with like very sharp towards the end.
Okay, but so we're gonna dab and then say Cardi Z out, and that's it.
Well, we say Cardi Z out and then we dab.
And then we dab? Okay, I will try and do this one-handedly because I have to press the buttons.
Oh, okay, fair.
Okay, I'll go for the single-handed dab and then...
I'll do it. I'll do the single-handed too, yeah, so we're synced.
Okay, are you ready?
3, yeah.
Wait, I forgot what the order is. Cardi Z out and then dab?
Well, we have to sync the dab with the out, basically.
Oh, so Cardi Z
press the button and then,
out, and then, okay,
yeah,
I got it.
Dab, yeah, out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you...
Okay, Kat,
click it, yeah.
I'm very
Okay,
ready.
3, 2, 1.
Cardi Z out!
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us during the break as we are ready to dive on into the Americas. It's Wardy and Cats, now known as Cardi Z, with the sickest outro anyone has ever seen on the ESL channel.
Quite literally. I mean, that was insane.
Yeah, I was
That
loving
was
watching
absurd.
chat on them delay, being like, this is going to be terrible, can't watch this. And it was perfect. You would
It
almost
was
think
just
we'd,
evidence that we're synced.
like, you would have thought we'd actually, like, practiced it or something. It looked that good, I thought. You know, as far as dabs
and the
stuff
pre-talk,
go.
to be fair to the chat, I mean, the pre-talk made it sound like we weren't gonna pull it off, you know?
Well, yeah,
like,
because I was like,
how
wait,
are
I
we gonna do
I
it?
forgot what to do, like 3 times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we got him good.
Understandable. We're ready to go into the Americas. We'll take a quick peek at the schedule here and just show what is on the way. Obviously, we've had Asia and Europe already today. And upcoming, Special versus Massa, Future versus Australia, and also Scarlet versus Disc. As once again, we're sending players through into the playoffs with these matches, Cats. So, again, lots on the line. Book yourself into the playoffs already. Not have to go to the Do or Die Sunday. Brought to you by Steadfast.
Yeah, I love that, the do or the die Sunday, but I mean, this particular match, probably one of the more one-sided ones. Maybe, I mean, Special lost to Trigger yesterday. Trigger played excellent, and today he has to go up against a very dangerous opponent. But, you know, I would say Special heavy favorite for this one.
Yeah, no, I would as well. Massa was very fun in the TVT. I watched him play against Future, just very aggressive, very quick. I just don't think Special makes the mistakes to allow that to happen. And Special was a little off yesterday, definitely made some mistakes against Trigger, allowed it to go a little bit wilder and unnecessary mistakes and so on. But I do genuinely think that going into this one, Special is a big favorite. He's the player that's practicing a lot full-time and everything still. And obviously Massa in comparison is not quite as committed to Special to the world of StarCraft 2 right now. So absolutely expecting this to be all about Special. But let's see if Massa can cause some upsets and pull some things out. I mean, don't forget, it's Massa the knockdown champ to be here as well. So, you know,
That's
yes,
true.
it was with some, you know, very dirty proxy raxes, but he got it done. So let's
That's
see
what he
can pull
does.
out. Yeah, exactly. That's what he does, man. So if that's what he does, maybe it's what he's going to do here. I mean, there's only so many proxy raxes you can do against a Terran player, but you never know.
That's just the thing. If you're Special, you have to be ready. But luckily for you, you've been playing Massa for the last 10 years, so you should be very well aware of what he does. Obviously, he's very proficient at it because it's mostly what he does. But yeah, if you're Special, just take the necessary precautions. Try to take it to the mid and late game, and try to close it out there. His opponent in the bottom right-hand side, it is for Sidestorm Gaming, also by the looks of it, Massa. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's been rocking that Sidestone tag for a little while. As in the top left with the SCV going on the map from himself, Special.
Oh. 2 SCVs out of the map. So it's Special that's actually looking to apply the pressure. And this is one way to account for proxies in a sense, because your first SCV is so fast to be out on the map that it's very likely to scout the SCV of Massa. And also, if you create this sort of chaos and your opponent is also proxy raxing, there is a good shot that it just comes down to multitasking and such. So if you're confident, a lot of the time against an aggressive player, the best thing that you can do is be aggressive first to not let them dictate the pace of the game where they're comfortable.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. It's I feel like we've said this a lot the last few days, actually. Just the idea of, like, if you're the favorite, take control early, test your opponent from the very beginning of the game. And I'm with you, because if it is proxy rax versus proxy rax, it is, you know, a multitasking war a lot of the time. And if that's the case, then you should obviously feel very good in that case as Special. As Massa goes no scout, that's not super uncommon when you play double gas, because the theory is that you should really be able to defend anything with double gas anyway, even without a scout. The Reaper is rallied initially to the left-hand side. It would love to spot this double rax when it first pops out, so you then know to start pulling SCVs, and that's a typically very safe thing to do, so I'm not surprised to see that that is what Massa is setting up for. Everything is kind of scripted as it should be for the moment. Just, you know, make sure you don't just let this Reaper move command into your opponent's Reapers or anything, and you should be all good.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't hate this for Masa though as an opening, just because he has kind of like the setup that he needs. He does start that reactor, which is a little bit painful, but his Reaper is actually going to spot special right away. Let's see if he opts to cancel the reactor. Yeah, he does, and continues Reaper production instead right away. So now he can also not get a reactor on his factory. And now the edge that you have as Masa not being aggressive and against a special that is going for the double proxy racks is you've done this so many times that you should know what the best responses are. You should know what kills you, basically.
Yep, no, absolutely. Like, he's very aware of how he needs to defend against this and everything, and he does set up properly, right? Cancels the reactor is absolutely necessary. You need barracks production during this. Get the bunker set up is obviously going to help. The special knows he can't do too much here, so he's just going to slowly work his way through some bits and pieces. The Reapers on the front actually still hitting the bunker when they could have hit another SCV down. It's pretty much going to end the majority of this aggression. We still have 4 Reapers, and we're still building 2 more from special, so he's going to get a good amount up. He really believes he can out-micro Masa. Like, he really thinks he can just jump up and probably take a fight where he out-micros him and just snowballs the game in his favor. Otherwise, I don't know if you'd really want to keep on building this amount of Reapers.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially unexpected, but with 2 Hellions here, Masa has the first shot, and they're all clumped up. That is wonderful start for Masa, and actually he's going to pick off one of the Reapers on the way out and kind of reset the timer as well for special. He has to wait for his Reaper to heal up. Masa confident enough to cancel the bunker on the back of that, as well as drop an expansion. Things looking very good for the one true Maru.
Absolutely, and you can see now this rack's lifting, so you see there's one more Reaper building, but at least you know you're pretty much at the tail end of this Reaper production. And you see Masa just getting a Liberate out as well. Not a lot of anti-air out currently for special, but he does finish the factory's tech lab, so he should be getting a Cyclone here. If he brings that across the map, could still be awkward. We do break into a fight over here. We lose the Hellions, and this is kind of what I was talking about being confident in out-microing your opponent. You kill 2 Hellions and, yeah, do pretty well there.
Yeah, and Masa was aware that one of the barracks was floating, but he was also aware that the other one was still on location and probably continuing to produce. So I'm a little bit surprised that he takes that fight. Obviously, it makes him feel confident that he has the two Hellions, but now he is going to be lacking units. However, the Cyclone is going to be popping up here in the face of special, so he should be able to clear this out, Masa, as well as get the transfer specials, making a Marine that's going to actually get to accomplish something in killing the SCV that's building the command center, a worthwhile trade for him. But nothing to write home about.
Nothing too wild at the end of the day, right? This is pretty, you know, pretty much fine on either side. You see both players on similar work accounts. The CC finishing up already from Masa and at the same time from Special. So I'd say altogether, we're in a pretty okay position. Special's got a couple workers advantage at the end of all this. But he does have to fly his barracks back home, so it's not been producing for a long time. So he's a bit behind on army supply. He does go instantly into the 3rd CC, and Masa is going to meet him with that idea. It's just kind of how the TVT rolls. So in that regard, I'd say not too surprising.
Yeah, but the Liberator hasn't been spotted. The Cyclone reveals itself at the natural, but there's another one in the main ready to go. Special a little bit slow in the reaction, but fast enough to only lose 1 SCV. Masa on the other end of things, also fast enough to reposition the Liberator as it's kind of waddling around. Makes me feel like the F2 is powerful with this one. Might want to siege it in the back of the mineral line if that's the case. And Masa, again, in a better spot than Special. He is lagging behind 1 worker, but he has an army supply lead. He has the Raven Faster. He has the follow-up Raven Faster as well. It's still, you know, you look at this game, and I still kind of expect Special to pull on through, but closer to a 50-50 than I would have expected at the start of this. And if we look at it, you know, just isolate it and cover the nameplates, definitely Masa with an edge.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And he's going to come forward now and maybe see if he can get something done. He was very good aggressively in the TVT the other day. I was genuinely impressed, and if he can bring that against Special off of a decent start, I can absolutely see him, you know, making waves across the course of this series. He's going to get the tank siege in the corner, but if he sieges it here, he's going to lock the Cyclone in, which might not be quite what you want. The Raven goes down to be able to kill off the initial SCV there and actually pick away at the SCVs on the refineries, so that works.
Very nice. Yeah, that's beautiful from him, while still retaining enough energy that the Raven can be threatening with its other abilities when he gathers enough energy for those. So very nice. However, the Cyclone will find the Liberator as it tries to go back into the natural to try to continue to be surprising. Another auto turret is going to continue to be annoying, but there's a Cyclone on location that's going to take it down. Still 6 SCVs have fallen, but only to even the SCV count, as this Cyclone that was trapped was trailing behind as well and almost gets picked off, but not quite.
Gonna drop an auto turret just to help zone those units back as well. Just good escape from Masa, man. He really picked the right moment to get out of here. Kill 6 SCVs, not bad, and then just backing away. The only qualm I have is for all the damage he's done, he shouldn't really be behind on workers still, as we do see a little bit of an
yeah.
auto turret war now, and it's going to favor Special, who also has the lock on to finish off one of those Ravens. So Special and a little bit of a bonus. And yeah, for all the good that Mass has done, my point is, I just feel like he could have been better off, as yeah, he just doesn't have quite the work lead he maybe should do at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of smart moves here from Massa, but a lot of little blunders as well, like trapping that Cyclone is what ends up hurting him. Having to drop that auto turret defensively to zone off the weak Cyclone, which was at the front from Special, was clever, but it's also more energy that he has had to spend, and losing that Raven on the retreat, and Special just asserting himself out on the map is good news for him, as now Special, looking to be cheeky with his Ravens, already has the weak one tucked in behind the other two. But yeah, I mean, he's putting them at risk, but Massa's not ready, so this could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Special has the scan to see exactly where the Vikings and everything are, so he seems to be pretty aware of what he's doing here. Going to drop a bunch of auto turrets. I mean, 4 or 5 workers. He starts to get the kills towards the end. I was going to say, if you don't get anything here, you know, initially it was like 2 kills. I was like, really? That ain't great. Going to see the interception on these Ravens. We kill off one. The other gets away. Another into the bottom corner. That should also be killable if Massa did watch it and track it properly. He should know that that's there, and one Viking alone will finish that off, and that's exactly what he's sending over.
Beautiful. Yeah, for Special, I feel like he didn't need to go into that corner. He could have just run away and had Massa kind of trailing a little bit behind. The Vikings are not that much faster than the Raven. But yeah, he'll get 2 Ravens, so he does take a little bit of damage, but 2 Ravens are nice pickoffs. The problem for Massa is now he's trading over 10 workers. Feels like it shouldn't be as much like you mentioned, but at least he has a pretty sizable army and air control to speak of for the time being, so still with strong chances here.
Yep, absolutely. As the Liberator goes around the left-hand side, wants to work up toward the natural expansion. 1-1 upgrades on both sides of the map, and just seeing ourselves, well, a group of units from Massa already pressing forward. A few SCVs going down again. This time it's Vikings landing for a bunch of SCV kills. Going very well. 8 workers, 9 workers probably. And we're still counting as well, so that's awesome. But we are going to get a pick on the tank, so it is going to be Special losing out tank-wise. Massa's army supply is still good, but he's so far behind worker-wise. He needs to do something in the next couple moments.
Very likely that he's going to be able to here, though, as Special is not completely in position. However, Massa sieges a little bit too close to that one tank with only a single tank, which means he's going to lose up that battle. The next set of volleys are not in range of each other ever, just barely. And on the other side, Special continues to be annoying with his Vikings. Recognizing I don't have air control, so what I'm going to do instead is just trade this out somewhere else. Massa saying the air control doesn't matter for me, so I guess at this point I'm going to land to try to do as much damage as possible. The Liberator is going to try to help, but Special with a beautiful spread is going to clear things out and regain control of this game. Things looking now very difficult for Massa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Special just identifying that he was very far ahead. He did amazing damage across the map, and he could afford to pull SCVs in, which is exactly what he did. And yes, that evens the worker count up in a big way, but it also means that now Special doesn't have to deal with that attack any longer. He reset the tank and Viking count of his opponent, so there was a lot of value to be had in that, as these few Marines need to actually get out of the Liberator range, otherwise this is not going to get cleaned up. There's a Viking on the way, but yeah, it's just going to be a little bit more expensive than it ever had to be.
Absolutely. So a little bit of glimmers of hope for Massa here, who nearly evens the worker count. It is still a TVT, so on paper, if nothing happens, you know, he should be able to, or could be able to stabilize, but this is definitely something happening. It's going to be a very difficult attack to dislodge from Special, who has a good amount of bio, 3 medevacs and 2 tanks here. Massa's going to come in clumped in. That's not the way to do it. The tank will get focus fire down, but it's not enough. Massa taps out, and Special recovers this game 1 in spite of a failed kind of like aggressive opening. And yeah, he just looks like the better player, more or less what we expect.
Yeah, I think exactly that, right? He looks stronger, he looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think we expected that going in, and yeah, I mean, Massa showed the potential and some of the aggressive nature that I kind of really liked seeing from him the other day that I was talking about, and definitely had moments, had chances, but you can tell that Special is just more well-rounded, because, like I say, when Massa did all the damage he did, if his macro is proper behind it, he should have had a lead, on workers at least, right? And he didn't have that. And a lot of the other moves were good, like moving away at the right time and stuff and everything else. But some of the core mechanics were definitely missing, were definitely slipping, and that's why it wasn't as much of an advantage as it should have been for him. That obviously made it that much easier for Special to take a step back into the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, clever plays, and again, on screen, he looks good. Reminiscent of the game that Cass played, for example, against, I want to say, DNS yesterday, right? Or the day before, where on screen, he looks very good. The moves are clever, the strategy is there. but on the back end, he's just not able to execute as well as his opponent. So this time around, yeah, Massa just not as clean as Special, and that is part of the game, of course, a very important, big part, and part of why some of these players are so very good.
Oh, absolutely. Going into Game 2, Royal Blood, by the way, is just a map where I feel like you can definitely be aggressive again if you want to be. So that's something else to keep in mind. Maybe Massa will get a little bit proxy-friendly this time, based on the fact that he had a good start and wasn't able to capitalize. That might promote him into being like, well, what am I really good at? What really is my best shot here? Maybe we'll see that slip through. For now, though, in the bottom left-hand corner, our red Terran player is Special.
And on the top right-hand side, it is the blue player. It is Massa. Marukim.
There we go. SCV on the map.
Yeah, you know, I don't really play League of Legends, but I play with some of the North Americans. Like, I've never queued up on my own, but the North Americans sometimes, like the old guard almost of North America, right? Like Future, Massa, these guys now. They sometimes play League of Legends, and I'll sometimes join them. Massa is absolutely brutal. Like,
Yeah.
I am new, right? And he's like a pretty good player. He is just harsh, but lovely at the same time. I mean, I love getting feedback from him because he's honest and you actually improve as a result. But he will just tell you straight up, like, this was horrible, this was terrible. You know, you're so dumb. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, Maru. But yeah, it's always a treat. I love this guy. So yeah, going back to the basics, you could say, going back to his comfort zone.
Yeah, not a full proxy 2 racks. 1 rack's in the base, 1 rack's on the map. Funnily enough, Special's going 2 racks in base, which is very much so a hard counter to proxy 2 racks, and is generally a benefit to 1 racks on the map and 1 racks in base. So it's still good for Special, but it's not as good as if this was just proxy racks. Because if there's proxy racks and Special shuts it down completely, Massa's productions on the map, he's in trouble. At least this time it's only half the production, but it's still unlikely Massa's going to really do anything here. Obviously, you know, part of the point of this is to try and trick your opponent and be like, oh, there's a Rax at home, it's kind of normal, nothing to worry about. Then boom, lots of Reapers show up. The Special's going to have lots of Reapers anyway, so yeah, generally feels like this opening itself plays out in favor of Special, but there's always the possibility of a twist or a turn like the Tech Lab, so if we build some Marauders off of this, then we've got a little bit of a more unique build.
Yeah, especially if you can hold on the other side of the map, and this time it's not the proxied racks from Special. So if Massa can identify this, I can't help but to feel that this opening could favor him because he's gonna know what's going on, whereas Special might be a little bit confused, and those Marauders, they tend to do really good against the Reapers. So yeah, let's see what Massa can do with this opening. First grenade whiffs on the side of Massa, but he did take the first shot as well, so he's gonna kill the Reaper. That's massive, provided that Special, because Special is going for 2 Reapers at a time, right? Getting that advantage early on is just absolutely huge for Massa.
And Special's next Reaper not going to show up in time to take advantage of that Reaper being super low or anything. Going to run to the natural. Now actually Special sees a second Reaper, so he's going to be cornered. He's going to lose a second Reaper here, Cats. And that is really
Absolute
bad.
Beast.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's incredible.
Manufacturing's
Really good
delayed.
for Massa, though.
Oh,
Yeah.
nasty.
Good for the health of this series as well, as Massa thinks that now is go time. Not gonna hide this for much longer, and he would be right. There's nothing on the side of Special here. Massa has a 2 Reaper advantage just organically, plus the Marauders that have been unspotted, and Special is in a world of pain.
He really is. You can try and micro the Reapers as best he can, but Concussive Shells does make that difficult. Massa obviously wants to decide what he wants to do, work his way through the depots, get access to the base. Factory
Nice
finishes,
grenade.
so we are going to be able to get the Cyclone started, and the Cyclone is a big step in the right direction, of course, but going to kill a second depot as well, and we've got 2 Reapers here to add with DPS to the SCVs. It's kind of funny, because usually the SCVs are really good against Marauders, but with a couple Reapers here, they're just that little bit worse. The Reapers do go down, however, and the Marauders do not have high ground vision, so that might be the end of this for the moment. Another Reaper showing up, and actually Special's already set to keep on chasing, apparently. He's going to get a Marauder very soon.
Yeah, maybe even the 2, as there is one really low, but another Marauder shows up, and with Concussive Shells, again, that will allow for the Marauders to keep on the chase. Massa times things out to try to retreat, but Special baits him in with the Reapers, and that means the Cyclone will be able to get involved. Cyclone now just waiting for his cooldown and will re-engage when it is appropriate. However, Massa does a good job of breaking the lockdown, and now knows that his timing to do damage with the Marauder is also gone. All in all, Massa did great to kill a lot of SCVs, but again, we look at the SCV count, and it's not what we expect, not what we want.
Yeah, I mean, he killed 4, which is okay as well, but it's not like super crazy. We do have Special faster CC, but it is on the high ground, still has to float down to the low ground. At this point, this attack of Massa is kind of done. He is building stim off that proxied rack, so trying to get that up quickly, that might be a benefit for him here eventually. Special does not know where that barracks is, so it isn't something he can necessarily just come through and clean up. He's going to go spotting around, though, with this Reaper to try and get an idea, and maybe he can still make a play on that in the near future.
Yeah, Massa does have the luxury of dropping his expansion on location, and it is a little bit faster than Special in that regard, though Special has already morphed the orbital command, so SCV production will be in his favor once he lands, and he will be able to catch up and cut the difference right now. So, I mean, Massa still has these 3 Marauders. He still has a lot to do here. As if we look at the units lost tab, I mean, he is, 500 resources ahead, which is really nice just 5 minutes in. But if you look at the supply, if you look at the workers, it doesn't really translate into everything that I would have hoped, especially after having supply blocked Special by killing 2 supply depots as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It feels though Special, if he is behind, it's only by a little bit, and with the defense's advantage, it's going to be hard for Massa to do much. He is coming across the map with more units. Special going to take his Cyclones back to the other side, though. It's going to get interesting if Massa does attack in. He's going to have stim, so if he can split and stim onto that tank quickly, get rid of that splash damage, that could be huge. Special not got a second tank just yet, and again, missing those 2 Cyclones, it's a massive chunk of his current army supply.
The game could end, and the perfect thing to do for Massa here is to send a Marine in front. So, I mean, if the Marine soaks up and tells Massa where the tank is and that there is a tank indeed, I think he can absolutely flood. I think that this Cyclone showing up on the other side of the map should be go time for Massa on his side of things. He's actually going to elevate a few units onto the high ground here. He has a tank there, I believe, as well as a Marauder that are going to catch one of the tanks of Special. This is looking pretty good, but don't want to fight that number of Marines. On the other side, he's going to have to pull SCVs and kind of forget about it, I think. I mean, he has been stalled as far as the production. Instead, he goes for a slow siege, where I think that he might have been able to just break through the front. Instead, I mean, he does have the siege. The Marines of Special are falling quickly, but the tank in a good position. Still a lot of units will drop him on top of the tank. Very quick repositioning here from Massa. On the other side, he has lost 14 workers, though.
He's lost 14 workers, but he is somewhat in the driver's seat still over here. Stimpack is likely to never finish for Special. It does go down. A new tank popping out. We still have high ground vision here. Tank versus tank. Siege mode versus no siege mode. And it is going to be Massa to get the win on that. And Massa still holds position. Special up in workers. He definitely did more on the other side. Let's see if he can keep up with this.
Annoying Marine.
As a single Marine tries to do a little bit more at the front as well.
Yeah, but unable to be microed for the time being. Now 2 Vikings trying to put an end to this slow siege, but the 2 Marauders will definitely beat 2 Marines. The Vikings now, I mean, they don't get shelled by the tank, and that means the Marauders are not going to be able to take him down either. And now Special is doing pretty decent. Again, if we look at the supply, this has all favored him some way, somehow. And yeah, Massa falling behind yet again. Tough game for him again.
I wonder if it's just that because during all of this, Special got rid of the worker line more quickly. So he's just been able to really mine and build throughout this, whereas Massa has been halted a little bit. Plus, we already talked about maybe some of the mechanical differences between these two. While things are going on, that idea that Special's definitely stronger in the multitasking, it would definitely seem like that with the way that things have ended here. Up 10 workers is Special, a little bit of army supply in the lead. At this point, his biggest deficit is he didn't get any of his bio upgrades, whereas Stim Combat and Conquest of Shells are all done for Massa. That could still be a factor, depending on what sort of fight we get going. But if Special has a couple tanks up for now, I think it's not going to matter too much. There's not going to be much opportunity for Massa to use those upgrades.
Yeah, for me, I think that Massa had an idea in his mind to try and slow siege when his medevac arrived to get the units in position, but he didn't change his decision based on the units of Special not being present on his side of the map and accounting for the damage that he had already done. I feel like he could have just broken through the front, killed the 1 tank, and set himself in a position to kill a bunch of SCVs, a bunch of supply depots, and deny mining at the natural for much longer, for less effort as well. Because when you have that siege and you have to maintain like the juggling going and all of the, everything else, it's very difficult to account for the other side, where the 2 Cyclones have unlimited micro potential more or less, and Special doing an amazing job again on the multitasking and just outdoing him.
Yep, yeah, we are going to see this bunker going down. Special is at the very least probably going to wait for Stim before he takes any kind of fight. He is on the other side with the Cyclone back again for 3 SCVs, so continuing to do decent damage and just keeping Massa that little bit further behind in this game, number 2, and hence in this series. Massa must win this game to stay alive in the series, of course, and otherwise Special is going straight to the playoffs. Cats, as we have Cyclone still repositioning in the natural.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision for Massa to make a Viking here to deal with this, because he knows he is so far behind in Vikings that that's not going to be a win condition in the actual fight. But still, I mean, I think that maybe you should make it just to get rid of this medevac, to make it so that it can't continue to be annoying on your side of things. It's a tough call either way. Lots of Marines. Stim now, I believe, done. Combat shield starts, and things go from bad to worse for the Canadian as the Mexicano takes control of this game again. I mean, there is Ravens as well. That's something.
Yep. Yes, there is. The Ravens do have good energy, and that's definitely an advantage if you can get them in the right place at the right time. Vikings spot them, and the Marines will stim to try and catch a Viking, and Special kind of seems to forget his Vikings are there, but otherwise we do have Massa continue to just rally across. He still seems to know that he needs to do damage. He has got his third CC in location, mind you, and that's something Special does not have, a third CC at all, so actually, if Massa just sits back, he might be alright. He will catch up on workers, and it will kind of force Special to either make a move himself or to actually take a third base, which would obviously then be very late. I think once Special finishes combat shields, he wants to be on the map. With 5 racks, generally you are going to be the aggressor. It's just a matter of getting the upgrades ready before we really commit to it.
Yeah, and once he gets everything set up, it becomes an impossible task for Massa, so he really has to do something. He does have his third own location and a little bit faster than Special as well. So that might buy him some time as he gets sieged to account for a third of Special, and the fact that it's not there might give him an inkling to that, you know, he might do well to just sit back or to set up a container or something like that. Instead, he's going to go into the main. I mean, this could yield fruits if Special is not in position. The Vikings were trying to account for this as the Ravens will get taken down. But this is a very strong position here from Massa. It will be costly for Special to break down as one tank gets picked off as it gets out. A lot of Marines here, however, from Special. Again, it will be costly, but he will get the cleanup here, as 10 additional workers have fallen somewhere, and yeah, there they are, a counter offense from Special, still very powerful.
Yeah, it was definitely a good position from Massa. I feel like Special could have been a bit faster up. Like, he got up the ramp, then he kind of stopped, and if he just went straight away, he might have been able to do better. Even with all the Marines getting clumped, he is absolutely going to hold that. And again, I think Massa just being a little bit too aggressive, and this was something that was very true in his series the other day, where he just didn't need to be as aggressive as he was being. Because in this case, he's actually just in a fine spot, right? Like, if he just sat back, he would have had a third CC and everything. He was not the player that had to doom drop into a base, maybe counter drop when Special starts to move out, but with no third CC, Special was the one that had to do something, and now he's just going to walk straight in the natural.
Cleanest path into a natural that I've seen in a very long time. Massa's going to identify that, and GG. Very unfortunate. And yeah, I'm completely with you. He got sieged to say, oh, I'm going to put some pressure onto your third. But once the third's not there, just pull back. Yeah. Or just go for a contain. Set up a perimeter of Marines to make sure that you can't get doom dropped yourself. The doom drop was a little bit unnecessary for him. And yeah, Special was a little bit slow to take the fight there. But I think he just probably wanted to wait for the auto turrets of the Ravens to expire or something like that. And unfortunate for Massa, I mean, he had glimmers of hopes and advantages in both games, but unable to capitalize and convert against the beast that is Special.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to capitalize at all. Like, really, really cool though. I mean, definitely showing how he's got potential. Really, definitely a viable player to maybe get a win in that Sunday match, which will be make it or break it for himself. So that will be a big one to watch out for. We'll be very interested to see whose opponent turns out to be, as that's our first match from round 4 of Americas wrapped up. Up next, cats, we got Future versus Estrella and Scarlet versus Disc still to come. I think Future Estrella has potential to be very fun, very aggressive, really kind of in-your-face aggression just in general from Future. So excited to see that, especially after Estrella had a great series against Kelazur last night. That was just very fun to watch. See if his PvT turns out to be fun again. We'll be back in a few moments with that Future Estrella TVP. Don't go anywhere. Americas continues after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as more StarCraft 2 awaits us. It is Cardi Z coming at you with some Future versus Estrella action. I love it. The more I say it, Cats, I think it's...
Yeah, me too.
we really landed on something great. Yeah.
We really have.
Incredible. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Future Estrella. I mean, this should be an uphill battle for your boy Future. It feels like all three matches today for NA are kind of like an underdog that has had like very strong performances in the past. Like underdogs that have been in the past on the rise to make a case for themselves to be like the 4th or 5th best player in the region, but they haven't shown it in recent history. So it's definitely tough.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's like it's almost like we're getting to that sort of divide where we had in like America and Latin America before, where in Latin America it was like, okay, you've got Calazur and Special, and then in Americas you've got like, you know, and Cham, of course. Then in Americas it's like Scarlet, Estrella, and Eve. It's like, okay, those are the guys that are going to do very well. And in the playoffs, Calazur, Trigger, and Special. And today it's like Scarlet and Estrella are probably expected to join. And then Cham is currently 1-2. He lost to Massa, which was probably the biggest upset so far of this. And that was really in the form of just a couple of proxy barracks. So, yeah, I'm completely with you. Like, it feels like we're kind of getting to that point where there is just the divide. But what I think is very cool is if today's matches kind of go as expected, the Sunday matches for America should then be very exciting still, because the Sunday matches should be very close again, like really kind of like down to the wire and everything. So, yeah, I think Sunday is going to be very very fun to see. In America. So maybe today we've got very expected players kind of coming through, but I do think Sunday might be the day to really watch for in Americas, as we have Estrella, who obviously played Calazur last night, late into the night for us, well, for me at least, not so late for you, but played a long series, right? Even though it was a 2-0, it was a very fun. That second game on Ancient was just ridiculous. Like, Calazur, please look at the corner of the map next time.
We talked about it after, yeah.
Yeah, that was... you talked to him about it?
Yeah, I was like, man, you gotta look at those corners, and he was saying how basically, like I was saying like the thing that I was saying on broadcast, right? If you're ahead and you feel like you're ahead and you're winning the trades, you should think about how do I lose this game? And he was like, yeah, the problem is that in that matchup, the other way that I lose is getting hit by a disruptor shot. So I was just really focused on not getting hit by disruptor shots.
I mean, that's very fair. That is very fair.
It's very fair.
Yeah.
So he was just very absorbed into the game, right? If he could have had a second to breathe and think about something else, it would have been no doubt what he thinks about. But yeah, and I'm with you. I mean, for Sunday, if we get the expected results today, I'm just hoping for good games coming out of Future and you know, like a good fight being put up by Disc as well against Estrella. And then Sunday, it should be very difficult to predict, where every name that you draw out of that hat is you know, a potential winner, I feel like. And it should be very exciting as well, because it's the first time that we have all of these players matching up against each other in the regionals, and it's not something that we've seen 1,000 times, right? So it's gonna be very, very good.
These guys have been having a little bit of a game of chicken, by the way, in the lobby, just setting themselves as the opposite races, challenging each other to a PvT instead of a TVP. But we are in fact going to load in with Futurist Terran and Estrella's Protoss, so all that fun and games will be left behind the camera, and we'll just head on into this expected matchup, Cats.
Yeah, and I mean it would be good business for Estrella if he got that end of the bargain, because his Terran is nearly 6k MMR, which is, you know, close to Future's Terran actually, right? So yeah, definitely a very strong Terran at the moment is this man on screen playing for Alpha X. It is Max Angel Estrella.
Taking on our red Terran in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Future, also on Alpha X. My zoom didn't work. There we go. And proxying.
Classic.
Yeah, unsurprised. Quite frankly, yeah.
I like it though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he's good at. He's good at being aggressive, so go be aggressive. Go do you, man. You know, go give yourself the best possible chance of winning this.
Yeah, Estrella at the same time is already trying to account for this sort of thing with a Reaper wall-off on the high ground. So if he can finish that in time, it'll make things a little bit awkward for Future, who will have his kind of advantage of being out on the map negated by a little bit. Well, he will have to go around with the Reaper only a single path for Estrella to defend. When I play Terran, I like doing a lot of proxy racks Reaper, and I'm usually happy if I can get 2 probes and get my Reaper out. So we'll see if Future can do that.
Yep, absolutely. As that probe of Estrella moves back up to the top side of the map. Gateway about to finish. Does not go for the scout though, so this barracks will get to finish up. But that Reaper wall is already completed, right? So that is that properly walled? Is it not? There's not a gap to the right side.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's good.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I-
And Estrella is the type of player that will test this sort of thing actively, right?
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Like
if it
I think
wasn't good.
Hero is more likely to botch a wall than Estrella is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Hero's walls lately have left a lot to be desired. I casted a PvZ best of 5 with him the other day, and I tell you what, cats, if someone subbed to me every time Hero's wall failed him, I wouldn't have had to do the
It's
stream today, I
crazy.
tell you that much.
Yeah.
We would have been
It's
taking
insane.
StarCraft at whole new levels.
It's
not
actually
good.
nuts. Oh my god! It was wrong! Oh my god! Oh no, and this is gonna cost him dearly because he was accounting for that in his opening as well. One probe will go down, no doubt. The other one is already kind of weakened, and Estrella not microing it back just yet means a second probe and a probe pulled out. Now the Stalker will show up. I mean, this is not catastrophic damage, but Future got what he came for.
Yeah, and, you know, it might not be catastrophic on its own, but the kind of follow-up that Future is doing,
Ooh.
the more damage you take from stuff like this, the worse this could obviously turn out to be for you, as we do have a second Reaper going to keep Estrella very busy and stop Estrella from thinking about the fact that there might be Widow Mines building in his base. And there's going to be the armory, still they're going to be cloaked, and yeah,
Oh.
this could actually get kind of nasty with the speed at which this hits.
Especially, yeah, with the cloak that you were mentioning, it's going to be very, very difficult for Estrella. And the Wolof could have been a blessing in disguise if he had sent a probe to finish it off, but he didn't.
Yeah.
And so this first Widow Mine is actually going to be deadly. Luckily for Estrella, his Nexus at Natural is completed, so if he spots this, he should see the blip in the main. And he can evacuate towards his Natural, which is nice. Oh, the Widow Mine will completely whiff.
Yep, into the assimilator is the worst case scenario. And that is now Estrella very aware of the fact there's a factory in his main. And now he can actually ping the Widow Mine as it spawns, which at the very least is going to slow down its advance. And well, he shouldn't have lost the Stalker.
Not at all.
Lots going on though. There's Reapers on the low ground too.
Uncharacteristic. Yeah, very well done by Future, who is dropping a CC as well on location. Good job here from Estrella to try to prevent the Reaper from going up the main, but not going to be able to. The Widow Mine is going to go off in the main one more time, but only killing an additional probe, I think. And now the Stalker chasing the Reaper frees up the other 2 Widow Mines to move on forward. Estrella's Robo is almost done, but not quite. This Widow Mine finds 2 probes. That's 1 too many. And the next one should only find 1. Hopefully for Estrella, he can get his Observer out in time to just completely deflect his aggression, as Future has continued with the Widow Mine production. Again, a Widow Mine whiffing onto the gas. So a blessing from Estrella yet again.
I was gonna say,
And now this Widow Mine being pinned seems good.
yeah. I was gonna say, man, just if I ever play like this, I'm never putting my Widow Mine near a simulator, as that is a nice connection. Of course, a few more probes. I mean, how there's Estrella down in workers, generally where you want to be as a Terran player. Up in workers against a Protoss is good for you. Obviously, just the factory still out on the map, and back at home, 3 racks. Stim pack starting. I like it, cats. I like where Future's taking this one.
Yeah. Type 1 in the chat if you think that Future is gonna pull SEVs. Type 2 if you don't think so. And Guardicio, what would you type?
I've typed 1.
I type 1 as well, knowing this man. Most likely to pull SEVs is what it said in his yearbook, I swear.
In the yearbook.
His
Oh
yearbook,
my
that's
god.
what it says.
We need a yearbook of StarCraft pros. That would be amazing. Can you imagine
be
how
cool.
good that would be? And everyone just has
Yeah.
their quote. Oh my god, that would be actually StarCraft gold. I love it.
I love it. Yeah, someone needs to make it actually. Here comes the Observer. He's gonna spot, Estrella's gonna spot what is coming, but being a little bit overly cautious, not just diving in there, but rather trying to not get spotted in the process. If I were Estrella, I'd be very eager to see exactly what Future is doing. We'll scout the mineral line so it still sees the SEVs there. You're just as good as scouting the army, it feels like. If your SEVs are still here, your army's still here.
Yeah, good to know when you're playing against Future as Estrella already on his way to a Disruptor, by the way. He's not even going to waste time trying to get to Colossus, just straight to Disruptors. They build a little faster, and they can be very deadly to that Bioforce if it is just going to come charging across the map in the near future.
Yeah, And yeah, he's also currently within the War Prism, so he really wants to get out on the map and slow down Future with this Disruptor, which is really nice. He wants to tax him on the way out. Future scans an Observer, and that is nerve-wracking when you're going up against Future and you don't have vision, you don't know where he's coming from, especially when you have the War Prism to try to work with and try to get ninja shots basically onto the army. Gonna be much more difficult without the vision. Instead, Estrella is gonna hallucinate a Phoenix and try to use that for spotting. The Factory will get low enough that it has to lift up and cancel the tank, which is nice. Future drops a mule. And yeah, he's not pulling SCVs just yet, so there's that.
Yeah, should have typed 2, Cats. You had me fooled.
Should have typed 2. Yeah. Indeed.
You had me baited. This Colossus coming out, I'm actually not convinced about the Colossus right now, honestly, as we do have the... Where is the Prism Disruptor combo? Where are we at? Oh, on the bottom side flank. Okay, but he's going to actually get flanked himself by a couple of reinforcements, so... Not ideal, really. He actually has to disrupt it onto a single Marauder. I actually don't know if... It's...
Not ideal.
Yeah, Australia really doesn't have much here, man.
No, and Future can elevate her into the main if he chooses to as well. The Colossus is almost out. Thermal Lance not yet done. And I mean, there's a lot of Marauders as well, right? So the Colossus is not even guaranteed to do too well. The force fields need to be immaculate. They are not. A little bit of a gap, but still kind of baits Future in a way into the battery overcharge. The tank has now come out, however, so the push for Future gets that much stronger. That means that Estrella can no longer chase without getting taxed. A ton of Marauders on the side of Future here. Estrella in a little bit of trouble.
Kind of like the force fields, man. Like, the force fields were good enough to keep not enough bio in range, and then it was still like, still committing in, as you kind of said, as we are going to get the pylon that depowers the Robo. So this is going to be the fight from Future. He's just such low HP going into this fight that I'm not quite convinced straight away. Hallucinate Archon absorbing some shots. And we do see another couple force fields to buy some more time. Future is going to sit here in this position. Very precarious for Stray. He absolutely is struggling numbers-wise. He's going to try and get the Disruptor around for a flanking position again, but it's so low. He's got to be so careful with it.
So low. Especially with the tank laying around as well. Gets in position, gets shelled at by the tank, and he connects. Good connection, actually. And I think... Oh, no, it died, right? It died to the next tank shot. So that is annoying. The Robo also gone. So Estrella scrambling to make something happen. He has made Celos as well because there was so many Marauders that he needed to absorb shots. Those are not charge lots, as Estrella remakes his Robo and the Twilight Council in this very dire position. I mean, he needs some breathing room to make something happen. He's going to try to attain it for himself here as the Stalkers do focus fire one of the tanks, but there is so much Future here, and Estrella will be forced to tap out. Future takes game number 1. Beautiful.
Am I crazy? He lifted the Prism, the Colossus into the Prism when I didn't even know if the Colossus was taking damage when he lifted it. I can have a look.
Just a misclick.
Like yeah, the Colossus is like full HP in the back, and he's like, oh, I'm just gonna yoink that up and lose the Prism. Yeah, that's not.
Must have been a misclick. Must have been.
That or you just knew the game was about to end.
Beautiful job from Future.
Wanted to give us some entertainment. Yeah. Oh, very cool from Future. Just, I mean, the start went very well. And to be fair, if you ask me how I think Future's going to beat Astrea, it's something like this, right? You get a very good advantage early with something aggressive like this proxy, which really did very well. Delayed a lot of mind time from Astrea and everything. And then from there on out, he just went. Like, he didn't slow down. He didn't think about 3 base or anything. The factory didn't even make it back home. It was producing tanks halfway across the map. So, yes, I think everything about that was kind of the sort of game that I need to see from Future to see him take down Astrea, and now he is up 1. Cats, we're getting a little bit of what we asked for today. We asked for something, a fun series between these two, and Future's going to take a map, going to spice it up a little bit.
Absolutely. Everything went his way as well. If Astrea could have killed that factory, you don't have those tanks to work with, which kind of put a lot of pressure on Astrea to make something happen.
Crazy.
Ended up killing the Disruptor as well, so it is kind of crazy, right? Because Astrea could have committed for it, but he probably thought, I did enough. Like, you have to cancel your tank. No way you're going to go back for it and have it help in time, but he got 2 out.
Yeah, had a 3rd one coming up as well. Actually, really good point, because the factory was lifted up, burning in the red. He dropped a mule to save it.
Exactly.
And actually probably won him the game. That's actually really ridiculous to think about when you go back to that part of the game, as we have game number 2 starting up. Ancient System, bottom left. Let's see what kind of aggression he brings this time around in the red. And up 1, it is Future.
And in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player for Alphax, Astrea. Been struggling.
Yeah, he's not been the Astrea. I mean, considering the level he peaked at last year, where he was, hitting those home story cup finals and everything. Just this is not the Australia that kind of, in my eyes, we left off with last year, and we came into this year with a different Australia almost. So it's been noticeable.
Yeah.
But he's still being good. Just definitely consistency has been lacking.
No, for sure. I mean, he has been good, just not as good as we expect him to be.
Yeah.
Just again, he's the type of player that is so creative, and when he's not inspired, when he's not feeling it, you can really tell, right? Like he's not doing all of those wow moves. Like I can't remember in any of the series a move that I was like, whoa, mind blowing. Whereas before, he would actively blow my mind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, probe obviously coming across very early confirms immediately the fact that there is not a barracks in the base. He checked the low ground, checked the natural, and unfortunately his second probe that's scouting is going the wrong way as well. So he's desperately scouting to figure out what's going on, but it's going to take him a while to actually find anything. And Future is going to begin to build his first Reaper, and now what's he going to do with the SCV? Just send it into the middle and up to scout.
Yeah, Estrella, 1 minute in, scouting the corner. Kelasur didn't scout for 50. But it's not gonna yield him much of an advantage. At least the angling of the SCV into the main should give Estrella confirmation that there is a proxy on the other side somewhere. It's probably just gonna be a barracks this time around. It's gonna be the Reaper. And Estrella in a way better setup to deal with this in the sense that he has that Reaper wall of close to his mineral line. It's going to be difficult for the Reaper to escape, and he will have the option to make an Adept a little bit quicker than the Stalker, a little bit faster to chase the Reaper around as well. He will already lose a probe though.
He's going to lose a second, man. This, well, obviously depends on micro, but Adept is taking a little while to get out here. Reaper is fully walled around the back, so you mentioned that's going to make it awkward. He goes for the slip and slide through, and he gets out. Oof.
Yeah.
Big deal, by the way, because, Australia spending all that money trying to scout and, investing the extra work into that is a big deal in itself. There's now going to be a Marauder follow-up here, and I don't know if we're ever going to really... Oh, what a grenade to save the SCV. I'm going to say I don't know if there's ever going to be a way to really get a battery up on this low ground, and then this Nexus might be in trouble with Marauders coming towards it. I do not like this position for Australia right now, Cats.
Oh my god, could Future 2-0 this? I mean, he is trying for the battery here, Estrella is, but he's gonna have to replace that pylon pretty soon, if not more. I'm surprised the Marauder is not loading into the bunker, but I guess Future wants to be unrevealed for a long time, yeah.
If he can catch the Stalker, obviously it feels very good, and he could still maybe go with 2 Marauders before the battery's finished. But I'm with you, because if the Marauder had came straight away, he kills off this pylon, and that's why I said I don't think there's ever going to be a battery up on this natural. So I'm a little bit surprised in that regard, as now the 2 Marauders are going to reveal, and the Stalker's up in the main base. Well, there's Adept's out of range of... Oh, what a grenade! What a grenade!
Nice.
So sick.
Wow. Yeah. Very, very well done from Future here. Battery overcharge is available. The probes are being pulled a little bit too far out of a leash of that battery overcharge, so they are not really accomplishing anything by being there. The Stalker will trade HP. Future identifies that he shouldn't be trading against that super battery, which now runs out. An extra Stalker is here, and now he might need to pull the probes yet again. Here we go. The Hellion is now a threat to the probes, so Future looking for those lineups as the Stalkers do focus onto the Marauders, rightfully so. A lot of the probes are very much in the yellow, one shot away from dying. Nice spread to be perpendicular from the firing of the Hellion, but still, it finds 6 kills. So, still a very strong opening from Future, I would say.
Yeah, this isn't over yet either, because the battery's kind of out of energy. There's another Marauder showing up. Now a Stalker has to jump in the main base to deal with the Reaper, right? So you're a bit out of position for a little while. There's a little bit of potential. In the end, it looks as though Future's going to back it up. His own CC now building. Good damage, but he was very committed with all of this. I kind of felt like there'd be more on the way by now. There's a Cyclone, but that's not doing much. Okay. I thought Future was going to get more even, honestly, in the end. But, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was good. It was just... it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it definitely looked really, really good at some points. It looked like a 2-0, but now it looks like Estrella gets a chance to stabilize from a little bit of a deficit, perhaps. And he has the potential to do something with this Oracle as well, which is now crossing the map. So Future does well to reposition his Cyclone. And yeah, I mean, the Oracle looks like he is angling to at least delay this orbital command. And there is some distant mining happening as well, which is nice. But a Viking is really nice for Future to have. Not even going after the SCB building. Okay, there we go. And the Oracle should escape. No. Nice scan.
That's a disgusting scan. There was no way that Oracle was still in range. I refuse to believe it.
It's rough, man. But Astrea will finally scout the barracks. Astrea no research Stim.
It's the
Future is so cheeky.
second barracks of the day, of Americas, that's researching Stim out on the map, because obviously it happened in the TVT as well. Yo, what if we drop a mule to save the Stim after you dropped a mule to save the factory before? Oh my god!
Oh my god!
It's too late to drop a mule.
Okay.
Kills a Stalker though. I mean, army supply is an issue right now for Astrea.
Yeah, for sure. Does have those 2 Phoenixes, which will help against some key pieces, but there's a lot of key pieces. Is a little bit of an issue here. And this push looks really scary. I mean, the Immortal will help a lot against a lot of these units as well, but the Phoenix already taking a lot of free damage. The battery is going to be put to work early, potentially. As Future angles to get just freebies in this pylon and maybe get situated to drop into the main with the coverage of the tank on the low ground. So extra Phoenix, at least for Astrea. It feels like Future is giving him a little bit more time than he should, given that his reinforcements are a far ways away, so his army doesn't get much stronger. So I think the sooner he went, the better, and the longer he waits, the less worth it is for him to go.
He's just gonna back it up, man. He's just gonna fall back home. Which, fair enough, sure, but like, I really felt like there was more for Future. I really thought he could have done something sieging up, and I know this will be a super battery, and Phoenix are scary, but you had 2 Cyclones, 2 Vikings, you have a lot of damage output onto Phoenix.
Yeah.
And if the Phoenix are lifting the Cyclones, then the Siege Tank's still on the ground, right? So that's good for you too. So I felt like there was a moment there. Now we're going to see these Phoenix just bullying across the map, and that's a bunch of freebies for the Protoss play. He'll also get a few SCVs, and finally Astrea going to start to leverage himself into a little bit of a worker lead.
Absolutely beautiful, right? Like, great identification from Astrea that his opponent has offered him an opening, so goes from sweating to a smile, probably just a difficult decision there for Future, but I am completely with you. I think that he should have just pushed in and done something. There was too many targets for those Phoenix, and it's not like he has too many of those, so he would have had to pick and choose, and some of those targets would have been, you know, doing the damage that they wanted to do. A single Immortal, barely any units on the ground there, but Future still in a good position. So
yeah, I mean, pushing across the map right now. Couple tanks, Cyclones, Vikings, a Lib, Bio in general, everything just joining up through the middle of the map here and getting ready to push across the other side. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1. Not yet done, but on its way. We'll see what Future can do as this army of Astrea is kind of out in the open. If Stim was done right now, I'd be terrified for him, as Astrea will drop force fields again. A bit of a heads up about this. Oh, what a tank shot to pop the barriers.
very nice. Yeah, both barriers will go down. So that is a little bit scary even to hold this choke if you are Astrea. Does have force fields to try to slow his opponent down. I like that he holds onto the second force field until he is sure to trap a unit. And now the Phoenix are going to try to make something happen. The Marines are in an awkward position, so Astrea very well utilizing that dead airspace in between to try and do some damage. Not finding much in the end, but does get to slow down Future and situate his third. So now, next time Future pushes in, there is likely to be at least 2 batteries that are finished for Astrea, and that is certainly what he wants. On the tail end, looking for the tanks. Astrea looking for an engagement now. A lot of Bio, mostly Marines, makes the Colossus very powerful. Astrea thinks that he can take this engagement, and lifting up the tanks, he may very well be able to, but one is actually forgiven by the Phoenix.
Yeah, we get rid of these Immortals, which I actually think are a big part of this. We are going to kill a Colossus as well. Siege the tanks, man, I really feel like we still got potential here. Siege the tanks, we are good. I know the Liberator is a bit further back, but I mean, maybe Future just pins around and goes the other direction. The Phoenix try and catch reinforcements, but there's a good amount of Vikings, and honestly, I think Future's still got a very scary push here, Cats. He's super ahead in supply, and Future might be about to cause some ruckus here in the Americas.
Oh my god, that is absolutely crazy. I mean, Astrea really underestimating or overestimating the power of the shield battery overcharge there. I think he stopped moving with the Colossus because he thought that he could leverage, basically bait the HP of the Colossus while it's being healed and take additional forces from Future, but the Colossus dies right after. If he had just kept walking back, there's less units firing at it, and the shield battery definitely keeps it alive. An Immortal that barely doesn't pop out here spells disaster for Astrea, who is now getting his natural siege. Very difficult to go through that liberation zone and the tanks. Future looks to be bringing us to a swift 2-0, and what a performance from him.
He asked for a fun 2-0, Cat. Here you go. It was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, completely unexpected. Absolutely crazy here. And Future is actually going to go with the opposite. Puts Astrea at a risk of elimination now.
You know, it almost feels like we stepped into a different timeline because there was that time where like Future and Astray were both the up-and-coming American players, like Future like a bit before Astray even.
Yeah.
This almost feels like the other timeline where Future kept on going and found all the success, and Astray was the guy that stepped back a little bit more. It's like, oh, of course Future makes it through, right, guys? But no, this is still the timeline where Astray is meant to be the favorite, and where Astray has just been upset heavily by Future. That is a result. Like, I mean, like I said, cats, we asked for fun 2-0. We were kind of literally just before this. We were like, I feel like the American matches tonight don't mean so much. We did this whole spiel, and it feels like we baited fate. So there we have it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's little things that I expect from Australia, that I expect from like the best players in the world, right? Like, for example, when the Reaper goes into the main and there's like 5-6 probes tagged onto it, I don't expect for that Reaper to juke the probes without the probes mirroring the movement to try to trap the Reaper.
Yeah.
If you try to trap it and it gets away, whatever. But Australia was just clicked on them, right? It's like a little bit of those moves where it just seems uninspired, like a little like lazy almost. And he is obviously an amazing player, but I wonder if like Neep leaving the scene, you know, like your arch nemesis stops playing and then you kind of drop the ball a little bit. You get a little bit overconfident or something of the sorts. I mean, PVT is also in a rough state, but I don't know what excuses to make here. It's clear that Australia is not on the ball right now, but I have no doubt that he has the potential, that he can bounce back, right? Like, and when you play StarCraft for so long, he's been doing it for a very long time. You will have ups and downs and periods where you're just not your best self, and I feel like that's where Max is right now.
Yeah, no, that's an absolutely fair set of statements, cats. I do believe. I was actually looking at the points, by the way, in the chat. You know how many channel points people bet. 1.4 million on Australia and 130k on Future. So Future betters, you just got your payout.
Oh my God! Some people getting rich there.
Yeah.
And imagine like like if you could bet on scores and you had bet on 2-0, that would be like times 4, times 5. Just
yeah, absolutely
crazy.
Absolutely crazy. Alrighty, we have got. I think my schedule just updated. I can't remember now. Yes, it did. There we go. We've got one match left. This Americas region is going as quickly as ever. It does sometimes speed on through. A couple 2-0s do that, which means we've got one match left for the day. It's been a big one. Best of 3, number 12, coming at you. Scarlet taking on Disc up next. We'll be back for that in just a few minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We're back one last time tonight, and one last time for this event, Cats, because this is, I believe, your final day of ESL Masters.
Yeah.
So it's the last time you're going to see your new favorite duo. But we've had a good time the last couple of days, haven't we? So with that said, let's talk about Scarlet Disc. Let's get this one ready. What do we think?
I mean, Scarlet is the heavy favorite, but I would have said that for Estrella Future as well. I would have even thought that Estrella Future is more tilted in the favor of Estrella than Scarlet is versus Disc. So yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. It's been very surprising. That was a little bit shocking. I've been thinking more about it too, and it feels a little bit like Estrella is the type of player that is so creative and so explorative that when you run out of things to be creative about, like things to explore, it can kind of, you just go through the motions and it's not like your mind is actively in it, like, so maybe that's why he's playing Terran, like maybe that's why he's trying to switch to other races just to kind of find the fun and the joy in exploring. And it's tough. I'm sure he'll bounce back, but yeah, he's gonna have to do it quickly, at least for this season.
No, absolutely. One last chance on Sunday, and that's where the loser of this will find themselves as well. The winner will also be joining the others in the playoffs. So, with that said, let's do some intros from Apprentice Esports in the bottom right-hand corner. My Blue Protoss player, Disc.
And for the Shopify Rebellion in the top left-hand corner, not rallying her over properly, it is Scarlet. Choke?
Choke, or, the fact it's like, what time is it in Korea right now? Like 7 a.m.? Maybe something like that.
We're already making excuses, weren't you? Oh my.
Yeah, for the first Overlord movement, sure, I will. I'll accept it.
Yeah. All right, well, Scarlet will get to drop her expansion on location here. Scarlet is a pretty awesome human being, known her for a very long time. As of recently, we've been playing a little bit of Dota here and there, and she's also been coaching me a little bit in CVP. So let's see if she can coach herself into a victory here.
Yeah, no, I mean, she is obviously, with the way players are playing at the moment, I almost feel like Scarlet may be the favorite in the Americas, which I've not felt like for... She's always been dangerous in the Americas, but I always felt like in the past as EVP was maybe a little bit shaky against like an Australian and Neeb, like winnable, but not like guaranteed, and to go through both of them like she would often have to. It doesn't always happen, but then I look at this season, I feel like Special's been a bit shaky. I feel like, Australia's definitely, we've just seen, what happened there. She did lose to Kalazur. She is 2-1 in this event, but I don't know, I feel like she's definitely got a pretty good chance of taking this season. Obviously has to make playoffs first, and we'll see if she can do that today. From Disc, we saw Disc obviously be a good contender in the Americas and in the playoffs, or North America in the playoffs and past regionals. He's one of these players who was kind of ready to maybe break into top 4 NA, right? Was definitely on that kind of verge of maybe having those runs. Was almost always making playoffs, at least, and sometimes top 6. So we'll see if he can maybe continue his prowess in what is now a tougher region. If he could make playoffs, that already, what I would say, would be a pretty huge success for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thinking on that, I hadn't really put much thought into who is the favorite going into it. And yeah, I think that Scarlet very well may be it, if not Kellasur, which is very often... it's very weird to say, right? Because, like if you put Kellasur, if he runs into Special, I feel like Special is still favored. But in the Latin American region, Kellasur never got to display his best matchup, which in my opinion has always been the TVZ. And with Scarlet being the other person that looks extremely dangerous, I feel like Kellasur has good odds if he gets the right bracket, whereas Scarlet may be the better rounded player. I think with the right draw, Kellasur could end up winning the whole region, which would be awesome.
Yeah, playoff bracket is going to be so interesting to see, because that's obviously a massive tell as to what we can then expect. Like, does Kelazur have to go through a Special on his route to the finals? Obviously, we'll be finding that out later on Sunday, but that's going to be a massive part, because it's all single elimination, if I'm not mistaken, as well this time. So no double elim, which obviously is really puts a lot of emphasis on how the bracket draws out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Kelazur can avoid Special, then he's probably favored against everyone else. On the flip side, Special probably looking to avoid Scarlet instead. So it will be very interesting indeed. Scarlet does lose her first creep tumor here, which is a nice pickup for this to start things off on this very short map. She is going to poke and confirm the third at the triangle as well. And the Oracle comes in. The Queen's not quite in position, but Disc actually not venturing forward as the pullback is quick enough.
Yep. Yeah, that's one kill only, so good defense from Scarlet. Sharp on this initial movement and just making sure the Oracle can't do too much. Second Oracle joining up. It's been a very, well, an interesting first few minutes outside of this one Oracle, Cats, right? I mean, we maybe catch a couple drones now. That's nice. Three more drones. Whoa, he dives further forward, which is more kills. Scarlet misses one shot on that Oracle. That might have made the difference of it getting the kill. Wow.
Yeah, and 7 workers is a fantastic start for this guy. Had already picked off the first creep tumor too, so this is everything that he wants. As far as a win condition said, this is the kind of advantage that I think resets my perceptions of the game back to 50-50, whereas before the game starts I would have thought Scarlet is the heavy favorite.
Yes. No, it absolutely just gets in there and does damage. I really felt like the first bit of defense was good from Scarlet too, and yeah, just in the end, this part just a little bit too weak. Just able to make the call and say, yep, that's an opportunity for me, and he absolutely took it. So, job well done there. And is now back with the Oracles to the upper side. Queen's here immediately to try and meet them, push them back, and keep them away.
They will be able to do that for the time being. A Revelated drone actually very daringly takes that forward hatchery. There was an opportunity for this to notice it on the minimap. The perimeter setup from Scarlet as far as Overlords in conjunction with the creep are concerned is absolutely beautiful. So she will be aware of everywhere that these Oracles are headed towards. They are going into the main at the time being, but still one drone kind of derping behind the mineral line. Not intended from Scarlet. That is not the command that she gave the drone, but sometimes they just tend to do that, and that's an extra kill for Disc.
Yep, extra couple of kills. They're adding up, and he's got a worker lead still here at 62, so far so very good. And Interblink can +1, but also a very fast second facility and Robo Bay. So just wants to go straight towards that splash damage super quickly as well, which is always cool to see.
Always cool to see, and it opens up Disc to try and capitalize in the early game, which makes me feel better about his chances. If he just continues to take this advantage that he's accrued in the early game to transition into the late game, you know, I still feel like Scarlet will recover, like when she gets to the max out stage, like and this damage doesn't matter as much. It allows for the Protoss to set up, etc. But then she becomes very confident back then. I think with the double Robo, very likely that we see this go into like 2 Colossus to this Raptor or something like that and move out, or even just 4 Colossus and go for an all-in-ish timing. And that could be very dangerous for Scarlet, as this early game has been incredibly clean and very fast to saturate his 3 base, though he does take that 4th.
Yep, getting that 4th base ready to go. He's been very macro-oriented, like we said, just moving into splash damage. Scarlet now getting into all of her tech, Bane Nest, Infestation Pit, Roach Speed, so she's also setting up for the future. If we're going to see a lot of Colossi quickly, getting into a hive and getting some Vipers out is going to be pretty important, as once again we are creep clearing. Has been very active clearing creep here. I'm not sure if we actually needed the second revelation because there's an observer right there, but the idea is good, right? The more creep we push back, the less control Scarlet has. We know Scarlet's creep spread is some of the very best in the world, and you just do lose games sometimes to a creep spread alone, so you just got to be very on top of that, and I like that Disc is making it a priority so far in this game.
Yeah, very much so from the beginning. Even gonna blink in here and gonna be able to take additional creep tumors. Reveals the position of observer potentially, but Scarlet with not much to do about it for the time being. And this this front-facing base could be in a little bit of trouble if Disc pushes out, as now Scarlet transitions into her hive as well as a Spire. So again, looking towards that late game. If Disc doesn't do like substantial damage soon, Scarlet is an absolute beast come the late game, and all of this early game, again, it will have served for Disc to stabilize, to make sure that he can't die in the mid game, where Scarlet is also very dangerous, but the game will sort of reset to where I would think the advantage just goes back to Scarlet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As the later it goes, the more I like Scarlet. Scarlet's late game is terrifying. There is obviously, you know, a late game where the Protoss is just ahead enough that the Zerg never quite has the right composition, but yeah, we'll see what goes down. We do have Stalkers pushing up this right side. Scarlet has been kind of tracked this entire way with the Revelations, and Disc feeling it, blinking forward, and he is pushing with all these Colossi. +2 finishing soon. Prism on the way. I mean, I like that Disc is getting aggressive. No Baneling's ready already. Cats and Scarlet on a mass morphin right now. Doesn't have a lot of units, and Disc is getting work done.
Yeah, and Scarlet and the Circa Bal that she has been rumored to lead also nerfed the more time for the Ravager, so that didn't bode well for her there to push this army back. Beautiful stasis trap is gonna get a lot of those circlings and set up this to potentially try and kill them as soon as they are unfrozen. No creep spread here for Scarlet, so she has to be very careful. The Banelings do find decent connections here on the front lines, as a lot of the Colossus are actually exposed, somewhat surprisingly, from a disc that could have juggled them. Does juggle the last one, but walks into a corrosive bile.
Yeah, I think what happened here, Cats, is that Disc had one unit as probes on the other side are going to go down to the counter-attack. Disc had one unit already in the Prism, and that stopped the Colossus lifting up, and he really blundered the first two because of that. So that was costly, at least the first one. Second one getting viled. Now a few Banes coming in. Does Scarlet have enough? There's still the two Colossi. She's getting more roaches. The supply definitely looks good for her, especially after taking down a whole bunch of probes on the other side. She just needs the reinforcements, and 22 more roaches should be plenty, as Disc is still pushing forward, and I don't blame it because, you know, it's been looking good for him, but now it's too far. And yeah, where is the Warp Prism? It is. I actually have no idea. Right back there.
What is it doing back there? Yeah, I mean, you need that for the Colossus at this point. Disc instead using it for the reinforcements. But yeah, he is thinning out. So is Scarlet, however, and this base is actually going to be abandoned by her, resetting her back to 4 base and trying to just elongate the game. Scarlet took a very good engagement at many portions of the game, but now Disc with a strong force still of primarily Stalkers against Roaches, not what you want if you're Scarlet, but only one Colossus remains, and 2 of those Colossus have fallen kind of unceremoniously. If Disc could have retained those, his chances to win this would be insane. But without those, I mean, the Stalkers are going to be protecting just the one Colossus. I feel like Scarlet has the option to reinforce with Circlings, but actually Larva would be a little bit of a constraint there, as she only has 1.
Yep, absolutely. Is Colossus needs to be careful of that bile. Do not lose yourself to that, as we do see the Roach Ravager having to back away again. Disc's army supply now looking great. Scarlet caught up in the natural. That's a horrible position. She's very choked up. She's diving for the Colossus, and Disc just kites back into the concave of Stalkers. It is looking good for Disc, Cats. The army supply is there now, and this was an endless fight, but it is going to go Disc's way, I believe.
Yeah, Disc has done it. Scarlet has to tap out, and wow, I mean, Upset City here in North America. Disc will take game number 1 off of a very strong and clean early game. Not the best fights there to take for him in between, but Scarlet unable to make it happen. I can't help but to believe that if she had the Larva for it, Circlings would have done incredible. It just wasn't available.
I bet Master is sat there thinking, why didn't Cats and Wardy do this whole thing about these matches being very predictable and we're just hoping for good games before I played, so it could have cursed every match, you know? Because since we talked about that, Future 2-0, Disc up the map against Scarlet, it has absolutely turned into the night of the underdogs. And Disc is a map away from playoffs, and Scarlet could end up 2-2. Estrella is currently 2-2. I think it's unlikely that they meet, both 2-2. In the final match, but it is possible, right? So, yeah, I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, and Scarlet also letting Neo-Humanity through as well might be a little bit dangerous, right? Of a map in the CVP matchup. Now going to Ancient Cistern. This is more or less Cirque Paradise, but Disc with the map lead looking very, very strong in that early game in particular. Scarlet dropping the ball a little bit, and I am worried.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. Do you feel like Disc just got himself into a good position? It was dangerous, right? The fights that he took definitely weren't the prettiest. They definitely were a little bit scary, but he made it work out. He got there in the end, and yeah, off of a good start, just knew what to follow up. And he obviously was like very aware, like, hey, I don't want to play a macro against Skull, or like the super late game against Skull, I should say. So he was absolutely all about hitting this kind of somewhat pre-hive timing and just go, go, go. And I love that, because we were just saying like how scary it's going to be the later this gets to Scarlet, and he just sort of picked up the pace right at that moment. So love that.
Yeah.
Dive into game 2. Top right, down a map from the Shopify Rebellion. Our red Zerg player. This is Scarlet.
And for Apprentice Esports with the upset in map 1, it is Disc. Circlings where they try. I mean, yeah, that would have been such a difference. I feel like whenever there's like Circling Roach, the Circlings kind of become a tank against those Stalkers that don't deal well with them, that need a lot of shots to kill them. So even just a few Zerglings trickling in would have been a lot easier for Scarlet to take those engagements past most of the Colossus being dead. But again, Larva being a constraint, therefore the Queen of Blades not being able to maybe drop a macro hatch or something like that. I mean, it would have been easy, I think, if she had dropped a macro hatch over the Hive, for example. Maybe a little bit too hasty to go into that Hive. And yeah, this capitalizing on everything that we wanted him to capitalize on. He had a very clean early game. That is a way to close things out, as that waterfall is crazy cool.
You know what it is? I feel like I must have like a different sound setting on my usual account because I've never heard this before. And then this overlord was just like flying out. I was like, what is that noise? It's like this waterfall is just absolutely pounding away.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sewer as well, it feels like. A very clean water coming out of it.
It's extracting all the creep gooiness and replenishing the springs of Ancient Cistern.
I love it. A lot of wildlife down there. But yeah, I mean, Disc, again, not blocking the expansion of Scarlet, just choosing to go for the later scout. Scarlet wouldn't mind either way, I think. She is prepared to take her third at a different location. Likes the 16 hatchery.
Yep. Absolutely, as we just have Pro B moving around in the main base. Cybercore, Nexus all coming out, and obviously just getting ourselves set for this next game. Waiting to see what sort of build Disc goes for. Really do expect him to probably just dive in towards a Stargate again. He starts Warp Gate. I would be shocked if he didn't cancel build Stargate, but maybe he's going to shock the cats because he's got the gas for Stargate if he wanted one by now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Adept is getting chrono boosted out. There's the Stargate that you were asking for. So very standard Disc, and his Oracle control was immaculate. So I don't mind it at all. It was great.
I'm down. Just obviously Warp Gate first is a little bit of a telltale sign of like not a Stargate, because you could go Stargate first, and yeah, this could have been a faster Stargate, but like I say, a bit of a mind game, so that's what was intriguing me. But we do have the Adept across the map. We'll see if it can do anything early. Unlikely, as we see already the Shade cancelling, and Scarlet on top of the first Adept. Not going to let this into a mineral line. Of course, very difficult to find damage when the hatchery is on the natural rather than the third location, so much easier defense than usual for Scarlet. No surprise that the first Adept don't find anything at all.
Yeah, seconds away to see if Scarlet has been bamboozled, as the Roach Warren should go down within the next 10 to 15 seconds if she thinks she is going up against a Warp Gate-based attack, such as a Glaive Adepts or something of the likes. This will drop a Twilight Council behind the Oracle, more indicative of Blink Stalker follow-up than anything else. And Scarlet has not dropped the Roach Warren just yet. I think so.
One Oracle into Blink?
I guess it's a single Oracle, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
I would have just guessed Glaives off of one Oracle, but I'm down to plan if it's Blink. I'm interested.
Yeah, let's see what it is. I mean, it could very well be Glaives, I suppose. As there is a single Oracle indeed. The Roach Warren did go down at 350 or so. And it is Glaives. Right as per usual is Wardicio. And yeah, I mean, Scarlet did drop like, a 350 Roach Warren, not a particularly early one, but also not a late one, so it's just trying to be a little bit safe, but it sort of has a read on the Stargate, at least to some degree, it feels like. So the Oracle not going to be able to accomplish too much this time around, though Scarlet does drop an additional 2 Spores and has 6 Queens, which is kind of the setup that you want against triple Oracle. The single Oracle might find a damage of 3 here, as 3 drones do end up going down.
Yeah, that's really nice, especially on the, lead up into this upcoming attack. Scarlet is just droning and droning. If she doesn't recognize soon that she needs to build some units, she could end up in a lot of trouble. So, needs to be careful. We've got 5 Adepts out. It is just, it's going up to 4 gateways, but there's not going to be a prism or anything to reinforce across the map, so it's going to be very much so just warp in the first few Adepts and then just go with one big attack. As the Lings scout, we're going to see an Adept in the wall, a couple Oracles. None of this is really weird. She is building a few Roaches, though, in preparation.
Yeah, it's kind of cool for this that Scarlet spots the second Oracle, but if she's paying a lot of attention, she should see that the energy isn't there, and it would have built up energy if there was just a second Oracle that was defensive prior to going into the Glaives. So, yeah, Scarlet will be aware of what the potential options for this are here, and the Roaches, I mean, if they're well positioned, she should be plenty fine.
Yep, no, absolutely. As we see, the Adept's going to begin their shade forward. So making their way towards the natural, but there are so many roaches, and this... Yes! The shade was just far enough away that it wasn't super dangerous, so we'll be able to threaten the shade here to get some space, and that should be fine. There's oracles heading to the main, but there's also queens in position. Scarlet's defense this time is great. Ooh, we commit on the ramp. I don't love it.
Yeah, I don't love it either, but I can see why he did it. The links were a little bit out of position, but this is not an insane number of adepts whatsoever, and Scarlet did very well to position herself and her roaches on the retreat as well, and splitting them in case Disc wanted to go into the natural base. Disc is still transitioning nicely. This wasn't super all-in or super committed. An additional 3 gateways, an Immortal, and Blink on the follow-up. But yeah, Scarlet stabilizing for now.
Yep. I'm just gonna be setting up Disc into 4 more gates, by the way. So that's a lot of Blink Stalkers going to be ready very soon. Plus 1 attack coming up as well. Our Immortal producing, and well, Disc just into everything he needs for some follow-ups. But Scarlet's had such a comfortable early game. I feel like she's going to be feeling pretty happy with where she's at. Balin Nest coming up, extra hatches, the upgrades. There's just not the concerns that she had back in Game 1.
Yeah, not at all. Game 1 was just absolute tragedy in the early game here, as these oracles are trying to make it so, but will only find a drone and take a bunch of damage in the process. Plus 1 melee and range, both researching at the same time for Scarlet. So planning to make a lot of Zerglings and Roaches and possibly Ravagers against the upcoming attack of Disc. And a very quick Infestation Pit as well, so Scarlet looking forward towards the late game again.
Yep, getting that Infestation Pit down, just, set up into some of the tech you need to really stay, viable in the later stages. No surprises at all, makes a lot of sense with everything else she's going for. I just don't feel like she necessarily needs to be, super committed off of, the lower tech units with no follow-up at all, so... Yeah, fine for this, and we just get rid of another Adept on the right-hand side. With Blink and +1 finishing and a Prism on the way, maybe we'll see Disc up the ante a bit. I mean, this army's kind of terrifying, cats. He is building a 4th base, he has got macro on the mine, but, it's Immortal, a lot of sentries. I mean, sentries in this number usually mean some kind of very committed attack, so you can force field a whole bunch and everything. But he's doing all the things to macro behind it as well, so I feel like Disc is in a bit of a middle of nowhere in terms of his plan at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's not really AoE, which scales up a little bit nicer into the game. Instead, it's just a lot of these battle units, which he's not battling with.
Yep, no, absolutely. Oracles taking a beating. This other one nearly died as well, so that was almost a goodbye to both the Oracles here, as Disc is still just kind of hanging back. I really thought with the Prism there might be at least an intention of moving out, but I don't know. Scarlet, as she maxes soon, may just get aggressive herself, and then we'll see if Disc's army is okay. I mean, it should be good defensively with force fields available and so on. And a couple disruptors now. It is still just the lack of splash that is maybe the most concerning. Is if he moves forward here, we could get some of that sentry energy used already, and Scarlet might be able to pounce with some Banes on the bottom side as well. Going to force more force fields.
Wow.
Yeah, that's good for Scarlet.
Yeah, that was a very small pocket of Banelings forcing an additional 4 force fields. Now most of them are gonna be gone. Those 2 Banelings maybe could have connected onto a sentry. Instead, they choose to evacuate. But yeah, Scarlet has the right pieces for this army on defense or offense, right? She has a lot of Ravagers, so identifying that sentries are in play, that is the unit that you want and need to break those force fields. She continues on with the upgrades. Disc now transitioning into double disruptor production, which I would have liked to see a little bit earlier, but it's still potentially going to scale nicely for him. The problem is Scarlet was so quick to her tech that she can have the answer in Vipers if she chooses to.
Yep, absolutely. As we see a few more Zealots warping in, the units continue to push through. A couple disruptor shots begin to fire. Gonna get a couple of Ravages to start. Obviously, first sign of splash damage here from Disc, who's lost 11 probes, but... Well, I mean, the Ravages did... the Disruptors did okay on the Ravages, but we did lose 1 Disruptor. These last few Immortals now doing great, and the tail end of this is obviously horrible for Scarlet. A lot of these units going down without doing any final damage.
Yeah, beautiful from this. Those Novas do more than just threaten the army. They threaten the army and they corral them onto the corner as well, right? Cutting off the kind of like the way out for Scarlet through the ramp because of where they were coming from means that she has to tuck herself back in and then after the fact take a horrible engagement. So Disc, very, very strong engagement. Now venturing forward onto the other side of the map with continued production of 2 Disruptors at a time. Scarlet should be aware. So maybe it is time for Vipers. But maybe she thinks that she can get to Broodlords in time.
The Spire is about halfway done. Now a couple of extra Disruptors still coming through from Disc. Maybe if you can get to Broodlords, then brilliant. The answer here right now is Stalkers, which is is okay in some scenarios, but depending on the exact composition, it can be very hard to get those Stalkers actually into play on top of Broodlords, so, or underneath Broodlords in this case. And I actually see Scarlet just jumping forward there. I felt like that was a moment to maybe grab some Disruptors,
Absolutely.
but that's obviously a scary game you're playing, because a Disruptor shot that doesn't get cancelled is still going to be a deadly one.
Yeah, but still, I feel like you could have pulled back the Roaches, and still the Baneling could have taken a lot of those Disruptors, because you had an easy surround where the Disruptors weren't getting covered by the army. So I think we both saw it, and Scarlet probably saw it a second too late and was already pulling back or something like that. But I'm completely with you on that. +3 getting upgraded for Scarlet. No Link upgrades otherwise from the spawning pool, as now Zealots are going to hold position here and try to do more damage in the mineral line. Successfully so for the time being. At the same time, Disc is running a couple of Zealots into another base, but there is a Spine there to defend, so no problem there for Scarlet, who still has a very nice heads up from her creep spread all over the place.
She lost a lot of queens there in the main base, so she only has 3 queens left on the map. Maybe that affects injects later down the line. The Prism obviously just still chilling in the back as well, now safe because the queens were originally move commanding or attacking onto the Prism, lost the distance and then weren't attacking anymore, and that allowed the Zealots to just catch all the queens. So yeah, that was kind of funky, and we get ourselves Scarlet, who's still maxed out, but Disc improving his army ever so slightly. That Storm now on the way up is definitely going to be an improvement too, and let's see what he can do against this current multi-prong from Scarlet as she attacks on the left-hand side to begin with. We kind of need a second part of the wall right here. That super battery ain't going to do it. The warping a little slow. The Oracle at least tracking the right side, so Disc knows he has to respond and respect over on the right at the same time. And in the end, this hasn't done too much from Scarlet. She's going to morph in some Banes before attempting to go once more.
Yeah, I love how Scarlet is posturing, waiting for the units to show up in answer at the left-hand side. What was that?
Just a disrupt on like the back half of a group of Banelings.
Oh, wow, dang. That is painful. Oh my, that is a lot actually. I mean, these 2 Archons will get taken down, but very, very good storms from Disc to start the engagement. This Warping's a little bit questionable, perhaps, as Scarlet will breach into the natural expansion as well. Will she find the connections with the Banelings? Only 4 probes go down. I mean, the Cyber Core is under a little bit of threat if Scarlet can do that whilst distracting Disc. Now, a couple of these Disruptors are trapped and not even firing. The Banelings are trying to connect onto a clump of Stalkers and will successfully do that. And Banelings obviously not great pound for pound against Stalkers, but when they're clumped up, not too bad. Scarlet still with a hefty supply, not supply lead, but rather worker lead, so can afford to remake a lot of this army, and if she can buy herself enough space, and again, that's a problem. And yeah, I mean, it's the queens that she lost that you were mentioning earlier as well.
Yeah, but without the queens, she doesn't have injects. Without the inject, she can't actually rebuild her army. 2.5k, 1.5k,
oh my,
just sitting there doing nothing at all, and she still only has 3 queens, and they're dropping injects now, but very limited positions. So Disc going across the map is not going to face the reinforcements he really should be. And yeah, I mean, this was a chaotic little affair, but I really feel like Disc handled himself well during this. Some good disruptor shots throughout. This one should have really turned back on the Banes. We do in the end.
Nice.
That disruptor shot in the other direction as well. Roaches are still being pushed back. Some Banelings all over the place. 1 Immortal left over too. Disc's numbers are still reasonable. If he could spend his money, he could also be in a great spot. Scarlet is still struggling to spend her own. Finally gets a round of injects out, and that looks to have made a big difference.
Yeah, but she's still remaxing on kind of like the same type of army composition that she has been. I mean, Lynx and Banelings can be excellent against this, and you can always morph some Ravagers if you have enough gas as well, but she has been holding on for a transition. She needs to hold an attack so that then she can be free to make those Corruptors and utilize those investments into, say, the +2 upgrades for air units that we haven't seen any of. So this is the engagement that Scarlet wants to take right now. Be careful with that Disruptor. No, it's going to be 4 Roaches, but at the cost of a lot of Disruptors. The second one does not connect, and this is absolutely the engagement that Scarlet was looking for. I expect after this set of links, we'll see some Corruptors out on the field for a further transition.
Yeah, it's a terrifying fight. I mean, honestly, the disruptor shots were pretty heckin' good. It was just not enough, right? Because there was just so much else going on. There was drones going down at the same time, by the way. Disc really, again, needs to spend his own money, get rebuilt up. I think the biggest problem for him here truly was just no reinforcements into the fight. Like, if he had a Prism across the map, he even has already 4 disruptors back at home. Like, look at all this stuff that kind of just popped out of nowhere, right? And I really feel like that is the issue. I understand we want to build up Storm Energy and so on, but then back away. Don't still be on the map when your opponent has had a long time to reinforce, and you have obviously not reinforced in a very long time yourself, because I felt like it gave Scarlet the opportunity to take a fight like that. We have not seen Scarlet feeling safe enough to tech up Cats, and with 140 Lings, She will morph in some Banes, but the reinvestment into Storms here from Disc should set himself up very well against that new setup from Scarlet, which is super Ling heavy.
Yeah, Scarlet really trying to elongate this portion of the game. She does have a lot of links that will net her a lot of map control. Disc is kind of trapped on 4 bases, and finally the first Corruptor is starting to be produced as Scarlet gets +3 on the air. But I mean, she's still looking for kind of like a mid-game oriented fight, but there is so much AoE from Disc. A couple of good Novas could spell disaster for Scarlet still. And yeah, I'm completely with you. I feel like Disc maybe thought I already have a Warp Prism type thing, so I shouldn't make another one type thing, you know, where it's like, you know, and then this Warp Prism has been trapped here by the 3 Spore Crawlers the entire time, so rendered completely useless. And now that he loses it, I bet you after he loses it, he's gonna be like, oh, I don't have a Warp Prism, I'll make a Warp Prism.
Yeah.
You know?
David knows it's been set there, basically not even a Warp Prism for a while. The Stalkers are buying time for the recall. Did we have a Storm on this High Templar? I can't click it in time, we do not. We do see Scarlet backing away there in the end. Disc lost 14 more probes. His army is still great, and Scarlet does not currently have a bank either, so if Disc can take one really good fight and keep moving across the map, Scarlet may struggle. It's really going to come down to Storms. They have the potential to be so freaking deadly here. We can see he's obviously very aware of these Banelings, is trying to hunt them down, but that might open the doorway for Scarlet to just go left side, because Disc is sending everything down the other direction. There's one Storm that's split away from decently. Feelings ran back through it. I'm just going to see Disc now going back to the left-hand side. A few more Stalkers warping in as we have to defend the natural. Oh,
yeah,
the
I mean, this air upgrades. Oh, yeah. One of them will get picked off, but not anymore, as there's no Banelings there from Scarlet on the flank. And Scarlet continues to try to do damage onto this 4-base Disc. Where, oh, huge! That is massive. I mean, that was like, what, 8, 9 Storms going down in those High Templars. So that is absolutely huge. And now Disc, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you want to move out. You're at 145 supply. There is plenty of creep. And Scarlet has more or less stayed in the mid game. So she will be very ready to absorb this. I think that she got the fight that she was looking for. I am still a little bit surprised by the lack of a transition here when she has invested so much into that Spire and the air upgrades. I mean, it's so much actual money that has gone into it for one single Corruptor so far. But Scarlet, I feel like, feels pressure through and through to kind of just continue to defend, but then reaches a point where she's like, well, you're not attacking me, I guess I'll attack you. And then it's like, oh, I lost enough units that maybe I should remake them, and just doesn't transition.
Man, Disc's army would be terrifying with, like, even just 4 Storms right now. Like, 2 High Templars of Storms on this side of the map. I'd feel terrified for Scarlet. As it stands, I feel like she's going to be okay if a fight breaks out, because it's difficult for the Disruptors to hit every single direction. Scarlet's finally building up a bank as well, so rebuilding quickly should be on the cards. She's got Lava banked up too. This is a comfortable position like she's not really been in for a while. And Disc is obviously just drained. He's been on 4 bases for an eternity at this point. He's constantly having to pull back to defend his natural and main base so his production isn't lost, and this constantly lets Scarlet get into better aggressive positions. And I think we got to the point a little while ago where Disc just had to say, right, I'm committed, I'm just going to go, I'm going to send it whatever happens. But he didn't do that, right? He's pulled back a couple too many times, and now this fight's going to happen all over the place. Disc has an army supply lead. Those Storms are really good. Okay, I didn't realize there was some Templar. He loses one with Storms left over. The Disruptor shot turns back onto some units too. I mean, army supply is good for Disc. This is where you go. This is where Scarlet needed to have a bank build up, and she does. And that's why she's rebuilding, and that's where she may have some hope still. As Disc is all over with Zealots, by the way, on top of drones. Oh my goodness, cats, what a game.
What an absolute banger of a game. I mean, Disc has done everything to try and make it happen here. He has a big army, but a lot of Banelings. They're gonna clump up and kill a few Stalkers. The Storm is good. The ends up being a great Disruptor shot to start things off. The Banelings do find the Zealots a little bit frantically. Disc fires 2 Disruptor shots onto the same area that do not end up connecting. And Scarlet with the reinforcements, I think she might just have barely just enough. The one Corruptor, the most upgraded, most expensive Corruptor that I have ever seen, goes to try to help out a little bit, but can't even see the observers anymore.
Just no reinforcements again on this side of the map here from Disc. He never actually rebuilt the Prism, and now his only splash is, well, 3 Disruptors, which just ain't really gonna do it, I don't think. I mean, he had some amazing Disruptor shots in that fight. Again, Scarlet just had a little bit too long to build up the bank, and that's why she's able to be active right now with a whole new army. And yeah, this time it looks like it might be too much. I mean, Disruptors are still terrifying, and they are connecting time after time. Fisk is absolutely all in. Has not got economy back at home. He's trying to build up some energy on High Temple. He's morphing Archons back at home, cats. They need to get here, like, right now. Scarlet is building up, though, and her army supply is taking a good turn.
Yeah, I'm actually doing some math on the notepad right now because I want to calculate the actual cost value of that corruptor. And I will have it for you briefly. It is actually absurd.
I await the information. There's a couple of zealots head to the bottom right, and they might be able to chip their ways through some workers. This High Templar is in the middle of nowhere. The problem is right now, Disruptors on their own get surrounded by Lings, and that ain't pretty. Disruptor shots just not really landing. This one does. It's good. But there's just not the rest of the army that Discs needs here. Scarlet just has that bit too much, has the edge, coming down this ramp, chasing the splash units, and knowing that once she takes those out, everything else is an easy follow-up, and she is going to have too much. Scarlet takes it, and we are tied 1-1.
$1,750 is the cost of that one corruptor.
With all of its upgrades just for itself.
Accounting for the drone that built the spire, and all three upgrades that was invested plus its actual cost, $1,750. Isn't that crazy to like invest that much into tech and then not use it?
Hey, it killed the War Prism, cats.
It did kill the War Prism very fast. Maybe one less shot than it would have otherwise.
The most expensive War Prism denial. No wonder Disc didn't make a second one. He wanted to make sure that one corruptor only had one job.
Absolutely bananas. And with the game coming as close as it did, that kind of stuff matters, right? Yes. And it is a pitfall that I have seen Scarlet get into, even in the early days of like Heart of the Swarm, where there was like a lot of Broodlord Infested, and even at the start of Legacy of the Void, where a lot of these games seem to go to the end game, Scarlet would be the type of player that you look at her production tab and she's getting everything. And then she doesn't use a few of those upgrades, and then that can cost you in a game that ends up being closer than this one. So yeah, I mean, an interesting approach. She does end up taking it, but a little bit scary for my taste.
No, I'm 100% with you. Just very, very scary. A lot of, I mean, if she didn't catch all those High Temple and all of those storms, and Disc just goes across the map. Like, obviously, she created that opportunity. She was attacking the left side, counter-attacking. Disc lost track of the units. He lost track of his temple, and he got punished for it. So it was a good play by Scarlet. But if Disc just makes that one alteration where he does notice where the temple are, you know, routes them around back to his base instead of just up through the army of Scarlet, and then the counter-attack happens with, like, 10 more storms, Scarlet is dead. Like, that's how close this game came down to. Yes, it was one great play, but it was also just one click away from Disc of just changing everything, too. So... yeah, very close game, very tight, and you're right, in games that are as close as that, wasted resource and stuff like that just don't fit in, and that's why oftentimes people are like, well, why didn't he build one of these? Well, because you can't survive to afford those things. And in this case,
exactly, yeah.
She kind of, you know, could at the time afford it, but it got to a point where she probably should have stopped upgrading it, right? So, yeah. Definitely a bit
either
misplaced.
that or... like, there were points where she had a strong enough army on defense, and instead of just continuing to go when you have your opponent trapped on 4 bases, you could just transition to those Broodlords, right? Instead, she was kind of playing a mix of, like, herself and Elaser, and Elaser would never, invest into that much tech. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, in the top left, a red Zerg from the Shopify Rebellion, Scarlet, and she does get a hatchery on the natural again.
Very nice. And in the bottom right-hand side, it is for Apprentice Esports. This could be, or actually is, the final game of today. Disc.
You said Disc could be, and I thought it was Disc already, so I was like, zoom! Oh. And I was like, oh no, he's still talking. I was like, I'll just pretend I'm just zooming around anyway. I wasn't done zooming. Yeah, don't mind me.
Oh, this could be. I see. Nice.
Yeah, final game of the day, unless we get a draw. So,
true.
Don't doubt the draws.
Happened.
It has happened this week.
It wouldn't happen, yeah. This week. And that's, my new technique on the ladder right now. Whenever I feel like I'm losing a game, it costs you nothing to ask the question, and it sometimes works. Draw.
Has it worked yet?
No, not at all.
The problem is if you ask on the ladder, you all have to just stop your units mining and just sit and wait. Like...
Yeah, you would. You would have to wait for the...
You can't just send like an official draw offer. You have to wait for the game to time you out. Someone
Yeah.
accidentally makes a creep team. It's like, oh no, sorry, another 5 minutes.
Sorry, I ruined it. Another 5 minutes. I love it. All right, Scarlet is gonna poke in here with the Overlord. Oh, we talked about this. I told her that I like doing this, where you send the Overlord a little bit towards your opponent. I'm not sure if that's what she was doing, or it's just her rally, right? But I like sending the Overlord a little bit in, see if you can force out a Stalker, and then go into the Piddler.
Yep.
Costs you nothing. We brought it up last time as well to you. You liked it.
I liked it. That was with a couple of weeks ago, right? That wasn't yesterday, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks
No,
ago.
no, not yesterday.
I was going to say, I was like, yeah, I remember this. Bait the Stalker and then get the Overlord away. Mastermind.
Yeah, it wasn't Gamers 8, I think, maybe.
Yeah. It
During
was
those
Gamers Without
qualifiers,
Borders.
yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually
And
more than a
that
couple
will
of weeks
attempt it.
ago. Just
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Time flies.
weeks passed quickly, turns out.
They really do.
Too much StarCraft going on.
A lot of StarCraft going on. It has not slowed down. And yeah, it's good to see that the GSL has also picked up some support as of recently, right? So it's good. It's good.
We got
Things are going
StarCraft
well.
everywhere, man.
Indeed.
It's good to see the real race getting represented in GSL too. That's nice. Feels like all things are right again, guys.
Yeah, the new 4 horsemen. I mean, a couple of those are recycled horsemen, but the new 4 Terran horsemen making it to the... Oh, maybe that's a spoiler for some people. I'm not sure.
Making it to
I
some
won't say
point of the
I won't say
GSL.
more.
Check them out. They
Making
qualify.
it to some point. Could be 4 people or more in it.
Look, it's StarCraft that happened over a day ago. I think we're good. Hatcher goes
I think
down
we're
third
good.
base. We do have the Oracle making its way around the left-hand side as well. And there's a second Oracle coming up. So obviously, last game did have the Glaives on the follow-up to the one Oracle initially. This time we're going to get a second Oracle pretty quick. And yeah, probably not going to see that Glaives. See something a bit more in towards the +1 and Blink or so, most likely, if I had to guess. As that Oracle comes back around the left.
Yeah, single Spore and single Queen, so there was a chance there for this to maybe pick up another drone, but he knows he has another Oracle coming as a follow-up, so preserving the HP is also very valuable, as the 2 Oracles in conjunction can leverage each other's HP to do a little bit more damage. And Scarlet is going for a relatively fast Evo Chamber, probably to get a +1. Equally, or actually faster Forge on the side of Disc. So yeah, I think we're going to have kind of like the most standard CVP that we've been seeing for the last year or so in the meta, where we have just a Ling Roach going up against Oracles, followed by most likely Blink Stalkers.
Yep, we've seen this one before, as our +1 starts, and Twilight and Robo are both on the way in, and we just watch for the Oracles, see what excitement they bring us in these early stages. Melee upgrade quickly from Scarlet alongside the Lair. It's going to be our setup for this final game.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's a comfortable way to deal with the Stalkers, but that's what the Oracles are there for, right? And that is why it's important to preserve their lives as well, because otherwise your Stalkers lose out on so much power because the Links hard counter them, but the Oracles hard counter the Links. So as long as you are careful with them and keep them tucked in, they will gain a lot of value as the game progresses. 2 more drones go down from an Adept. And a decent early game for Disc again, but maybe not quite as good as the first game, but still finding openings here and there.
Yep, absolutely. Just finding a couple openings, getting a kill or so, Adept sliding in. Bailing Nest going down here from Scarlet as well, so much faster Bane Nest than what we've seen previously, so really hoping to play that kind of lean Bane early on. And again, use those Lings, especially against the Stalkers, you know, are coming up, and Disc is again into that very fast second Robo facility and Robo base, so he almost just says, yeah, I'm getting +1 on Blink, but I'm not going to have too many Stalkers, or at least not too many aggressive Stalkers, because he's so quick to invest in the tech behind this as well. It's just obviously hard to afford units and all that tech at the same time.
Absolutely true. Robotics Bay on the way. Hydra then from Scarlet. Hydras are very interesting here because they are kind of like the hard counter to the gateway units, but they get hard countered by the follow-up in the Robo and the Robo Bay. So Scarlet is going to have to look for something else as far as like transitions are concerned, maybe going into an infestation pit to look for Vipers, or even maybe just lurkers to work with less and threaten counterattacks, kind of like Raynor was doing yesterday against Max Packs.
Yep. Absolutely. As our few Lings still down on the south, by the way, is just going to come through and nibble their way through these rocks in the center. Just Gonna open this map a little and, well, disruptors to start us into Colossi after as we get extended thermal land started at least. So Scott showing us an idea of where this game is indeed going to go. Hydras are coming out, and we do have the Oracles going to zap down a Queen over here as well. So nice little catch with these Oracles. Doing a great job with that.
Yeah, and Scarlet talking about her in this matchup in particular, she feels like the Hydras can be pretty all-in-y as a unit composition. And this has me kind of terrified for her chances because she's going to be running into one of the best anti-all-in units, which is the Disruptor. The Disruptor struggles on offense, on creep, because you can always kite it, you can always run away from it. But if you're running into it, right, you're running against the force and the speed. So multiplying the speed effectively of a Nova coming towards you, right? And then if you're disengaging, it's not what you want to do because you're on offense. So if Scarlet dies on her sword of this is a very aggressive unit composition that you have to do damage with, it could get dangerous. Luckily for her, Immortals on the way, kind of useless units.
Yeah, Immortals
in this context, yeah.
Yeah, tanky don't really do any damage to Ling Hydra, so intriguing, especially when we've had, I mean, we cancelled Extended Thermal Lance, right? Feels like Colossi would be really good against this at the moment, and we're just not going there. Instead, we're going to get a Fleet Beacon, another Stargate, and Disc is sort of saying, oh yeah, I can really tech up. I feel like he's actually opening the door to Scarlet hitting a massive attack with these units, and I mean, she's max, she's ready to morph in a ton of Banelings, and I actually think Disc is really inviting trouble here.
Absolutely. He's going to spot these and start 2 Disruptors instantly. But yeah, what a misread, right? Like, because you've seen Hydras, you haven't seen a single Roach. Really no reason to cancel your Thermal Lance. That Colossus with Thermal Lance would have been the ideal unit to have against this sort of composition, maybe in conjunction with some Force Fields. Otherwise, more Disruptor Novas would have been great. These Stasis Traps could help out a lot. If Scarlet runs into those, it could be very, very difficult to break on through. After Disruptor first is going to whiff, as the Lynx will give the rest of the army of Scarlet a heads up, but her creep is not here yet. Carriers on the way. If this can get a sensible amount of carriers out, they are a hard counter to Hydras as well. And Scarlet doesn't really have a transition on the way, but she has a very strong force here trying to threaten this base. And the Link will connect actually into a bunch of probes. 7 already going down.
Yep, that +2 melee, one-shot probes goes a massive direction to helping out. Now Skull's trying to come up this ramp as well. Some Baneling's going to start getting through, splitting against the Disruptors pretty well. Continues to split well, and that's a lot of probes and a lot of trouble at this point. She might just blow up the Disruptors. Can these Disruptors hit anything? Oh my god.
Yeah, they were trying to split the Disruptors as well, which is very sensible because one of those shots was about to land. So Scarlet looking for the connections to avoid that from happening, and Disc trying to micro against that. But the better ends of the trade have been taken by Scarlet here for the time being. 24 extra workers going down. No. Very likely to find additional ones. No, the gas are trapped. 41. And Scarlet finding all of the damage that she was looking for. Also, the 4th here. Carriers are the last hurdle that she will have to overcome. But with the economy being shattered for Disc, Scarlet is going to have whatever she wants to work with.
Yeah, at this point, even Mass Hydra will probably get the job done. She will tech up behind this just to be safe, get that Infestation Pit started, but that was just, well, everything it needed to be, just dodging those Disruptors. And, well, we said it wasn't the right army to really deal with this at all, right? I think, you know, A, Colossi, and B, some Sentries. And obviously, it was affordable if we weren't teching up into Carriers so greedily, if we did get Colossi in the first place. You know, that combination would have done so much there because using, you know, relying on Disruptors to try and hit Banelings is very difficult. And as we saw, because Banes are very good at splitting into different little sections. And here we have now this fight from Skull as she pushes up. The Carriers have no interceptors left.
Wow.
That is GG, and she dismantles
him.
Good bad game. Good bad game, Cats.
Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, those Immortals were just completely useless. And yeah, the transition didn't accomplish anything for Disc either. I don't mind the Disruptors because, yeah, they're difficult to hit Ling Bane with, but at least they're really good against the Hydras. But then what is dealing with the Ling Bane? It has to be something at the front, maybe at least Archons. But yeah, Colossus would have been ideal. This had the setup. He had double Robo investment already, but maybe not believing that Scarlet would have done this. And if he was familiar with the philosophy of Scarlet, right, that Hydra Ling Bane is kind of an all-in unit composition, you probably wouldn't see Hydras from Scarlet if she wasn't planning on aggression. Yeah. And he didn't see any Roaches. I just don't get the Immortals at all.
Yeah, I don't like... maybe if you have like a lot of immortals that are like good tanky wise, but like they're just not dealing damage, man. Build Archons, just anything, right? Is gonna fill a similar role and be more successful, I think. So yeah, just trying to rush into the carriers, building the immortals. Didn't like any of that. And that is gonna be our that's gonna be our day, cats. That's obviously Scarlet into the playoffs. Disc will have a final chance on Sunday. Might have to play Estrella in some PvP. That's going to be terrifying. Whoever draws Estrella on Sunday is not going to be loving it, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Here is our schedule from today. We actually had one match that didn't fit on the schedule at the very start. Cyan did take out Nice in a 2-1 series, and then Haas and SCV won in Asia, followed by Clem, Hero Marine, Lambo, Showtime, and Spirit and Hearthstone in Europe, and then in Americas we just had Special, Future, and Scarlet. Put themselves into the playoffs. Biggest upset, absolutely, I think, Estrella dropping down. And otherwise, cats, I mean, America's definitely delivered for some fun games.
No, it was pretty good. A lot of potential for upsets here. One of them converted from the future Estrella, and the first disc game had me believing as well. Whereas on Europe, I mean, Lambo King taking max packs was pretty surprising to me and pretty awesome given the form of max packs. But Lambo perhaps on the rise, and that's always wonderful to see. So I had a lot of fun today, Wardicho, with you. We got our new name. I mean, it's been just wonderful.
It has been wonderful, hasn't it? It's been a lot of fun. I will bring up the standings here, and the standings page is actually not going to be standings, but in fact, what you can expect tomorrow. How wonderful is that? Tomorrow, another full day of action. I believe it's another 12 best of 3 day. I believe you'll have Beelmolf, Steadfast, and Roddy casting tomorrow. XY versus Nanami, Yeshi versus Miomaika, Oriana versus Maxed in Asia. Europe will host Christiana versus Spats, Acheron versus Battle B, Petit Drogo versus DNS, Mana versus Young Yakov, Night Phoenix versus Goblin, and Hellraiser versus Bly. Those are all elimination matches. Winners go to Sunday, losers are out of the tournament. And then in Americas, Cham battles Eric in some ZVZ. Nina takes on Eggs, and Paddy Mac plays off against Vindicta. Some very fun matches tomorrow. Really looking forward to those, and hopefully you guys have a good time. I hope you guys have a good time with them over the weekend, chat and viewers and everyone. It has been a pleasure.
You know, I never get to say this, Wardicho, but America looks the most fun out of all the regions tomorrow. The best matches, I think, are likely to happen there.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at it, I was like, man, we kind of got a bit blessed with the game. Like, because today we obviously had the winners matches in Europe, and tomorrow's like the elimination matches, which I do think a lot of the matches are very like close together and very like you know, very evenly skilled. But when you kind of look through the names, you know, if you go on name value alone, if you go on name value alone, right? Today was absolutely like the hotter day. Like you had your Clem and your Hero Marine. Not that those matches were necessarily super amazing. They kind of bopped through and were pretty good. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? They might not get you excited on paper, but when you get into the games, I think you guys should be pretty excited because I think there's
but America, all 3 matches tomorrow, kind of 50-50-ish, I feel like. Those are very, look very good.
Absolutely with you on that one. So yeah, that is pretty much it for us. Thank you to our sponsors one more time today, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting the ESL Pro Tour. And what else was I going to do? Tickets. Yeah, that one. Get your tickets for the offline finals. DreamHack.com/summer/tickets. Use the code StarCraft. Get yourself a discount. Come join us in Sweden. Any final words of wisdom, cats, for this season of DreamHack or ESL Masters? Sorry, I keep calling it DreamHack. Like 3-4 years of doing this as DreamHack, it's like it's really difficult to remove from the head. I can't get over it.
No, it's been a blast. I mean, I'm always happy to be here, and yeah, this is my last day for the season. But you know, I'll see you guys hopefully next season. And you know, I would propose the outro where Dicho, but the first one was too perfect.
We can't ruin it, right? We just have to.
Terrified. Yeah.
We just
next time we blunder something together, that's when we bring it back with another perfectly synced outro. I feel like, but that was incredible. I'm just happy. Always a blast with you.
Yeah, you too, mate. So, it was a lot of fun. We've had an absolute good time. Hopefully you have as well. Join tomorrow and Sunday for more action. I'll be back next week for playoff action as well from Wednesday. So just more StarCraft coming up. You guys have a great day. Take care of yourselves. Get some MMO on that ladder, and we'll see you next time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.